This? What happened? Seeing the otherworldly demons who had left them in a fluster lying dead on the ground, the Xingming sword saints were utterly stunned. They were killed by Xianxia, Luo Ruoxin said as she rose to her feet. They were killed by Xian'er? How could that be? Unless one's an ancient sage, there is no way any cultivator could eradicate an entire army of otherworldly demons. Sword Saint Xing could hardly believe what he was hearing. It was not that he did not trust his son, but the enemy consisted of 10,000 otherworldly demons at St. Three Dan and above. Furthermore, there were also a few great sages in their ranks. Even with his son's prowess, it was impossible for him to kill all of them single-handedly. He used the power of lightning against them. These otherworldly demons were caught off guard and electrocuted. Most of them died in the electrocution, but those who survived were paralyzed by the lightning and killed nevertheless, Luo Ruoxin analyzed. Lightning? The Xingming sword saints quickly turned their gazes to the corpses on the ground, and indeed, there were burn marks on their bodies. At this moment, they could not help but remember that their son had the ability to summon lightning tribulation, to actually defeat an army of 10,000 single-handedly. Even when they were seeing the results with their own eyes, they still felt like they were dreaming. Since these people are already dead, where is Xian'er? Sword Saint Meng quickly searched around the area. No matter how many means her son had, he was bound to be in a bad condition after facing so many enemies at once. No matter what, she would not feel reassured until she saw how he was doing and whether he was injured or not. He has probably gone to the seal. Luo Ruoxin stood up and continued venturing forward. Considering how the threat was already resolved, the chances were that he had gone to repair the spatial seal. It was not too difficult to deduce this much. The group quickly advanced ahead, and it did not take long for them to arrive before the spatial seal. At this very moment, the spatial seal was already completely mended. The energy pulses within the spatial seal were a sign that the repairs had just been completed. It's Xian'er's Jinqi, but where is he? Sword Saint Meng could tell that the barrier had been mended using Xianxia's Jinqi. The fact that he could still repair the spatial seal meant that he was likely fine. However, where did he disappear to? She had her spiritual perception cast as wide as possible for fear that she would miss her son. If her son was truly still around, she should have already found him by now. It looks like he has traversed across the seal to head to the otherworldly battlefield. Luo Ruoxin frowned. He went over to the other side? How can he be so reckless? Sword Saint Meng nearly fainted from shock upon hearing those words. This won't do. I must save him. Sword Saint Meng was hot-tempered, but she was rarely reckless. In fact, she was an extremely rational person, knowing clearly what she could and could not do. However, whenever it came to matters concerning her son, she seemed to swiftly lose her rationality. Allow me to go over instead. If the two of you head over, it's likely that you'll meet with danger before meeting Xianxia. Luo Ruoxin suddenly interjected. The Xingming sword saints were powerful, but fighting in the otherworldly battlefield was a different matter from fighting in the subterranean gallery. The killing intent in the otherworldly battlefield was so great that it would suppress their fighting prowess considerably. On top of that, their auras would stand out like a lighthouse in the night, making them easy targets. If they entered, it was likely that they would be captured and killed by the otherworldly demons before even finding Xianxia. You, Sword Saint Meng frowned. It's too dangerous to venture beyond the venture seal. Your current strength. It was not that she did not believe Luo Ruoxin, but the latter had never revealed her cultivation before. Back at the Luo clan, it was her subordinate Wuchan, and not her who battled with the elders. They had guessed that she was likely a formidable expert, but it was just a deduction on their part. Don't worry. Knowing that the other party was worried about her, Luo Ruoxin chuckled softly. You should return to the city and inform the others of this news. Get them to clear the otherworldly demon corpses and move the defense line up to the spatial seal. As for the rest, leave it to me. After saying those words, she pushed her hand toward them lightly. Who? The Xingming sword saints suddenly found their surroundings blurring before their eyes. The sight before them distorted, and all of a sudden, they found that they were already back in the main hall of the fortress. The two of them widened their eyes in astonishment. To be able to bring them accurately back to the main hall with just a push. Just how deep was her comprehension of spatial laws? Not even Xianxia was capable of a feat like that. Could she be an ancient sage? Sword Saint Meng uttered with an incredulous look on her face. She knew that the woman whom her son loved possessed extraordinary strength, possibly stronger than them even. However, she did not think that the latter would actually be so formidable. They could even put up a fight against sempiternal realm cultivators if they collaborated with one another, and yet the other party was able to teleport them back without them knowing. If she diverted her abilities to offense, her fighting prowess was bound to be formidable. Ancient sage? How could there be such a young ancient sage on the master-teacher continent? Sword Saint Xing shook his head and refuted Sword Saint Meng's guess. He pondered for a moment, but he was unable to fathom how powerful Luo Ruoxin was. Thus, he could only shake his head and say, "All right, let's not think too much into it for the time being. In any case, I think we should be able to entrust Xianxia in her hands." After saying those words, he flew toward the aerial space of the fortress and commanded, "Offspring of the Zhang clan, hear my command. Set forth right away to collect our spoils of war." Collect our spoils of war? The elders guarding outside the city were surprised to hear such an announcement and bewildered to see the person who had made the announcement. They had seen their clan head advancing deeper into the otherworldly demon encampment, but before they knew it, their clan head was suddenly behind them. This was a truly perplexing sight to them. Clan head Xianxia has infiltrated the otherworldly demon encampment and slain the 10,000 otherworldly demons that we are at war with. With this, the crisis at the Drakatiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery has been resolved. Seeing the looks of bewilderment below, Sword Saint Xing explained the situation with hearty laughter. Our clan head killed 10,000 otherworldly demons single-handedly? The otherworldly demon army that we were helpless against was annihilated by our clan head alone? Am I hearing things? In an instant, everyone in the Zhang clan froze on the spot. They were all shocked silly. They had heard stories of heroes charging into the midst of an army to decapitate the enemy commander's head. And they had also heard of experts valiantly fighting against hundreds simultaneously. But for a single man to destroy an entire army, what in the world was happening? Oblivious to the happenings in the Zhang clan, Xianxia was swiftly advancing ahead in the otherworldly battlefield. A world as vast as the master-teacher continent. The horizon was nowhere in sight. There was no sun in the world, just a crimson moon hanging above, bringing an air of desolation to the world beneath. The killing intent of this world seemed to be concentrated on the crimson moon, as if the unique Jinqi of the otherworldly demonic tribe had originated from there. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. This place truly feels like a living hell. It's no wonder the otherworldly demonic tribe want to conquer the master-teacher continent. Even though his Heaven's Path Jinqi granted him protection against killing intent, he felt that his mind would slowly become warped and violent if he stayed there for a prolonged period of time. Slowly but surely, he would start to desire bloodshed. This world truly was not a hospitable place. If he had been an otherworldly demon, he would have barged over to the master-teacher continent as well. I don't think I'll be able to find my way around without a map. Should I return first and wait for Vicious to awaken before coming back? In truth, it was mostly out of curiosity that he had gone over to the otherworldly battlefield. Realizing that he would not be able to navigate his way around efficiently, he felt that it would be better for him to return for the time being. Otherwise, it would be really disastrous if he lost his sense of direction. Just as Xianxia was about to turn back, he heard a gale sounding not too far away, following which the voice of an otherworldly demon cultivator was heard. "Hurry up!" Xianxia swiftly used the spatial quintessence of sealing to conceal his figure before heading in the direction that the voice had originated from. It did not take long for him to arrive at the foot of a mountain, where he found four otherworldly demons loitering. Spiritual energy was surging in from the surroundings. It seemed like the otherworldly demons were trying to drive some kind of formation. Of the four otherworldly demons, the stronger one was at sempiternal realm, wielding strength comparable to Mao Wu. The remaining 3 were only at Great Sage Wundan introspective convalescence realm. Right in front of them was a teleportation formation. However, gauging from the formation flags around, the formation seemed to be really old. As such, it would take some difficulty to reactivate it. The strongest otherworldly demon was glaring at the other 3 with a furious gaze. The one who had hollered earlier was him as well. Lord Mo Yi, I am already trying my best, but this formation is simply too old. There's nothing I can do either. One of the otherworldly demons driving the formation protested timidly. Cut the crap and get to work. If this doesn't work out, you and I, our heads will roll. Mo Yi waved his hand coldly. Yes. Not daring to protest anymore. The otherworldly demon drove his Xianxia furiously into the formation. The rate at which spiritual energy was gathering in the area hastened, and the ancient formation began to flicker. It seemed as if it would come to life at any moment. However, the face of the otherworldly demon driving the formation was swiftly paling as well. He seemed to be reaching the limits of his stamina. Hurry up and help me! The otherworldly demon exclaimed to the remaining 2. The other 2 introspective convalescence realm otherworldly demons unhesitatingly bit their fingers and offered their blood to the teleportation formation. Wang! In an instant, the spiritual energy in the surroundings grew so dense that it almost felt tangible. A brilliant light shone off from the teleportation formation. Good! Seeing that the teleportation formation had been activated, Mo Yi harumphed coldly before stepping into it. Who? Enveloped by the light, a dimension rift appeared before Mo Yi. He stepped in and swiftly disappeared from sight. Pada! As soon as Mo Yi left, the remaining 3 introspective convalescence realm cultivators slumped onto the ground. It seemed like activating the formation had sapped their strength dry. It's fortunate that we managed to pull it off, or else our heads would have been lopped off. Despite their exhaustion, the trio had relieved smiles on their faces. If the formation had not been activated, they would have lost their lives. While they were in the midst of celebrating their small success, a towering otherworldly demon suddenly walked up to them. Lord Mao Wu. Upon seeing the towering otherworldly demon, the trio hurriedly got to their feet and greeted him. Drive the formation. I want to go to where Mo Yi just went. Mao Wu waved his hand imposingly. It went without saying that this Mao Wu was an impersonation from Xianxia. Considering how Mo Yi was in such a rush to leave via a teleportation formation, there was no doubt that he had something urgent to attend to. Since he had seen it, it went without saying that he had to stop the other party. At the same time, this was a good opportunity for him to learn about what was going on in the otherworldly demonic tribe. Lord Mao Wu, you wish to head to the Thousand-Leaf Sea, too? The otherworldly demons who had activated the formation nearly burst into tears. They had nearly exhausted themselves to death activating the teleportation formation once. If they had to do it once more, they might just lose their lives. One of the otherworldly demons gritted his teeth and said, Lord Mao Wu, pardon me for asking this, but weren't you heading to Rivistar under Sovereign Chunling's orders? Picking up on the phrase Rivistar, Xianxia pondered silently for a moment. Considering that Mao Wu had gone to the Drakatiger Mountain subterranean gallery earlier with Sovereign Chunling's edict in hand, it was likely that the Rivistar mentioned by the otherworldly demon referred to that. It seemed like the names that humans and otherworldly demons had for certain locations differed from one another. I have already resolved the matter at Rivistar. Sovereign Chunling has just instructed me to make my way over to the Thousand-Leaf Sea in order to meet up with Mo Yi. Do you need me to report all of my actions to you? Xianxia narrowed his eyes as killing intent burst forth from his body. Power began billowing beneath his thick armor, and it seemed like he would make a move at any moment. Mao Wu's armor was identical to Hung Zhang's, so he only had to alter his appearance a little in order to personate the other party. I dare not question Lord Mao Wu's movements. The otherworldly demons immediately paled in fright. He hurriedly turned his attention to the teleportation formation and began infusing his Xianxia. However, as he had just exerted himself too much, his stamina was already at its limits. The other two otherworldly demons knew that they would be punished if they could not activate the teleportation formation for Mao Wu as well, so they quickly rushed over to aid their companion. I have just finished dealing with the matters at Rivistar, and am still unaware of the situation over at the Thousand Leaf Sea. Tell me, what's the progress there? Watching as the otherworldly demons squeezed every last drop of their Jinqi into the teleportation formation, Xianxia dropped such a question leisurely. Since Rivistar referred to the Drakatiger Mountain subterranean gallery, it was likely that the Thousand Leaf Sea was the name of another subterranean gallery. In fact, if his guess was correct, it was likely one of the 6 subterranean galleries that the otherworldly demons were focusing their manpower on. It would be good if he could head over there and resolve the crisis there. This would alleviate the pressure the others were facing. Reporting to Lord Mao Wu, we aren't privy to such information, so we aren't too sure either. However, Lord Mo Yi mentioned earlier that both Sovereign Chen Xing and Sovereign Chen Ling have issued an order in unison for the reserve army stationed at the Thousand Leaf Sea to launch an attack on the humans right away. One of the otherworldly demons replied hurriedly. Reserve army? Launch an attack right away. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Back at the Drakatiger Mountain's subterranean gallery, Sword Saint Xing noticed that the otherworldly demons were in no rush to attack the Zhang clan and wondered if they might be waiting for reinforcements. An army of 10,000 was already a handful to deal with. If they had to deal with reinforcements, it would really be a nightmare for the Zhang clan. Deducing based on the information that he had received so far, it seemed like the Thousand Leaf Sea was not a subterranean gallery but a military barrack where the reinforcements were all stationed. This was not good news. Without a doubt, the master teachers stationed in the subterranean gallery where the reserve army was mobilized to would definitely face great danger. Furthermore, this was an order that Sovereign Chen Xing and Sovereign Chen Ling had ordered in unison. The orders that Heng Jiang had received from Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing earlier had been conflicting. The former had commanded him to launch an attack right away, whereas Sovereign Chen Xing had commanded him to remain on standby. In other words, it seemed like there was some disharmony among the sovereigns. Yet, the two of them actually made a call in unison to launch an attack. How many soldiers are there at the Thousand Leaf Sea? Is it possible to divert some men over to reinforce Rivistar? Zhang Xian continued asking casually. The soldiers at the Thousand Leaf Sea are the strongest soldiers of our otherworldly demonic tribe, the elites under Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing's command. They number over 100,000. The otherworldly demon replied proudly. 100,000? Zhang Xian nearly stumbled upon hearing that number. 10,000 otherworldly demon soldiers was already enough to force the Zhang clan to mobilize all of its forces and descend to the subterranean gallery to fight a desperate battle. If 100,000 otherworldly demon soldiers were mobilized simultaneously, not even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would be able to suppress them. Who could have thought that the otherworldly demonic tribe would actually have an army of such a scale? Would they still be able to protect the Master Teacher Pavilion against such a powerful foe? That's right. The otherworldly demons seem to know quite a bit about this matter. This is the first time that the two sovereigns have worked with one another. They have gathered all of the experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe together in order to push open a path to the Master Teacher continent. Most of the soldiers from the other subterranean galleries have already headed over to the Thousand Leaf Sea. The only reason Rivistar didn't receive the order is because it's too far away. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian discreetly heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that the otherworldly demons were assaulting all 108 subterranean galleries simultaneously and still had a reserve army of 100,000 strong to reinforce them wherever required. If that was the case, that would really have been frightening. Fortunately, that was not so. It seemed like Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing had issued orders to have the soldiers from the different subterranean galleries regroup at the Thousand Leaf Sea. Afterward, they would focus their fighting power on breaching a single subterranean gallery. Another thing that he noted from the otherworldly demon's words was that this was the first time that Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing had worked together. This further verified his deduction that the three sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe were not on good terms. In fact, it was likely that they were apprehensive of one another, and there was a little bit of infighting going on that had probably hindered them from cooperating with one another. thus preventing the otherworldly demonic tribe from launching a decisive assault all this while. All of a sudden, the otherworldly demon noticed that something was amiss and exclaimed, "That's not right, Lord Mao Wu, you are a commander of our otherworldly demonic tribe. How can you not know all this?" The other two otherworldly demons widened their eyes as realization dawned on them, and they swiftly directed menacing gazes toward Xianxia. "You're right. I suppose Lord Mao Wu should have known all this." Seeing that he had been exposed, Xianxia could not be bothered to keep up with his disguise anymore and chuckled softly. "He isn't Lord Mao Wu. Attack!" The three otherworldly demons narrowed their eyes menacingly as they prepared to leap at the person before them. However, before they could do so, a massive silhouette in the sky was already falling swiftly on them. Pata, the otherworldly demon driving the formation, was crushed into minced meat. Following which, a skeletal dragon surged forward and bit off the head of another otherworldly demon. At the same time, a demonic saber easily severed the last otherworldly demon in half. Those three otherworldly demons were only in the introspective convalescence realm. Since they had seen through his disguise, all he had to do was silence them. After cleaning up the corpses, Xianxia infused his Jinqi into the old teleportation formation before him, and amid shimmering light, he vanished on the spot. With his expertise as a formation master and his comprehension of space, activating the formation was a walk in the park to him. With a jolt, he appeared at the other end of the teleportation formation. With a sweeping gaze of his surroundings, he found that he was standing amid a massive valley. Mountains of different heights meandered through the area, obscuring the area from public view. Paying respects to the commander, barely after stabilizing his posture, he heard voices sounding by the side. They were the soldiers tasked with the responsibility of standing guard over the teleportation formation. They did not seem to be too highly ranked. Most likely, they had only recognized him from the helmet and armor that he was wearing. Xianxia nodded perfunctorily as he stepped forward with widened strides. A crimson moon hung above a distant mountain, and a slight layer of mist drifted amid the mountain range. Despite the sinister air lingering in the area, Xianxia had to admit that the scenery was breathtaking, almost like a still painting. There were countless soldiers standing in neat formations throughout the massive valley. Their movements were extremely organized, and there was not the slightest dissonant sound to be heard. Just from the discipline alone, it was apparent that the soldiers were well trained. As the reserve army consisted of soldiers from many different subterranean galleries, while Mao Wu's face appeared a little foreign to most, no one doubted his identity. The further he advanced, the more shocked Xianxia became. Just like the otherworldly demon soldiers dispatched to the Drakatiger Mountain subterranean gallery, even the weakest of the soldiers standing in this very valley was at St. Three Dan. If this army of 100,000 made a move simultaneously, even ancient sages would have to back down in the face of their might. "I have to stop them, or else many lives will be lost," Xianxia thought with a frown. After tens of thousands of years of development, the Master-Teacher Pavilion was indeed capable of rallying 100,000 cultivators of St. Three Dan and above. However, it would take time to do so. Furthermore, due to the otherworldly demons invading all 108 subterranean galleries simultaneously, the human cultivators had been forced to scatter all over the Master-Teacher continent to fend them off. If this army launched an assault right now, there was no way that the Master-Teacher Pavilion would be able to put up a sufficient defense in time to stop it. And once the otherworldly demons started pouring into the Master-Teacher continent, many innocent civilians would be massacred. He had to stop this army by hook or by crook. But how was he supposed to go about doing so? Even ancient sages would not dare confront an army of such scale easily, let alone him. If he showed the slightest anomaly in his actions, he would be deader than a doornail before he knew it. He could consider using the Heaven's Path Jinqi to poison the soldiers, but even if he depleted every last drop of his Jinqi, it was unlikely that it would be sufficient to stop the army in its tracks. The lightning method did work earlier, but he did not have any seer artifacts to work with at the moment. Besides, he would require the soldiers to heed his command first. Let me see if I can find their highest commander. If I can kill him and take control of the army, I might just be able to pull something off. To deal with an army, the most effective method was to first nab its commander. He could not think of a feasible plan that would allow him to incapacitate the entire army at once. So the best thing that he could do at the moment was claim the initiative. If he could assume the highest role in the army, he would be in a better position to do something about the matter. Thus, Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight and began scanning his surroundings. It did not take long for a huge tent with a group of soldiers standing guard outside to come into his sight. Knowing that it was likely the commander's tent, he began making his way over. While strutting over to the tent, he passed by a remote area. With a swift flick of his finger, he warped the space around him and disappeared from sight. After concealing himself, he began flitting toward the huge tent, and it did not take long before he was standing before it. Xianxia. After waiting outside for a while, a person dressed in a black helmet and armor, presumably a commander like Heng Jiang and Mao Wu, pried open the tent flap and walked in. Xianxia casually entered right behind him as well. There was a fire stove within the room that kept the tent slightly warm. Gazing across the tent, Xianxia saw 18 other otherworldly demons seated within. They were dressed in black helmets and armor, which indicated that they were commanders as well. They are all sempiternal realm cultivators? Xianxia's eyebrows leaped up in astonishment. To his astonishment, they were all great sage Fordan sempiternal realm cultivators, wielding strength comparable to Mao Wu. This was especially so for the middle-aged man seated at the very center with a golden saber in his grip. Xianxia could vaguely sense that his strength was on par with Yang Shi's. In an instant, Xianxia's body stiffened on the spot. He dared not even twitch for fear of catching their attention. It was fortunate that he did not barge in recklessly but followed behind another commander. Otherwise, even with his spatial seal, his abrupt intrusion would likely have made the experts gathered here notice an anomaly. He had made huge advancements in his cultivation during this period of time, but he was not so naive as to think that he would be able to get away unscathed from the clutches of so many sempiternal realm experts. Reporting to the High Commander, Bei Xian refuses to comply with our demands. The commander who had just entered the room clasped his fist and gave his report. He refuses to comply? The middle-aged man seated at the center replied impassively. He said that their resources are limited too, so they can't afford to share anything with us. He suggests that we should just keep our inventories separate so as to avoid getting into meaningless squabbles over this matter. The commander said. Meaningless squabbles? He sure has everything planned out well. He expects us to take the vanguard, but he isn't even willing to lend us a single set or armor. It's clear that he regards us as nothing more than stepping stones to achieve his aims. Sovereign Qin has always been known to be a greedy person, but who could have thought that Bei Xian would be so cunning too? We have already agreed to collaborate with one another on this attack. But he wants to get away with contributing nothing at all? He's daydreaming. Upon hearing the words of the arriving commander, a huge uproar broke out within the room. The middle-aged man raised his hand to gesture for the crowd to quiet down. Tell them that it's fine if they don't want to contribute any resources. However, their side must send an army in as well, and we'll advance alongside them. Otherwise, they'll have to give us the celestial armors forged by Sovereign Qin. I won't ask for too much, just 100 sets. Otherwise, we'll just have to settle it with a fight. If he wins, I'll abide by his arrangements. But if I win, he'll have to cut this nonsense and heed my words. Yes, High Commander. The commander quickly nodded and backed out of the room. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but eventually, he chose to leave the room together with the commander. Following behind the latter, he soon noticed another huge tent in the distance. From their conversation, it seems like even though the reserve army numbers up to a hulking 100,000, they are divided into two factions. One is sided toward Sovereign Qin, whereas the other is under Sovereign Qin. Xianxia swiftly sorted through the information that he had acquired so far. He had no idea whom the two sovereigns were, but it was apparent that even though they had decided to work with one another, there was still some strife between the two factions. The more friction there is between them, the better. If I could just spark the friction into raging flames and make them fall out with one another, I might just be able to resolve the crisis, Xianxia thought with brightly lit eyes. If the 100,000 soldiers united together as one, there would really be nothing that he could do. He would just have to swiftly return to the subterranean gallery and inform the Master-Teacher Pavilion and the various major powers of the matter through his communication jade token so that they could make preparations in advance. However, since there was some disharmony between the two factions, it seemed like this was an opportunity that he could exploit. Thus, Xianxia swiftly altered his appearance before tearing away the spatial barrier around him, revealing himself. Cough! Xianxia intentionally released a cough to catch the commander's attention. Who is it? The commander was in the midst of heading over to the opposite tent when he heard the cough. He quickly turned around, and upon seeing the person standing before him, he jolted in shock. He bowed in a fluster and greeted him. "Hi, Commander. Did you have any other orders for me?" The person whom Xianxia was impersonating was the middle-aged man seated in the center of the room earlier, the High Commander. Imitating the High Commander's voice and enunciation, Xianxia looked at the commander and said, "There's something that I want you to relay to Xian for me. High Commander, feel free to relay your orders. Come closer. This matter mustn't be made known to anyone else," Xianxia said gravely. "Yes, High Commander." The commander was perplexed as to why Xianxia could not use Jinchi telepathy to talk to him discreetly, but he still chose to lean his head closer in any way. As a show of deference to the High Commander, he kept his head lowered respectfully. They were in the depths of the otherworldly demonic tribe's main camp. The thought that anyone would be so audacious as to impersonate the High Commander was so ludicrous that it did not even cross his mind. "It's like this." With a suppressed voice, Xianxia began speaking. But on the third word, a cold flash of light sliced through the air. The commander instantaneously sensed danger. But before he could do anything, the world was already spinning around him. His head had been lopped off his neck. It was a completely unexpected strike, and the killing blow was made using the half-ancient sage infernal blacksaber. Even though the commander was at the sempiternal realm, he still ended up falling victim to Xianxia. Of course, part of the reason was that the commander was only at sempiternal realm primary stage. If he had been any more powerful, things would not have been so simple. Xianxia swiftly threw the commander's corpse into his storage ring and erased all traces of the assassination. Following which, he warped his muscles and bones to assume the appearance of the dead commander. The assassination had occurred in the middle of the camp, where there were many otherworldly demon soldiers running about. However, as Xianxia had made sure to seal the surrounding space before making a move, the act did not catch anyone's attention. After putting on the commander's armor and helmet, he began striding over to the huge tent before him. Just as he reached the entrance, two guards raised their spears and blocked his passageway. "Audacious! I have come here in representation of our High Commander. Go and report my arrival." Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and spoke authoritatively. One of the guards hesitated for a moment before turning around to enter the tent. A moment later, he beckoned with his hand. "Please enter." With a haughty harumph, Xianxia strutted into the tent. Similar to the tent that he was in before, there were over a dozen sempiternal realm cultivators sitting all around. The otherworldly demon sitting at the center had an aura that did not pale in comparison to the High Commander in the other tent. Most likely, he was the High Commander of Sovereign Chunxing's faction, Xian. Noticing Xianxia's arrival, Xian shot a glance over and asked coldly, "Has Wuxia agreed to my terms?" "Our High Commander has agreed to the terms. However, there are several details that he hopes to discuss with you." Xianxia nodded in response. "A wise decision from your High Commander. It seems like Wuxia isn't as obstinate as the others make him out to be." Xian did not think that the other party had acceded to his demands, and he burst into hearty laughter. "Where does he want to discuss the matter? As this matter concerns the alliance of both of our factions, there's a need to take things carefully." Thus, He suggests the meeting to be at the narrow valley in between the two tents. If you don't have any objections to the matter, please head there an hour from now. Our High Commander will be waiting for you there, Xianxia reported. While he was making his way over earlier, he had noticed that there was a narrow valley around. All right, tell Wuxia that I'll be there. Xianxia nodded. Farewell. Xianxia lowered his head and backed out of the room. As soon as Xianxia left, the commanders in the tent anxiously got to their feet and clasped their fists. High Commander, Wuxia is known to be a scheming fellow. I fear that he might be up to no good. Indeed, I find it hard to believe that he would accept our terms. Most likely, he's intending to ambush us to force us to comply with their terms. The commanders exclaimed worriedly. If they think that such trivial schemes will work against me, they are too naive. Besides, this is the will of the two sovereigns, and all of you will be in the vicinity too. He won't do anything that would compromise the success of the alliance. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He whipped out a spear and brandished it forcefully, tearing open a dimension rift in its trajectory. However, we should still be prepared in case they attempt to pull anything funny. Later on, I want you all to scout the area around the valley. If you notice any anomalies, report them to me immediately, Xianxia said. Yes, High Commander, the crowd replied resoundingly. After leaving Xianxia's tent, Xianxia returned in the direction that he had come from, and it did not take long for him to arrive at the other huge tent. Reporting to the High Commander, I have just relayed your words to Xianxia, but he... With an awkward look on his face, Xianxia lowered his gaze with a conflicted look on his face, seemingly unsure whether he should continue or not. Speak, High Commander Wuxia ordered. He said that you aren't worthy of being his opponent at all. If you dare challenge him to a duel, he'll have you pummeled till you are on your knees, begging for mercy. Xianxia lowered his head fearfully as he spoke with a quivering tone. He thinks that I'll beg him for mercy? That arrogant bastard. Very well. Let's see how powerful he is to dare utter such words. Voila! Wuxia slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet. As if a manifestation of his rage, a devastating hurricane seemed to be brewing around him. An inferno of fury could be seen burning in the depths of his eyes. He says that if you have guts, he will face you in the narrow valley in between the two tents an hour from now. Xianxia continued speaking fearfully. Ha! It seems like there's no end to Xianxia's arrogance. Let's see if he has the strength to back up his words then. Wuxia flicked the golden saber in his grasp, and a choking sound echoed from the surrounding air. A commander in the tent stood up and exclaimed, High Commander! I fear that Xianxia might have some ploy in mind to utter such arrogant words. I concur, High Commander. I think that there's a good chance that it's a trap. Another commander stood up and remarked in agitation. I have challenged that fellow to a fight before, but he ended up backing down at the last moment. It's unlikely that he has the guts to challenge me to a proper duel. Most likely he's up to something. Mu and Guili, I want the two of you to keep a close watch over the valley. If you notice anything, report it to me right away, Wuxia commanded. Yes, yes. Two commanders stood up and left the tent. I am familiar with the area around the valley. Allow me to accompany them for the scouting mission. Xianxia clasped his fist. Go on. Wuxia waved his hand. Xianxia quickly turned around, left the tent, and shouted to the two commanders who had just left. Wait for me. I am familiar with the terrain around the valley, so allow me to bring you over. The two commanders nodded. The three of them swiftly concealed their auras and headed forward. It did not take them long to arrive at a valley. I think it would be best for us to split up and cover an area each. This way, we'll be able to cover each other's blind spots and alarm one another as soon as something happens, Xianxia suggested. Feeling that what Xianxia said made sense, they swiftly scattered to find a hiding spot each. However, before they could even find a place to conceal themselves, their bodies suddenly jolted before slumping lifelessly to the ground. One had the dragonbone divine spear pierced through his heart, while the head of the other had been severed by the infernal black saber. After slaying the duo, Xianxia swiftly took their corpses and cleaned up the area, after which he morphed into Bei Xian's appearance and dashed right toward High Commander Wu Shu's tent. Before arriving in the tent, he suddenly began laughing maniacally. "Wu Shu, just say if you are afraid to face me. Don't you think it's cowardly of you to plant your men in the area to assault me?" Hula. After saying those words, he tossed the 3 corpses toward the tent before turning around and fleeing as fast as he could. By the time Wu Shu rushed out of the tent, Xianxia had already fled to a remote corner and hidden within a spatial barrier. Wu Shu looked at the 3 corpses dumped before his tent. They were Sumu, Gui Li, and Li Jia, the 3 commanders whom he had just dispatched to scout the valley. Immediately realizing what had happened, he nearly exploded on the spot. They had already formed an alliance with one another, but Bei Xian still dared to kill his subordinate so blatantly. This was intolerable. "Bei Xian, if I don't kill you, I shan't be known as Wu Shu." With a furious roar, Wu Shu dashed right for Bei Xian's tent. At the same time, the commanders behind him were also burning with rage after witnessing the deaths of their comrades. They quickly followed behind Wu Shu. In the opposite tent, Bei Xian and his commanders were still trying to figure out the motive behind Wu Shu's offer to talk when a heavy pressure suddenly descended upon them from above, following which an overwhelming saber chi sliced through the air and split the tent in 2. Hoo! Bei Xian swiftly flew into the air to get a closer look at the assailant when he saw Wu Shu with his golden saber. His eyebrows shot up, and he roared furiously, "Wu Shu, have you gone mad? What are you trying to pull here?" Did the other party not agree to his terms? Why would the other party suddenly rush over with a look that seemed as if he was going to murder someone? "Stop putting on an act. You sure are formidable, aren't you? Why don't you prove your worth to me once and for all?" Wu Shu could not even be bothered to waste his time with words anymore. He raised his golden saber and sent another barrage of saber chi toward Bei Xian. Sila. The barrage of saber chi ravaged the surroundings, tearing open countless dimension rifts in the area. An astonishing concentration of killing intent gathered in the area, corroding the souls of those present. "You are seeking death." Seeing how Wu Shu was aiming to claim his life without any hesitation as if a madman, Bei Xian's eyebrows twitched in anger. He flicked his spear upward to fend against Wu Shu's attack. Ding ding ding. As the 2 weapons collided with one another, a brilliant flash of light erupted in the sky. The 2 of them were sempiternal realm consummation experts, invincible among those beneath ancient sage. As they crossed blows with one another, the shock waves of their attacks tore apart the heavens and the earth. Even the light of the crimson moon was overshadowed by their might. Is that fellow insane? The more he fought, the more stifled Bei Xian became. It was just a moment ago that the other party had dispatched an envoy to agree to his demands and request further negotiations. He had already prepared what to say during the negotiation. But who could have thought that before an hour was up, the other party would suddenly charge over and put his life on the line against him? What in the world was he up to? Did he eat gunpowder or something? "Wu Shu, can I view your actions to be a desire for the dissolution of our alliance? You should know that if this alliance breaks down, I have no qualms with reporting you to Sovereign Chenling." Bei Xian bellowed coldly. "You wish to report me to Sovereign Chenling? Do it then. If you have the guts to kill my subordinates blatantly, what else do I have to lose?" Wu Shu bellowed furiously as he brandished his saber furiously toward the other party. "I killed your subordinates? What the hell are you saying?" Bei Xian roared back. "Don't malign me for something I didn't do." Sumu, Gui Li, and Li Jia, the 3 of them would be able to equal even a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator in battle. Who else could be the culprit if you not? Wu Shu spat through gritted teeth. Even though his 3 subordinates were only at sempiternal realm primary stage, their fighting prowess was still relatively formidable. Other than Bei Xian, there was no one else in the entire camp who had the ability to kill them so discreetly. Moreover, That fellow had even dumped the corpses at the entrance of his tent. And there were many eyewitnesses who could bear testimony to that. You are saying that I killed Su Mu, Gue Li, and Li Jia? Seeing the fury in Wu Shu's eyes, Bei Xian was startled. A contemplative frown surfaced on his forehead as he opened his mouth to explain himself. However, before he could say a word, a fiery inferno suddenly rose from his tent. Someone had set fire to his tent, following which, a voice sounded from the crowd. Sovereign Chunling never intended to work together with us. They have planted their men around the valley in order to ambush us. Look, even High Commander Wu Mu has brought his men here to wreak havoc. That voice sounded extremely clearly within the silent camp. It was as if a boulder had been tossed into calm waters. The next moment, a huge uproar broke out. Many soldiers had witnessed the furious fight between Wu Shu and Bei Xian in the air, and every single move that they made was deadly, seeking to claim the other's life. They were still wondering what was going on when they heard those words, and realization dawned upon them. Rage swiftly crashed down upon them. Slaughter those traitors. They are just looking for an excuse to attack our men. Those shameless scoundrels. Brothers, charge. We are the proud soldiers of Sovereign Chunxing. We mustn't allow others to underestimate us. I have long thought that they were an eyesore. Let's kill them all. Such battle cries could be heard all around. It was as if someone had set their fighting spirits alight. However, as well-trained elites, as furious as they were, they did not make a move. It was insubordination to engage in battle without the command of a superior. At this moment, an otherworldly demon dressed in black helmet and armor flew in the air and roared. What are you waiting for? Those scoundrels have already climbed over our heads. Get back at them. It was a direct command from one of their commanders. With this, the very last hurdle holding them back was torn down. Thus, they began charging toward the other faction with furious war cries. Wu Shu and Bei Xian, who were fighting in the air a moment ago, fell into a daze. They did not expect such a situation to happen at all. Something is wrong. Wu Shu's eyebrows shot up. As furious as he was, as someone who had risen to the position of high commander, he was not a reckless individual. The earlier shouting had come at too coincidental a moment. It effectively ignited the emotions of all soldiers. It was hard to believe that such a matter was not pre-planned. Quickly turning to his subordinate, Wu Shu commanded, He Lin, Chun Mu, and Bei Yi, try and calm down the situation below. We can't afford to have infighting happening at such a moment. They had allied with one another not too long ago, and they had not even fought the Master-Teacher Pavilion yet. If they started fighting right from the start, he would not be able to explain matters to Sovereign Chunling. As the leader of an entire army, he could not allow himself to be controlled by his emotions. Yes, the group of three quickly descended among the crowd to stop them. However, not too long later, the commander named He Lin returned and exclaimed, High Commander, bad news. Their men began to attack our men without giving us a chance to explain ourselves. Chun Mu and Bai Yi attempted to reason to them to stop the attack, but they ended up being killed too. As he said those words, He Lin flicked his wrist, and a couple of corpses appeared by his side. Looking at the corpses, Wu Shu's eyes turned so red that it seemed as if blood would drop from them. Bei Xian, I have tolerated you again and again, but you are really testing the limits of my patience. Seeing how 5 of his commanders had been killed one after another, Wu Shu could not hold back his rage any longer. He brandished his saber and slashed it down upon Bei Xian. Brother Wu Shu, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. My men would never dare make a move on your commanders. Bei Xian hurriedly tried to explain himself, but before he could finish speaking, another otherworldly demon dressed in a black helmet and armor rushed up to Bei Xian and reported, High Commander, bad news. 6 of our commanders have just been assassinated. Following which, the otherworldly demon flicked his hand, and 6 corpses materialized on the ground. Facing such a situation, Bei Xian slowly turned his head over and spat through gritted teeth. Wu Shu, what did you just say? Well killed, Wushu roared heartily. He had thought that his faction had been taken advantage of all this while, but his subordinates were proving to be no pushovers either. They had already slain 6 of Bei Xian's commanders. It seems like you are for real this time. Since that's the case, I'll give you what we want. Hearing Wu Shu's words, Bei Xian could not hold himself back anymore. He raised his spear and thrust it forward. Voila! His spear chi gushed forth with ferocious might. From the tremendous prowess of his spear, it was apparent that he had already comprehended a kind of spear quintessence. Wu Shu did not pale in comparison either. From the sheer might of his saber chi, it was also very clear that he had grasped a type of saber quintessence. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already locked in an intense fight. Let utter chaos descend here. Amid the crowd, the lips of an otherworldly demon crept up as he watched the upheaval before him. He was Xianxia. He was the commanders who had reported to Wu Shu and Bei Xian. If those commanders were to group together with one another, he would have had difficulty trying to assassinate them. However, when they split up from one another, it became much easier for him to kill them, especially since he was able to disguise himself and catch them off guard. In just 10 minutes, he had already slain more than 10 commanders. Through these corpses and his ability to disguise himself impeccably, even figures as intelligent as Wu Shu and Bei Xian ended up losing themselves to their emotions and were unconsciously being dragged into his scheme. They never could have thought that someone was able to disguise himself impeccably as their subordinates. Commander Mo Qin, what are you doing here? They have already started fighting over there. While Zhang Xian was still watching the commotion, an otherworldly demon wearing a black helmet and armor came over and raised his saber. Kacha! The next instant, the head of the otherworldly demon fell to the ground. After beheading the other party, Zhang Xian swiftly altered his appearance to the opposite commander and exclaimed, Commander GMO has been killed. Everyone, you must exact vengeance for him. His voice sounded clearly even among all of the ruckus. Since it was already an upheaval, there was no harm stoking the flames of madness further. Zhang Xian flitted around the battlefield with his clone, the Golden Origin Cauldron, the Infernal Black Saber, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear. They would usually hide themselves amid the crowd, and as soon as an opportunity to strike surfaced, they would swiftly make their move. In less than 10 minutes, the number of otherworldly demons above St. Nine Dan who had fallen to him already numbered several hundred. All of the commanders are already dead. Zhang Xian swiftly combed the battlefield and found that all of the black-armored commanders and generals had been killed, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Having cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher and successfully achieved a breakthrough using Kong Shi's superior breakthrough method, his Jinqi could be said to be boundless. Furthermore, the incredible chaos happening around him served as the perfect cover to conceal his tracks. With his disguise ability, no one was able to see through him at all. Basically, the fate of any otherworldly demon whom he set his eyes upon would immediately be sealed. In fact, he had single-handedly killed more than 2/3 of the commanders and generals. Now, this is what I call utter chaos. Without any commanders and generals to control the crowd, the order that was still barely maintained among the soldiers fell through completely. On a battlefield of 100,000 soldiers, at least a couple of otherworldly demon died every single second. Even by conservative estimates, at least 20,000 otherworldly demons had already died amid the chaos. Now, the key lies in the two high commanders above. As long as they survive, it's only a matter of time before they recover from their irrationality and exert control over their soldiers, thus calming the situation down. Zhang Xian thought as he turned his gaze toward the sky. At this moment, Wu Shu and Bei Xian were still locked in an intense fight with one another. Their attacks bore a striking resemblance with one another, and it seemed like they were familiar with each other's moves as well. Thus, while they had sustained some injuries in their prolonged fight, there was still no decisive outcome to their battle. As long as these two men remained standing, they would be able to swiftly bring order back to the army. As high commanders, they were definitely no fools. It was true that they had let anger get the better of them for a moment, but they would surely calm down after fighting for a moment and notice that something was amiss. This would be especially so after they realized that all of their commanders and generals had been assassinated. No matter how foolish they could be, it would be obvious that they had fallen into someone else's trap. I need to kill at least one of them before they come back to their senses. A sharp glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he racked his brain for a solution. At this moment, however, Wu Shu deflected Bei Xian's spear with a powerful brandish of his saber before retreating a few steps. Following which, he declared in a cold voice, "Bei Xian, we won't be able to determine a victor today. Let's just leave it like this for the time being. However, let it be known that I won't let this matter slide. Rest assured that I'll never forget this matter either." Bei Xian spat coldly. As they possessed near equal fighting prowess with one another, they did not have the spare attention to keep track of their surroundings. They knew that chaos had broken out amid the army, but they thought that their commanders and generals would be able to keep the situation under control and limit the casualties. They could not have imagined that so many soldiers would have died within such a short span of time. If they knew, they would have spurted blood on the spot. Before Bei Xian could finish his words, he saw one of his subordinates thrusting his spear right for Wu Shu. "We can't let this matter slide like this, High Commander. We should kill him right now. How else can we face the brothers whom his subordinates have slaughtered in cold blood?" Recognizing the person assailing Wu Shu as one of his subordinates, a sempiternal realm primary stage cultivator, Bei Xian roared furiously. "Hua Muzha, what the hell are you doing? Stand down." The gap between Hua Muzha and Wu Shu was too great. Such an action was tantamount to suicide. "Pardon me for disobeying your commands, but he killed too many of our brothers. Even if I lose my life today, I can't let the deaths of our brothers go to waste." Hua Muzha bellowed with a hint of madness in his voice as he drove his spear forward furiously. Facing Hua Muzha's attacks, Wu Shu was on the verge of going insane. The other party spoke of dying at his hands, but the truth was that he was the one having difficulties coping with the other party's offense. He had heard of Hua Muzha's name before, and he was known to be a rather average commander in Bei Xian's faction. When did the other party grow so formidable to be able to pose a threat to him? Hoo. Hua Muzha's spear grew faster and faster, forcing Wu Shu to retreat in a fluster. At the same time, he bellowed to Bei Xian behind him, "High Commander, let's kill him together." At this moment, Bei Xian hesitated. It was true that he was infuriated after seeing his subordinates dying right before his eyes, but he had never truly intended to claim Wu Shu's life. Wu Shu was Sovereign Qinling's subordinate, and if he died there, the alliance would surely fall through. "Hua Muzha, I understand your feelings, but I need you to stand down right now. We'll talk about killing Wu Shu later on." Bei Xian attempted to defuse the situation. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw Hua Muzha's figure accelerating abruptly. With a speed almost on the level of teleportation, he charged right up to Wu Shu. At the same time, the space around Wu Shu suddenly froze, rendering the latter incapable of moving. Bei Xian immediately realized that something was amiss, and he exclaimed in horror, You aren't Hua Muzha." Boom! Along with the horrified exclamation, Bei Xian immediately dashed forward with his spear and deflected Hua Muzha's spear with a powerful pierce. Pong! As the two spears collided with one another, a huge shock rippled into the surroundings. Hua Muzha's spear swiftly disintegrated into dust. Dang 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 dang. At the same time, Wu Shu managed to break out of his sealed space, and he hurriedly retreated multiple steps. Cold sweat poured down from his forehead. If not for Bei Xian's timely assistance, Hua Muzha's spear would have pierced right through his throat, bringing him instant death. "Who in the world are you? Are you the one who killed our commanders earlier too?" After knocking back Hua Muzha, Bei Xian pointed his spear menacingly at his subordinate, as he questioned him with a wintry tone. He knew full well how powerful the real Hua Muzha was, but the person before him was actually able to execute 3 different quintessences simultaneously. This was a feat that even he, a high commander, was incapable of. He would have to be a real fool not to know that Hua Muzha had been replaced at this point in time. At the same time, All of the suspicions that had drifted through his mind earlier swiftly clicked together, forming a nearly complete picture in his mind. Who would have thought that both he and Wuxia, two of the strongest high commanders of the otherworldly demonic tribe, had actually been played like fools? Ha ha ha! I guess I have been exposed. Yes, you are right. I was the one who killed your subordinates. Seeing that his identity had been compromised, Wuxia burst into laughter before transforming into the appearance of a young man. He was none other than Xianxia. He had been thinking that as long as he could kill one of the high commanders, everything else would be simple. Who would have thought that he would end up giving himself away instead? In truth, if he had used the Dragonbone Divine Spear earlier, even if Bei Xian had noticed that he was an impersonator, it would have been too late. However, in order not to expose his own identity, he had no choice but to use Wuxia's weapon. Due to the lacking resilience of the weapon, Bei Xian had been able to easily deflect his attack, thus saving Wuxia's life. Die! Realizing that he had been played for a fool, Bei Xian flew into a rage and thrust his spear furiously toward Xianxia. You bastard! Wuxia also swiftly realized what was going on, and he could not accept the fact that he had been toyed with. Recalling the demise of his subordinates, he furiously hacked his saber down upon Xianxia as well. Zzzzzzz. Even though Bei Xian and Wuxia had never practiced their coordination before, they were well-versed in the collaboration formations of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Their spear and saber moved together with impeccable timing to corner Xianxia, forcing the young man to retreat time and time again. Xianxia swiftly whipped out the Dragonbone Divine Spear to retaliate. While the two high commanders had sustained some damage and had exhausted themselves considerably in the previous battle, they were still sempiternal realm consummation cultivators. Having to face two of such experts simultaneously, Xianxia swiftly found himself being overwhelmed under their offense. With the pressure on him weighing greater and greater, Xianxia thought bitterly, "It seems like I have underestimated them." He had thought that the crisis could be resolved with him slaying one of the high commanders, but the situation was starting to turn against him. At this rate, the soldiers would also swiftly notice that something was amiss and halt their attacks. That would render his plan to eradicate this threat once and for all futile. After retreating another 8 steps, Xianxia was still trying to figure out a way to turn the tables around when Wuxia and Bei Xian's heads suddenly exploded with a burst of blood. As their blood descended to the ground, a figure appeared before him. I told you that we should have just killed them with a punch instead of going through so much trouble, but you just wouldn't listen. Xianxia's clone remarked disdainfully as he placed his hands behind his back. With a sweep of his hand, Xianxia swiftly stowed the 2 plummeting corpses into his storage ring. When he revealed his true identity earlier, he had made sure to seal the space beneath him so as to not catch the attention of the soldiers below. Otherwise, if they had realized that someone was making a move on their high commanders, he would have been knocked out of the sky before he could do anything at all. Xianxia swiftly scanned the area beneath him, and after confirming that he had not given himself away yet, he heaved a sigh of relief, after which, he turned his sights to his clone, and his lips twitched a little. He had known that there was a chance that his plan to assassinate Wuxia could fall through, and it would be difficult for him to deal with the 2 high commanders simultaneously. Thus, he had made his clone lie in wait within a sealed space, prepared to ambush the 2 high commanders should his initial plan fall through. Fortunately, while his initial plan did not go as smoothly as he had thought it would, his backup plan worked without a hitch. But still, no matter what, Wuxia and Bei Xian were still great Sage 4-Dan consummation experts. He had thought that even if his clone caught them off guard, he would only be able to distract them momentarily and keep them tied down. Yet, who would have thought that his clone would actually be able to burst their heads with 2 punches? Could it be that this fellow's strength had grown even stronger than before? Xianxia had thought that he would be able to teach his clone a lesson after his recent breakthrough, but it seemed like he was thinking too much. If he tried it, he would surely end up with a bruised face once more. You should go down and find an opportune moment to make an appearance later on. Knowing that he would surely be traumatized if he spoke to his clone for too long, Xianxia issued an instruction as he descended to the battlefield beneath. By the time he appeared before the sights of the otherworldly demon soldiers below, he had already morphed himself to assume Wu Shu's appearance. I have already slain Bei Xian. Soldiers of Sovereign Qinling, hear my words. Charge and slaughter those traitors. Even amid the deafening metallic reverberations and war cries on the battlefield, those words resounded in the ears of every soldier present loud and clear. Kill those bastards. Let them know our prowess. Hearing the commands from their own high commander, the morale of the soldiers from Sovereign Qinling's faction rose to a new high. On the other hand, the soldiers from Sovereign Qinling's faction plummeted to rock bottom. The two factions had initially been equally matched with one another, but it did not take long for the scales to lose balance. As the casualties on Sovereign Qinling's faction started to pile up, the soldiers were starting to show signs of flight. However, just when the forces on Sovereign Qinling's faction were about to fall through, a bloodied figure suddenly descended from the sky and punched Wu Shu into the ground. Ha ha ha! How could I, Bei Xian, fall so easily? I only feigned death in order to deceive this fool. Brothers, now that I have killed Wu Shu, it's time for us to make a comeback. We are from Sovereign Qinling's faction. We can't possibly fall to these weaklings, the bloodied figure declared passionately. Those words injected fighting will into the subdued soldiers of Sovereign Qinling's faction, driving them to straighten their slumped backs, raise their arms, and roar ferociously once more. Since our high commander is still with us, how can we possibly let him down? We have to kill them and let them know that we are no pushovers. As the morale of Sovereign Qinling's faction was pushed to a new high, miserable cries rang out from the soldiers of Sovereign Qinling's faction. With their high commander emerging victorious in the battle among the top echelon, they had thought that their victory was assured. Yet, who would have thought that Bei Xian would make such a comeback? With the disappearance of their high commander, their backbone, the soldiers swiftly flew into a fluster. It did not take long for the tables to turn. The momentum of Sovereign Qinling's faction swiftly built up, and before long, the soldiers of Sovereign Qinling's faction were starting to flee frightfully. However, right before the complete defeat of Sovereign Qinling's faction, another figure emerged from the ground and knocked Bei Xian flying. Do you think that you are the only one who knows how to play dead? I Wu Shu can do the same. In the end, I am still the one who has the last laugh. Soldiers, I have slain Bei Xian. Raise your weapons and show the enemy the might of those who serve Sovereign Qinling. Hearing those words, the crowd turned their sights upward and saw that Wu Shu, who should have died earlier, was gazing down upon the battlefield with an imposing air. The soldiers from both factions were stunned. While we are pitting our lives on the line, our high commanders are continuously feigning their deaths. Is this really fine? Why does it feel like they are treating this intense war as nothing more than a child's play? More importantly, brother, can you at least give a clear signal as to who is alive and who is dead? Don't you know that you are making us really flustered like that? Seeing that the soldiers were stunned still, Wu Shu bellowed furiously from the sky. What are you waiting for? Bei Xian has already been killed by me. Hurry up and attack the enemies. Otherwise, I'll have you all executed under the crimes of war treason. Kill! Hearing that the high commander had passed the order, the soldiers of Sovereign Qinling's faction roared ferociously and charged over. It was yet another intense slaughter, and just when victory was in sight. Ha ha ha! Wu Shu, you never would have thought that I was playing dead once more, right? You should feel proud that you have died under my blade. Men, hear my instructions. We shall launch a counterattack and ensure that none of those dogs of Sovereign Qinling's faction will return alive from here. Yet again, Bei Xian's figure appeared from the horizon and smashed Wu Shu flying. The soldiers were completely frenzied. Can one of you two high commanders really just drop dead so that we can have some closure? To die and come back to life again and again. What are we supposed to make of this situation? Don't you know how exhausted you are making us? For the first time, all of the soldiers found themselves wishing that their high commander would die for real instead of playing dead. It was like a roller coaster ride of highs and lows. Their hearts really could not take such excitement. All right, it's about time. Disregarding the soldiers who were already on the verge of mental breakdown, Xianxia saw that less than 10,000 soldiers were left of the initial 100,000-strong army, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Most of these 10,000 men were severely wounded. Judging from their states, they should not be able to form a collaborative formation strong enough to pose a threat to him anymore. Nevertheless, there was no telling if the otherworldly demons still had some other trump cards in hand. Thus, he had the soldiers continue fighting with one another for roughly another hour. By the end of the hour, more than half of the 10,000 fortunate survivors had been wiped out, leaving less than 5,000 remaining. At this moment, Xianxia finally raised his hand, and his clone, the Golden Origin Cauldron, Infernal Black Saber, and Dragonbone Divine Spear charged forth simultaneously. These soldiers were only around St. 3 Dan to St. 4 Dan, and most of them were severely wounded. How could they possibly withstand the onslaught of these experts comparable to sempiternal realm cultivators? In less than 10 minutes, they were completely wiped out. Looking at the corpses sprawled all over the ground, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As the tension left his body, he felt a feeling of exhaustion consuming his body, and his head started to feel a little light. Throughout the battle, he had put his entire effort into disguising himself so as to ensure that his disguise would not be seen through, and this was rather taxing on him. At this point, his soul energy had nearly been completely depleted. It was fortunate that he had succeeded in the very end. Otherwise, if anyone had noticed that it was a ploy on his part, even with just 10,000 otherworldly demon soldiers remaining, the tables could possibly have turned on him. The power that could be amassed by 10,000 St. 3 Dan cultivators should never be underestimated. Xianxia entered the myriad anthive nest, sat down in an empty clearing, and took out energy-replenishing treasures. After absorbing furiously for an entire hour, he finally felt himself recovering a bit. Let me see how many treasures I have gathered this time around. It was a huge contribution for him to slaughter the 100,000-strong army of the otherworldly demonic tribe, thus foiling their plan to invade the Master-Teacher continent. However, what he was more concerned about at the moment was the spoils of war that he had earned from the battle. Putting aside the personal possessions of the 100,000-strong army, just the wealth of the 2 high commanders and dozens of sempiternal realm cultivators had already far exceeded what the Zhang clan and the Luo clan had amassed over the past 10,000 years. This golden saber is comparable to the infernal black saber. This spear here is likely a half-ancient sage treasure too. Xianxia analyzed as his eyes lit up in excitement. Wu Shu's golden saber and Bei Xian's saber were actually comparable to Heng Zhang's infernal black saber. Of course, this was to be expected. Even though they had been done in by Xianxia in the end, they were still the people in charge of the 100,000-strong army. Xianxia drove his Heaven's Path Jinqi and converted it to the Jinqi of slaughter. It did not take him long to win the acknowledgement of the 2 artifacts. Soul-slaying black saber, cloud-piercing spear. I have another 2 weapons in my possession. Let's see if I can find any suitable cultivation techniques for me. While there are no standard cultivation techniques beyond Great Sage, it would still be good for me to take a look at the cultivation techniques of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Perhaps, I might be able to gather some inspiration from their cultivation techniques. Xianxia continued searching through the storage rings, but he was not able to find any better weapons. Thus, he decided to turn his attention to the other items in there. At the moment, Xianxia's Zhenqi cultivation had already reached Great Sage 1 Dan Introspective Convalescence Realm Consummation. He had already browsed through the books filled with the insights of the predecessors regarding their breakthroughs in the Great Sage realm from the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. However, the path that each cultivator had to take would eventually diverge, so naturally, the method through which each of them achieved a breakthrough was different. He could use their insights as a reference to give him some direction, but he could not blindly copy from them. For this reason, even though he had already browsed through many books, he was still unable to find an appropriate method for him to further advance his cultivation. Having slain dozens of sempiternal realm experts, there was a sizable collection of cultivation technique manuals and books detailing the insights that they had regarding their breakthrough. Even though their cultivation techniques and breakthrough methods were significantly different from those of humans, considering how a breakthrough to Great Sage had resulted in his meridian network assuming a form similar to that of the otherworldly demons. Could their cultivation techniques be effective on him too? After all, otherworldly demons were a higher level of existence than humans. There could be some benefits to emulating their cultivation techniques. Xianxia took out all of the books in the storage rings, and all in all they numbered several thousand. With a quick glance, he collected all of them into the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile. He swiftly fused them together with the books that he had collected back the Jiang clan, the Luo clan, and so on. Wang. A brand new book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. With a tap, the knowledge within the book flowed in Zhang Xian's mind, and he slowly closed his eyes. The method used by the otherworldly demons to achieve a breakthrough to Aurit body realm was much more complex than that of humans. It demanded the otherworldly demons to tap into the power of the Crimson Moon to augment their Xianxia of slaughter so as to temper their body. Essentially, it was not a method that humans could use at all. The cultivation technique that he had compiled was not usable. In other words, his previous assumptions did not hold. Nevertheless, even though a Heaven's Path divine art manual was not formed, it did give him some inspiration as to how he could further advance his cultivation. By purifying their bloodlines, those of the beast tribe are able to raise their cultivation further. After humans achieve a breakthrough to Great Sage, their meridians start to develop in a manner that bears some resemblance to that of the otherworldly demonic tribe. In essence, advancing one's cultivation could be said to be raising one's level of existence. My body has already been tempered by the Empyrean heavenly flame, resulting in my body being far stronger than normal Aurit body realm cultivators. So, the bottleneck lies not in my physical body but my meridians. As long as I improve my meridians a little more, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough. Xianxia mumbled as a glint flashed across his eyes. With his body and primordial spirit tempered by the Empyrean heavenly flame, he was much more formidable than the ordinary Aurit body realm cultivators. Since that was the case, there was unlikely to be much for him to improve in his physical body and primordial spirit anymore. In other words, as long as he improved his meridian network and raised his level of existence, he should be able to easily advance his cultivation to higher realms. He did not need any cultivation techniques at all. Let me give it a try, Xianxia thought as he sat down on the floor. Absorbing the spiritual energy from the cultivation resources he had collected, he circulated his Xianxia throughout his body 3 times and raised his condition to the peak. Back then, in order to reconstruct Zhao Yu's meridians, he had derived a new and improved meridian network. Swiftly going through the new meridian network in his mind, he began to slowly reshape the meridians in his body accordingly. Meridians were the very foundations of a cultivator. He dared not alter those that were connected to his dantian and organs in case something went wrong, so he started out by altering those linked to his limbs. Even if ordinary cultivators knew that altering their meridians would allow them to advance their cultivation, they would still be unable to do it. This was because their meridians were a natural part of their body, and the process of altering them could easily lead to unexpected complications. However, having cultivated Kong Shi's superior breakthrough method, Xianxia's body had been tempered by the Empyrean heavenly flame, thus raising the resilience of his body far beyond that of his peers. This allowed him to endure the strain of moving his meridians. Using the same method as before, he began moving his meridians slowly. After some time, Hong Long, a burst of killing intent burst forth from the depths of his body, and in an instant, it seemed as if he had become an otherworldly demon himself. This phenomenon was similar to what happened when he reconstructed Zhao Yu's meridians. He did not intentionally alter the attribute of the latter's Xianxia. Instead, the emanation of the otherworldly demon's killing intent seemed to be a natural process of evolution. At this moment, even if he did not rely on the disguise amulet, Wuxia and the others would still have been unable to discern him apart from other otherworldly demons. It works. If one compared meridians to a watercourse, he would just be an ordinary stream at the moment. If he wanted to become a true raging river, the riverbed had to be deepened, the width of the water channel had to be widened, and the meanders along the watercourse had to be reduced. Only then would water be able to flow efficiently through the watercourse. The more Xianxia altered his meridians, the greater the strength within his body became. His aura swiftly grew stronger and stronger. The aurate body realm seemed out of touch to him a moment ago, but right now it was already something completely within reach. It did not take long for him to finish altering the meridians in his limbs. After that was done, Xianxia did not rush into the next step. Instead, he chose to take a rest so as to replenish his depleted jinqi and condition his state back to the peak before continuing. At this moment, his meridians had become much wider, allowing jinqi to flow unobstructed through them. If he attempted to channel his jinqi with all his might, it would form a raging current reminiscent of the charge of thousands of cavalry troops. There were mainly minor meridians in the limbs, so it was much easier to alter them. However, the same could not be said for the meridians surrounding one's dantian and internal organs. They intersected one another with the utmost complexity, and the slightest mistake could cause a reversal in one's jinqi, possibly resulting in paralysis or even one's cultivation going berserk. Not daring to rush into it, Xianxia warily moved each meridian bit by bit with strict accordance to the steps. While he was attempting a breakthrough to the aurate body realm, back on the Master-Teacher continent, the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters found itself with a group of guests. They were none other than Luo Ganzhen and Jiang Fangyu. Entering the main hall, they swiftly took their seats. Is the reason behind your arrival concerning the crisis in the subterranean galleries? Ren Qingyuan looked at his two guests and got straight to the point. Indeed, it seems like the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters have noticed that something is amiss as well. Ren, sure. I would like to request you to share the details of what you know with me, so that we can compare the intelligence we have received. Jiang Fangyu clasped his fist. Ren Qingyuan nodded. Just a day ago, the otherworldly demons in our Master-Teacher Pavilion's subterranean gallery were still incomparably ferocious, seeming as if they wouldn't rest until they breached our defenses. Yet, just this afternoon, most of their soldiers suddenly retreated, leaving behind only a small rearguard to defend the area. I thought that it was bait to draw our forces in, so we chose to stand our ground and bide our time. However, even after such a long time, there was still no movements from their side. When we dispatched our scouts to investigate the matter, we realized that most of them have retreated back behind the seal. Did the same situation happen in the subterranean galleries that you are standing guard over? Indeed, we encountered the same peculiarity in our respective subterranean galleries. The otherworldly demons on our side abruptly returned to the otherworldly battlefield as well. I'm not too sure what they are up to at the moment, but I have a bad feeling about it, Luo Ganzhen said grimly. Brother Fangyu, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you urgently gathered us is because you know something about this matter, right? The reason they had all gathered in the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters at this crucial period of time was due to a request made by Jiang Fangyu. I do know something about this matter, and the reason I gathered all of you here so urgently is to discuss the matter. As he spoke, Jiang Fangyu took a sweeping glance at his surroundings. Only after seeing the multiple layers of seal placed over the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, which prevented crucial information from leaking out, did he heave a slight sigh of relief. Seeing how severe Jiang Fangyu's attitude was, the faces of Rensher and the others turned grim as well. I believe that the Master-Teacher Pavilion is aware that ever since the fall of the otherworldly demon emperor, whose strength was so great that he could oppose even Kong Shi directly, the otherworldly demonic tribe has been under the control of 3 apex experts. Jiang Fangyu said. They are Sovereign Chen Yong, Sovereign Chen Xing, and Sovereign Chen Ling, right? Sovereign Chen Yong takes on the leading role, whereas Sovereign Chen Xing and Sovereign Chen Ling assume auxiliary roles. However, the 3 of them have never been on close terms, and they are extremely wary of one another. It's due to their disharmony with one another that they have never been able to launch a decisive assault on mankind, or else even the Master-Teacher Pavilion would have been troubled fending them off. Rensher nodded. This was extremely confidential intelligence, but there was no way that the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters could have been oblivious to it. Indeed, those 3 sovereigns had been keeping each other in check all this while. However, earlier this afternoon, I received news that Sovereign Chen Xing and Sovereign Chen Ling have proclaimed an alliance with one another. Jiang Fangyu's face darkened. Alliance. Ren Qingyuan was alarmed by the news. Based on what I've heard, it seems like the two sovereigns have amassed a 100,000-man-strong army. If they follow through with the alliance, it's likely that we might face a major invasion soon. If the intelligence I have received is true, the location will be the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters Subterranean Gallery. Zhang Fengyu said grimly. Most of the sempiternal realm Grand Elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion Headquarters have already gone to the Temple of Confucius, and our Master Teachers are spread across the many subterranean galleries throughout the Master Teacher continent. Even if we attempt to gather them now, they won't be able to make it back here in time. We could use teleportation formations to get some of them over, but most of them are too weak to withstand the spatial turbulence. Ren Qingyuan said with a deep frown. If Zhang Fengyu's intelligence was true, mankind was truly in huge danger this time around. Even he was unable to think of a feasible solution to resolve this issue at the moment. I know that this matter concerns the survival of mankind, so Brother Luo and I have brought the elites of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan over so as to aid the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters in the defense of its subterranean gallery. Zhang Fengyu said, "Allow me thank you on behalf of mankind, Brother Zhang. Given that a full-blown invasion by the otherworldly demonic tribe lies just ahead of us, we have no time to lose. Let's head down to the subterranean gallery right away and discuss our battle plans on the way there. I fear that they will begin on their assault before we manage to get anything concrete out." Without any hesitation, Ren Qingyuan and the others quickly made their way over to the subterranean gallery beneath the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Just like the Zhang clan's Draketiger Mountain subterranean gallery, there was a massive fortress behind the spatial seal to serve as the last line of defense against the otherworldly demons. Unless the otherworldly demons breached the fortress, they would never be able to step foot on the Master Teacher continent. What is the situation on the other side? Ren Qingyuan quickly landed on the sentry post and questioned the 9-star Master Teacher standing guard there. There have been no movements from the otherworldly demonic tribe since a while ago. We have just received word from our scouts that their soldiers have retreated through the spatial seal, seemingly planning something. As the killing intent lingering in the otherworldly battlefield affects one's rationality, they didn't dare advance too deep. As such, they aren't certain about the exact situation either, the 9-star Master Teacher reported. I see. Ren Qingyuan nodded. A crimson moon loomed over the otherworldly battlefield where the otherworldly demonic tribe resided, causing concentrated killing intent to linger in the area. If normal Master Teachers entered the otherworldly battlefield recklessly, it would not be too long before their rationality was corroded by the killing intent, turning them into machines who knew nothing more than slaughter. It was for this reason that mankind had chosen to maintain a defensive stance against the otherworldly demonic tribe over the past tens of thousands of years. It was not because they did not want to eradicate the otherworldly demonic tribe once and for all, but they were not able to do so. Otherwise, given the countless experts within the ranks of the Master Teacher Pavilion over the past tens of thousands of years, there was no reason for them to give the otherworldly demonic tribe a breather and allow them to recover from the severe blow that they had suffered during Kong Shi's era. Zhang Fengyu pondered for a moment before saying, "It isn't a solution to continue waiting here blindly either. I'll head over there to check on the situation personally. We need more intelligence to prepare for what is to come." The otherworldly demonic tribe usually neglect to guard their borders of the spatial seal, so I should be able to sneak in without alarming them. Brother Zhang, allow me to go with you. Luo Ganzhen stepped forward. I have recently made some advancements in my comprehension of space. As long as the opponent's cultivation isn't above mine, I will be able to conceal us easily from the gazes of any otherworldly demon. This? Ren Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before turning around to the 9-star Master Teacher to instruct. Organize our forces and have them prepare themselves for battle at any moment. I'll head over to the otherworldly battlefield to check on the situation with Brother Zhang and Brother Luo. Since the scouts were unable to advance too deeply into the otherworldly battlefield, the information that they could acquire was limited. It would be better for him to make a move personally. Deputy Pavilion Master, you mustn't. It's too dangerous. Many 9-star Master Teachers attempted to dissuade Ren Qingyuan from making this move. Don't worry, I'm only going there to do some scouting. With Brother Luo and Brother Jiang around, we won't face too much trouble. Ren Qingyuan interrupted the crowd to appease them. Seeing that Ren Qingyuan was determined, the crowd knew that it would be futile to attempt to change his mind. They could only sigh deeply and fall silent. As this matter was of the utmost urgency, the trio quickly hid their figures and advanced forward. It did not take them too long to arrive before the spatial seal. Just as the 9-star master teacher earlier had said, the otherworldly demons did not put up too much defense. The soldiers left behind to guard the area were not very strong. The group of 3 was able to bypass them with ease. As soon as they entered the otherworldly battlefield, they felt an intense wave of killing intent gushing toward them. Even with their level of cultivation, they were still unable to prevent such overwhelming killing intent from seeping into their body. Thus, they could only hasten their movements. I feel great disturbances in the flow of spiritual energy over there. Let's head that way to take a look. After flying briefly, the group of 3 felt something that could be described as a raging storm of spiritual energy coming from a certain direction. They traded gazes with one another and swiftly proceeded over. Before arriving in the area, they made sure to conceal their figures entirely and proceed with full wariness. They feared that the slightest ripple that they made in their surroundings would betray their presence to the enemy. It was not easy for them to arrive in the vicinity of the disturbances. Standing at the peak of a mountain, Ren Qingyuan glanced down at the valley before him, and his figure jolted in astonishment. Seeing Ren Qingyuan's state, Zhang Fangyu frowned in bewilderment. What's wrong? Take a look at it yourself, Ren Qingyuan remarked with trembling lips. Luo Ganzhen and Zhang Fangyu were perplexed. They quickly glanced downward as well, and in the blink of an eye, their eyes were bulging, and their mouths were agape. These otherworldly demons are all dead? The valley before them was filled with countless otherworldly demon corpses. They piled up on one another like many mini hills in the midst of the valley, forming a rather gruesome sight. This could probably only be described as a sea of corpses. They had been worried about an invasion by the otherworldly demons and were frantically preparing in place many countermeasures to deal with them. Yet, before these otherworldly demons had even gotten beyond the spatial seal, they had already been completely wiped out. What in the world was happening? Let's head over to take a look. Since the otherworldly demons were already dead, there was nothing for them to fear. Thus, they hurriedly made their ways over. They quickly flew into the valley and swept across the corpses. Analyzing the traces around them, Zhang Fangyu remarked in astonishment. This should be the encampment for the allied soldiers of Sovereign Chen Xing and Sovereign Chen Ling. From the looks of it, it seems like they died from fighting one another. The soul oracles hidden amid the otherworldly demonic tribe had secretly sent a message to inform him of the alliance between the 2 sovereigns. There was no doubt that such an alliance posed a major threat to mankind, so it was of the utmost importance for mankind to make preparations beforehand. After learning of this news, Zhang Fangyu had been plagued with worry. He had trembled just thinking of what would become of mankind if they failed to fend off the otherworldly demons. But before the enemy even appeared, they had already all been killed. The hell? What the heck is going on here? Can anyone explain the situation to me? Could it be that the 2 sovereigns had a falling out over the alliance and came to a fight as a result, thus causing the entire allied army to be wiped out? Luo Ganzhen asked. It was an extremely ludicrous reason, but he could not think of any alternative ways to explain this matter. Even if the 2 sovereigns turned against one another, causing a battle to break out between the 2 factions, it's impossible for the entire army to be wiped out like that. Someone must have gone around killing all of the survivors. Furthermore, don't you think that there's a striking similarity among how they died? The 1,000 otherworldly demons over here have all been crushed flat by some immense force. The 1,000 otherworldly demons over there had their hearts impaled, and the 1,000 otherworldly demons there had their heads lopped off. Ren Qingyuan shook his head and rejected Luo Ganzhen's hypothesis. As a 9-star master teacher, he was extremely sharp in his observation and analysis. From the traces left behind, He could tell that not a single otherworldly demon of the army of 100,000 had escaped alive from this battle. If the factions of the two sovereigns were equally matched, it was possible for the war to end with many deaths. However, without the involvement of any external powers, it was impossible for all of them to die off so cleanly. Pavilion Master Ren is right. Not only so, the equipment and resources of the otherworldly demons have also vanished without a trace. I can't see a single storage ring around. Without a doubt, someone must have plundered them, Zhang Fengyu added. Hearing those words, Luo Ganzhen swiftly swept his gaze over the countless otherworldly demons around, only to see their empty fingers. There really was not a single storage ring to be seen. Furthermore, even though most of the tents had been burned down to cinders, there were no military supplies to be seen. How could such a large army have no military supplies at all? There was only a single explanation for such a sight. A third party had been there. Chances were that this massacre had been orchestrated by the third party. However, who in the world had the ability to destroy 100,000 otherworldly demon-strong army in less than a day? Who? At this moment, a sharp sound of wind could be heard from the distance, following which a figure appeared above the mountain valley that they were in. In response to the sudden arrival of the figure, Ren Qingyuan and the others immediately raised their guard and whipped out their weapons. Just as they were about to attack the figure, they got a clear look of the other party. Ren Qingyuan widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "It's Luo Shi!" Zhang Fengyu and Luo Ganzhen also recognized the figure in the sky. They had seen Luo Ruoxin during the engagement ceremony. Given her outstanding disposition and appearance, there was no way that they could mistake her for someone else. Just that, why would she suddenly appear here? Did she not head to the Zhang clan together with Zhang Xian to guard the Draketiger Mountain subterranean gallery? Could she be an otherworldly demon? Luo Ganzhen's eyebrows shot up as an air of hostility burst forth from him. Even though he had already acknowledged Zhang Xian as the new head of the Luo clan, he still could not bring himself to forgive Luo Ruoxin for intruding on the engagement ceremony back then and injuring the elders of the Luo clan. He had attempted to investigate Luo Ruoxin's background afterward, but it seemed as though the latter had appeared out of nowhere. Even the Luo clan's formidable intelligence network was not able to gather any information on Luo Ruoxin at all. For someone as powerful as Luo Ruoxin to suddenly appear without any prior signs, it was really hard not to doubt her identity. Hearing those words, the two of them turned their gazes over and saw Luo Ruoxin. There were no peculiar emotions on her face as she looked upon the heaps of corpses strewn across the area. Instead, she was looking around, seemingly trying to find something. If that's truly the case, Ren Qingyuan remarked with a frown, I doubt that she would have been able to remain so calm after seeing the deaths of so many of her tribesmen. That was 100,000 otherworldly demons they were talking about. The death of so many elites was already enough to shake the foundations of the otherworldly demonic tribe. If Luo Ruoxin was truly an otherworldly demon, she should have shown some kind of reaction to the slaughter that had happened. The fact that she was able to remain impassive despite such huge losses likely suggested that she was not affiliated with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Ren Shi, clan head Luo, and clan head Jiang, have you seen Zhang Xian? While the three of them were discussing the matter telepathically, Luo Ruoxin had also noticed them, and she clasped her fist. Zhang Xian? Is Zhang Shi here as well? Ren Qingyuan was taken aback by that question. After they parted from one another the day before, Zhang Shi had immediately rushed back to the Zhang clan. It did not seem logical for Luo Ruoxin to be looking for him here in the otherworldly battlefield. Yesterday, Zhang Xian single-handedly resolved the crisis in the Draketiger Mountain subterranean gallery before entering the otherworldly battlefield. I had to search for quite a while before tracking him here, Luo Ruoxin explained. I heard about the situation at the Draketiger Mountain subterranean gallery. If I'm not mistaken, there are 10,000 otherworldly demons stationed there, right? What do you mean by Zhang Shi single-handedly resolved the crisis? Zhang Fengyu asked doubtfully. The members of the Zhang clan had been dispatched to reinforce the Zhang clan's Draketiger Mountain subterranean gallery and the Luo clan's star cluster subterranean gallery. As one of the 6 largest subterranean galleries on the Master-Teacher continent, the Draketiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery was one of the major targets of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Given the scale of the invasion this time around, its security could be said to be shaky even when it was guarded by the powerful Zhang clan. Yet Xianxia had actually resolved the crisis single-handedly. How was that possible? Yes, there were 10,000 otherworldly demons stationed then. Yesterday, Xianxia said that he would head over to scout the situation, but he ended up killing them all. By the time we noticed it, he had already entered the otherworldly battlefield, Luo Ruoxin explained. He ended up killing 10,000 otherworldly demons while trying to scout the situation? Are you sure you aren't pulling our legs? The trio felt their hair standing on end. Having clashed with the otherworldly demonic tribe many times, they were well aware of the fighting prowess and capabilities of the otherworldly demons. Even an average ancient sage would have trouble dealing with 10,000 otherworldly demon soldiers. Yet, to actually wipe such an army out while scouting, was that for real? Indeed. In fact, the 100,000 otherworldly demons here were likely killed by him. Just that, where is he? The 3 of you arrived earlier. Did you notice anything? Luo Ruoxin asked. She had been together with Xianxia for the past few days, so she was well aware of the means he possessed. She had seen the corpses that Ren Qingyuan had pointed out earlier, and she recognized them to be the doing of the Golden Origin Cauldron and the Dragonbone Divine Spear. The only problem was that Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Since the 3 of them had arrived earlier, could they have found anything? You are saying that Xianxia single-handedly wiped out an army of 100,000 otherworldly demons? No, that's not right. If we count the otherworldly demons from the Draketiger Mountain Subterranean Gallery, that would be 110,000 otherworldly demons. In other words, he resolved the major threat to the Master-Teacher continent by himself? The trio felt their heads spinning dizzily around them. All they had just heard was simply so inconceivable that it threatened to tear down everything that they had known about the world. Was this for real? 110,000 otherworldly demons of St. 3 Dan and above was a force that even the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters would struggle to face. Even if the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters successfully rallied all of the forces at its disposal, it would have only ended in a narrow victory on their side. Yet, the other party had actually resolved the crisis single-handedly. How in the world did he do it? Not even Kong Shi had achieved such spectacular accomplishments in his time. Ren Qingyuan took a deep breath and calmed his shock before replying Luo Ruoxin's question. Luo Shi, we arrived moments before you, and we didn't see Zhang Shi anywhere. Before he could finish his piece, the air above suddenly turned turbulent. He hurriedly raised his head and saw large swathes of ominous clouds swiftly congregating together. It's a cultivation ordeal, Ren Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Unknowingly, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, floating quietly beneath the congregation of ominous clouds. Pitch-black flames rumbled amid the clouds above him, turning the surrounding air incredibly dry. The temperature swiftly surged with a momentum that felt as though it would melt the entire sky. It's the heavenly flame tribulation, Luo Ganzhen and Jiang Fangyu gulped. A day earlier, when they met with Zhang Shi, he had still been at St. 9 Dan Pinnacle. Yet, within such a short span of time, not only had he achieved a breakthrough to Great Sage 1 Dan Introspective Convalescence Realm, he was even fast on his way to advancing toward the Aurate Body Realm. How in the world did he cultivate so quickly? Any other cultivator would require several years of effort before they were ready to push for a major breakthrough in their cultivation. But to the fellow in the sky, it seemed like nothing more than child's play. More importantly, he even had the spare time to kill 110,000 otherworldly demons and many sempiternal realm commanders. You are all here. While the crowd was overwhelmed with utter shock, Xianxia also caught sight of them and flashed them a smile. Give me a moment. Let's talk after I overcome the heavenly flame tribulation. After saying those words, he dived right into the congregation of ominous clouds. Is he going to use the same tactic for the heavenly flame tribulation? Luo Ganzhen's body staggered a little upon seeing that sight. He had heard stories about how Xianxia overcame his lightning tribulation, but there was a huge difference between lightning tribulations and heavenly flame tribulations. To dive right into the source of flames, was he not afraid of being reduced to cinders? More importantly, what was with that relaxed expression on his face? Are you that confident that you will be able to get through such a powerful tribulation safely? This? Catching sight of Luo Ganjin's astonishment, Ren Qingyuan shook his head and explained, Xianxia should be fine. He overcame the heavenly flame tribulation back in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters yesterday. He has already overcome it? Luo Ganzhen exclaimed in bewilderment upon hearing those words. Each cultivator will only face the heavenly flame tribulation once in their life at most, right? Why is he facing it a second time? The heavenly flame tribulation was a cultivation ordeal that one had to overcome when achieving a breakthrough to the aureate body realm. Each great sage would only face it once in their cultivation journey. It was unthinkable for anyone to have to face it twice. I'm not too sure what's going on either. In any case, it's a fact that he did face the heavenly flame tribulation in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters just a day ago, and he survived the ordeal by diving right into the clouds as well. I don't think he will face any problems now, Ren Qingyuan replied. That's not right. Xianxia came to our Jiang clan 2 days ago and underwent the heavenly flame tribulation then as well. But you are saying that he has faced the heavenly flame tribulation at the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters as well. Jiang Fangyu asked doubtfully. You are telling me that it's his third time facing the heavenly flame tribulation? Luo Ganzhen nearly fainted on the spot. That was the heavenly flame tribulation, a force that no cultivator would not fear. To face it again and again. It was as if the heavenly flame tribulation was a sparring partner that he could challenge as and when he liked. Other cultivators would take their time to write their last will before facing the heavenly flame tribulation, knowing that there was a real possibility that they would lose their life in the cultivation ordeal. Yet, this fellow dived into it again and again as if he was enjoying a hot spring, going at it the day before yesterday, and today. Is it really all right to toy with the powers of the heavens like that? While other cultivators had to put their lives survive cultivation ordeals, when it came to Xianxia, it felt like he was going on a leisurely tour instead. And in truth, the ones who were surprised were not only Luo Ganzhen and the others. The heavenly flame in the sky was stupefied as well. Freak! It's this fellow. Freaking hell! It's this fellow again. Holy freaking hell! Why the heck is it this fellow again? Bro, can't you just allow me to rest for a day? You are making me work overtime day after day. Can't you have some sympathy for me? I already ran to the otherworldly battlefield in order to avoid you, but you still came chasing after me. The crowd could not make sense out of why Xianxia was able to challenge the heavenly flame tribulation thrice, and they could not comprehend why it was the Empyrean heavenly flame each and every time. Eventually, they could only give up on trying to understand this inconceivable phenomenon and focus their attention on watching the cultivation ordeal instead. Ferocious black flames billowed within the clouds in the sky. At the start, they had still been roaring fiendishly, as if they would bring utter annihilation upon the world. But as Xianxia dived in, the ominous clouds suddenly began shuddering and twitching. Even that feral roar seemed to have turned into helpless moans. By the 10-minute mark, the tribulation had already turned tail and fled, leaving a revitalized and satisfied Xianxia floating in the air. Modifying his dantian and altering his meridian network had taken quite a while, nearly an entire day, but its effects were remarkable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to push for a breakthrough to the aureate body realm so quickly. With 2 prior experiences of dealing with the heavenly flame tribulation, he had opened up all of his acupoints and devoured the flames without any hesitation. With the augmentation of various cultivation resources, he had actually managed to advance to aureate body realm consummation within a short 10 minutes. Driving his Jinqi, a golden sheen swiftly enveloped his body. It was as if an incarnation of Buddha had descended upon the world. After overcoming his heavenly flame tribulation, Xianxia descended to where the crowd was and asked, "Why are you all here?" Logically speaking, Luo Ganzhen, Jiang Fangyu, Ren Qingyuan, and Luo Ruoxin should have been in different subterranean galleries, fending off the invasion of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Why had they gathered in the otherworldly battlefield? To watch his cultivation ordeal. We noticed some peculiar movements from the otherworldly demonic tribe, so we came over to scout the situation. Were you the one who killed these otherworldly demons? Even though Ren Qingyuan had vaguely guessed the story, he still found it hard to believe that something like this was possible. Thus, he pointed to the heaps of corpses scattered around. Oh, when I first arrived, these scoundrels were planning to launch a decisive invasion on the Master-Teacher continent. In order to stop them, I played on the tension between the two factions that made up the army and stoked them into fighting against one another. Fortunately, everything went according to plan, Xianxia said. The desire for slaughter could be said to be coded into the genes of the otherworldly demonic tribe. If they entered the Master-Teacher continent, many innocent humans would surely be killed under their barbarity. It did weigh on Zhang Xian's heart to claim so many lives callously, but he felt that it was necessary. Benevolence toward the enemy in war was no different from malevolence toward one's allies. You were able to make the two factions come to blows with one another? The lips of Ren Qingyuan and the others twitched as they listened to Zhang Xian's story. While the latter had phrased it very casually, they understood the difficulties in trying to pull something like this off. The otherworldly demons were not mindless creatures of power. They were shrewd as well, which made them particularly difficult opponents to deal with. Otherwise, the Master-Teacher Pavilion would not have had so much trouble trying to deal with them. It must have taken you quite a bit of effort to turn them against one another, Ren Qingyuan remarked. You're right. It took me 1 whole hour to do so. I'm feeling really beat now. Zhang Xian nodded. He had needed to switch between multiple identities again and again, which was truly no easy feat even with his strength. He could not help but feel completely drained by the time he managed to pull everything off. It had indeed been rather difficult on him. An hour. Ren Qingyuan and the others suddenly felt utter helplessness weighing down on them. If they had been in Zhang Xian's shoes, it would have cost them much more in order to deepen the tension between the two factions and force them to clash with one another. At the very least, it would have taken them years of careful preparation. Yet that fellow only took an hour. The more they talked to the other party, the more stifled they felt on the inside. Can you go easier on our hearts? There should have been several dozen sempiternal realm commanders within this army of 100,000, right? Did you kill them as well? Zhang Fangyu asked. I did. It took me a while, but I managed to assassinate all of them. Zhang Xian nodded earnestly. I ended up staining my armor in order to do so. In order to make his disguise more lifelike, he had cleaned his dirted armor over and over again. By now, his armor was already completely soaked in blood, such that no amount of wiping would be able to get the blood out of it. Zhang Fangyu felt suffocated. Even Yang Shi would be forced to flee as far as he could when faced with several dozen sempiternal realm cultivators. Yet, you actually managed to assassinate all of them without sustaining any major injuries, and you are even complaining about how they stained your clothes. All of a sudden, Zhang Fang, you could not help but feel a little bit of pity for the otherworldly demon experts who had died at Zhang Xian's hand. An imposing palace towered in the depths of the otherworldly battlefield, far away from where Zhang Xian and the others were. 2 middle-aged men were seated opposite one another with wine cups in their hands. The middle-aged man seated on the left wore a flowing golden robe. With a hearty laugh, he raised his cup and said, "A toast to our alliance. May our tribesmen reclaim the land that belongs to us." He was one of the 3 sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Sovereign Chen Ling. Opposite to him was a middle-aged man dressed in a long violet robe, Sovereign Chen Xing. May your words come to be. Sovereign Chen Xing nodded in a dignified manner as he sipped on the wine, savoring its deep fragrance. He had to admit that the wine prepared by Sovereign Chen Ling was truly fine. Even as one of the sovereigns, it was not a flavor that he could taste too often. Rest assured, there's no way the humans stand a chance against our allied army. Once this matter comes to be, mankind will no longer pose a threat to us. We shall return to our land of prosperity and bring our otherworldly demonic tribe to greatness once more. Sovereign Chun Ling roared joyfully. However, the next instant, his expression froze, and it slowly turned into a frown. Without any warning, he dashed out of the room. Noting Sovereign Chen Ling's queer movements, Sovereign Chen Xing realized that something major must have happened as well. Thus, he quickly left the room and followed Sovereign Chen Ling. Before long, the two of them arrived before a vast altar. Countless jade tokens floated in the air above the vast altar. It was a tradition of the otherworldly demonic tribe to extract a sliver of each soldier's will and forge it into a jade token before the army departed for battle. This jade token indicated the condition of the individual. If a jade token shattered, it meant that the individual had already breathed his last breath. This served as an effective method for the sovereigns to gauge the status of the army and family members of the soldiers to keep track of the condition of their loved ones. Whenever a major battle broke out, the jade tokens would swiftly shatter one after another. This would mean that the brave soldiers of the otherworldly demonic tribe were laying down their bodies and souls to further the cause of their tribe. These men would be regarded as heroes, and they would be honored for their valiance. Their deeds would go down in history, and their name tablets would be placed on the god's altar. By the time that the two sovereigns had arrived before the altar, the jade tokens had already begun shattering one after another. As beings who stood at the very top of the otherworldly demonic tribe, they had already seen their fair share of deaths. If it had just been a normal battle, such a shattering of jade tokens would not have even fazed them. However, pipapa, pipapa, pipa pipa pipapa, the jade tokens shattered with beautiful rhythm, reminiscent of an orchestral performance. It was baffling to think of it in such a manner, but there was a mysterious charm to the melody. From time to time, as if the melody struck a climax, there would be an extraordinarily powerful note that played on the heartstrings of the listeners. Within the short span of a few minutes, the 100,000 jade tokens floating above the altar had been reduced to a pile of dust on the ground. Nothing was left at all. Our army of 100,000. Sovereign Chun Ling staggered weakly as the wine cup in his hand fell to the ground. His face paled in disbelief as he shook his head in incredulity. An army of 100,000 elites should have been sufficient to push their way through the subterranean gallery and bring havoc upon the master-teacher continent. They had expected great casualties in the midst of doing so, but they were confident that victory was in their grasp. Yet, barely after they had confirmed their alliance, before their allied army could even make their way out of the subterranean gallery, it had already been wiped out. For the jade tokens to shatter one another so determinately and relentlessly, what in the world was going on? In an instant, the two sovereigns were left completely stunned. It had not been easy for the two of them to put aside their differences and form an alliance, but everything had fallen apart before they could do anything at all. What was even worse was that they did not know who the culprit was. I can't accept this. I'll go take a look personally. Unable to hold back his rage, a cataclysmic aura burst forth from Sovereign Chen Ling, causing the surrounding space to shatter. He was an ancient sage expert. I'll follow you, Sovereign Chen Xing spat coldly. Half of the casualties had been his subordinates. There was no way that he could let the matter slide so easily. Let's head out together then. While we're at it, we should settle that matter as well. Otherwise, we'll be forced to remain subservient to that man for the rest of our lives. Sovereign Chen Ling said as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Sovereign Chen Xing nodded. I heard that Sovereign Chen Yong has recently taken in an extraordinarily talented young man. That brat seems to know no bottleneck at all. His cultivation advances at a breakneck speed. None of our disciples are a match for him. If we allow Brat to continue growing at this rate, we'll soon lose what should have belonged to us. Don't touch that brat for the time being, Sovereign Chen Ling said. He has received the acknowledgement of vicious will, and he practices the highest cultivation technique of our otherworldly demonic tribe. Given the prestige that he enjoys at the moment, we can't afford to touch him. However, once that matter comes to be, that brat will lose all his support. Then we can slowly grind him down. Perhaps, we might even be able to attain the highest cultivation technique. You're right. Let's do it then. Sovereign Chun Xing nodded before falling silent. With a jolt, the two middle-aged men vanished from the spot. It seemed like they had torn through the restraints of space to head to an unknown place. You said that an army of 100,000 otherworldly demons has been eradicated by clan head Zhang single-handedly? Is such a thing even possible? I heard it from Rensher personally, so there's no doubt about the authenticity of the news. Even so, I still find the matter really hard to believe. Since the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe's invasion has been resolved, we don't have to be stationed in the subterranean gallery anymore. After overcoming the heavenly flame tribulation, Zhang Xian had advanced tremendously in his cultivation once more. Since there was no need for him to remain in the area, he had swiftly left together with Ren Qingyuan and the others. It did not take long for the news that the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe had been resolved by a single young man to reach the defensive forces guarding the 108 subterranean galleries. Everyone was astounded. There was no lack of talents in the history of the master-teacher continent. Many brave and powerful men had left behind legends that resounded in the ears of the populace even to this day. Yet, compared to the feat achieved by this single young man, those legends were not even worth mentioning. To single-handedly annihilate 110,000 otherworldly demons and several dozen sempiternal realm experts, the more they thought about the matter, the more frenzied they became. They could not help but pinch themselves to check if they were dreaming. Oblivious to the uproar that he had caused, at this very moment, Zhang Xian had already returned to the Zhang clan. With the major setbacks suffered by the otherworldly demonic tribe, it's unlikely that they will be able to amass the forces required to launch another invasion within a short period of time. Let's head to the Temple of Confucius together. We'll need to assemble a team to go along with us. After hearing the happenings in the otherworldly battlefield from his son, Sword Saint Xing was unable to close his mouth for a very long time. All right, Zhang Xian nodded. There was no doubt that the otherworldly demonic tribe had suffered a huge loss. Even if they attempted to amass their troops once more and launch another invasion, it was unlikely that they would be able to pose much of a threat. Thus, what they should focus their attention on at the moment was the Temple of Confucius. Given that its opening was just around the corner, they should make their way over very soon. If they arrived late, the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn could very well fall into the hands of the otherworldly demonic tribe or the 100 schools of philosophers. This would be bad news for the 3 premier clans and the Master-Teacher Pavilion. The Temple of Confucius is located in Xiufu. The space in Xiufu is folded and distorted, so it would be unsafe to head over through spatial teleportation. We should teleport to somewhere nearby before flying over. We'll head there first as the advance party to scout the situation there. Elder Wuyun, I'll leave it to you to pick out the clan members for this expedition and bring them over. Make sure to contact us as soon as you arrive. Sword Saint Xing instructed. After first Elder Zhang Wuheng was punished for plotting against the incumbent clan head, Elder Wuyun had taken over his responsibilities. Also, inform the Grand Elders who are in seclusion to hurry over as well. The Temple of Confucius will likely be their best shot at overcoming their current bottlenecks. Similar to the Master-Teacher Pavilion, the Zhang clan had many Grand Elders in seclusion as well. Unless the Zhang clan was forced into a desperate position, they would never make a move. Their cultivation had all reached Great Sage Fordan Sempiternal Realm. Unless ancient sages made a move, they could be considered as the top experts of the Master-Teacher continent. It was unfortunate that they were not able to find a way to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, so they could only go into hibernation to lengthen their lifespan as long as possible. There was much more to the Temple of Confucius than just the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. It was not a coincidence that no one had been able to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage for the past 10,000 years. Perhaps the secret behind overcoming this bottleneck was hidden there as well. Regardless of whether that was true or not, they would have to make a trip there to find out for themselves. Currently, the Zhang clan only had one ancient sage left. Once that ancient sage came to the end of his lifespan, without any other ancient sages to support the Zhang clan, it would swiftly fall from the top echelons of the Master-Teacher continent. I understand. Elder Wuyun nodded. After making arrangements, Sword Saint Xing said, "Let's head over now." Xianxia took out the dragonbone divine spear and slit a dimension rift in front of him. A passageway swiftly formed in the dimension rift under his manipulation, and the crowd made their way over. With his Xianxia cultivation reaching Aureate body realm consummation, Zhang Xian's fighting prowess had reached greater heights. Even without resorting to schemes, he was already able to face sempiternal realm consummation experts like Wuxia in a direct confrontation and even win. In truth, he had been intending to push his Xianxia cultivation straight up to the intuitive impulse realm, but he had found that he was unable to do so at all. The intuitive impulse realm allowed one to peer into the fortune of the world and consciously avert danger. However, such an ability was essentially peering into the secrets of the heavens as well, albeit to a lesser extent than that of seers. As one who possessed the library of Heaven's Path, attempts to do so would only end in his electrocution. He had secretly tried it a few times, and each and every time, he had ended up with a numbingly refreshing electric massage. Seeing that it was futile, he could only give up on the idea. From the looks of it, he could not follow the conventional path that all cultivators would tread on. He would have to find his own way forward. By the time they arrived at the other end of the passageway, they were already in close proximity to Tsufu. They quickly began making their way over toward the Temple of Confucius when a figure suddenly approached them. It was Wu Chun. He had previously separated from them, saying that he had matters to attend to. Wu Chun first greeted Luo Ruoxin with a bow before turning to look at Zhang Xian. It could have just been Zhang Xian's imagination, but he seemed to sense some conflicting emotions in the depths of Wu Chen's eyes. "Have you settled your affairs?" Zhang Xian asked. All this time, he could feel that there was some kind of issue plaguing Wu Chun, leaving him in a heavy mood. Even as he followed Luo Ruoxin around, there was still a brooding atmosphere to him. However, the brooding atmosphere around him seemed to have vanished, which suggested that the matter had already been resolved. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, Wu Chun snapped out of his contemplation and replied with a slight smile. "Thanks to your grace, it has been resolved without a hitch." "That's a relief." Zhang Xian nodded. He knew that Wu Chun was unwilling to talk too much about his private matters, so he did not press on. Before long, they were back on their way to Tsufu. From where they were at, they were not too far away from their destination. The closer they got to Tsufu, the greater the pressure exerted on them from the second sun in the sky. It was not as searing as the real sun, but the pressure that it emanated seemed to weigh directly on one's soul. To construct such a massive ancient domain in the midst of the sky and conceal it even from the detection of ancient sages, this was no longer the work of a man but a miracle created by a higher power. As expected of the world's teacher, Wu Chun remarked in awe. Kong Shi is known not just for his unparalleled fighting prowess but his astounding intelligence as well. He played a huge role in constructing a systematic lineage for the inheritance of numerous occupations. Of the lower, middle, and upper 9 paths, he organized no less than 20 occupations. Sword Saint Xing explained with an excited gleam in his eyes. The lineage of master teachers originated from Kong Shi. There was no master teacher in the world who was not filled with awe and respect for Kong Shi. Zhang Xian did not participate in the conversation with the rest of the crowd. Instead, he stared into the massive temple sealed within the sun, as a hint of bewilderment seeped into his eyes. For some reason, he could feel something within beckoning him. As if resonating with this beckoning, the library of Heaven's Path trembled lightly, and the countless books stored within shook along with its movements. Is there an artifact in the Temple of Confucius that could upgrade the library of Heaven's Path? Zhang Xian wondered with a frown. The library of Heaven's Path had always maintained a state of impassiveness to whatever happened around him. Rarely did it move of its own accord. Yet, at this moment it was shaking non-stop. It had not been this excited even when he paid a visit to the Seer Guild before. Could it be that there was something that the Library of Heaven's Path desired in the Temple of Confucius? If that was the case, he would have to make sure to acquire it. The reason he had been able to advance from a nameless nobody to an esteemed expert whom no one did not know of was not because of his astounding talent, high morals, or extreme diligence. Rather, it was due to the Library of Heaven's Path. If not for the Library of Heaven's Path, it was likely that he would still have been struggling in the Tianxian kingdom, attempting to push for a breakthrough to become a one-star master teacher. Without a doubt, the Library of Heaven's Path was his greatest asset and trump card. No matter what dangers he would have to face, it would all be worth it if he could upgrade it further. He activated his Eye of Insight in an attempt to peer into the sun. However, despite having flown several hundred li into Tsufu, he was still unable to look into the depths of the Temple of Confucius. There seemed to be some kind of veil covering the temple, obscuring it from sight. The Temple of Confucius is located in a folded space. Until it's completely opened, not even ancient sages will be able to reach it, even if they fly for over a decade, Luo Ruoxin explained. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. In a sense, this was similar to how the sun was in his previous life. It seemed to hang directly above Earth, creating an illusion that it could be easily reached as long as one flew into the sky. But in truth, even if one moved at the speed of light, it would still take 8 minutes in order to reach the sun. If we can still see it even from such a long distance away, how big must the Temple of Confucius be? Zhang Xian could not help but voice the question on his mind. The reason that was the case for the sun was simply because of its massive scale. If it was the same for the Temple of Confucius as well, could it actually be a gigantic world of its own? The Temple of Confucius isn't too big. It's a type of spatial manipulation. In truth, it isn't that far away from us, Luo Ruoxin replied. It seemed like she had quite a deep understanding of the Temple of Confucius. While they were chatting with one another, an ancient city soon came into view. The crowd quickly made their way over. The land where the Temple of Confucius was located, Tsufu. This city was not as prosperous or massive as the Empire Alliance, and most of the buildings were ancient and decrepit. However, it had a quiet and peaceful aura, giving rise to a comfortable atmosphere. If one had to describe it, it would be reminiscent of an infant returning to a mother's embrace. This is the unique aura of a celestial master teacher? Zhang Xian's eyes shot up in astonishment. The aura looming in the city was extremely similar to the aura that seeped into his body during the acknowledgement of celestial master teacher. The only difference was that the concentration was many times lower. There are seemingly intangible forces that manifest in mysterious ways in the world. There is an academic aura for the academics and martial aura for martial arts. These two forces are derived from the unique culture of education and lineages on the master-teacher continent, and we collectively refer to them as teacher's milieu. If one comes into prolonged contact with teacher's milieu, one's state of mind will mature swiftly. One's thoughts will become more open and discerning, thus leaving little room for inner demons and irrationality to exist, Sword Saint Xing explained. Teacher's milieu? Zhang Xian repeated those two words before nodding slightly. In truth, this unique aura was not exclusive to celestial master teachers. When a master teacher paid respects to the predecessors in the teacher acknowledgement hall, they could be bestowed with this aura as well. In a sense, it was a symbolism of culture. It was through the milieu of a teacher that master teachers were able to win the respect of the world and become the leaders of the world. Has this place always been like that? Zhang Xian asked. He focused his attention on the teacher's milieu around him, and just as Sword Saint Xing had said, the aura was indeed able to bring greater sharpness and acuity to his mind. At the same time, this sparked some doubts in his mind. The effects of the teacher's milieu were astounding, such that even the master-teacher pavilion headquarters was unable to compete with it. Seeing through Zhang Xian's doubt, Sword Saint Xing explained, before the opening of the Temple of Confucius, while teacher's milieu still lingered in Tsufu, it was far sparser than what you can perceive right now. Nevertheless, its enhancement to one's state of mind was still rather conspicuous if one lived in the area for prolonged periods of time. Due to that, Tsufu is also known as the ancestral land of the master teachers. Most 9-star master teachers reside in Tsufu for a period of their life, not to cultivate or go into seclusion, but to experience the life of a mortal and temper their state of mind. Take a look at that carpenter over there. Do you notice anything different about him? Zhang Xian turned his gaze over. By the side of a street, There was a carpenter who was in the midst of crafting a piece of furniture. The movements of his calloused hands were extremely precise, as if they had been carefully measured by a ruler. Wooden shavings flew around the place. Before long, a completed product was sitting right before him. "He is a 9-star master teacher." Xianxia was astounded by what he saw. The carpenter shaved the wood with light strokes that seemed to be devoid of strength, and there was not the slightest hint of jinqi that could be felt flowing through his body. However, the ocean-like accumulation of energy that Xianxia could see in the depths of his dantian through the eye of insight told a very different story. Not only was the carpenter likely a 9-star master teacher, chances were that he was an extremely powerful one as well. Indeed, he's a 9-star master teacher who made his name 300 years ago. He was at Great Sage Tuden Oriat Body Realm back then, so there's no doubt that he has grown much stronger by now. Sword Saint Xing replied. An Oriat Body Realm cultivator doing carpentry? Xianxia could hardly believe what he was hearing. All along, he had thought that great sage experts were extremely rare among mankind. Yet, who could have thought that even a carpenter that he encountered on the street within Tsufu would have reached such a level as well? Look at the fishmonger and butcher over there as well. They were all renowned 9-star master teachers in their era. Back then, they still weren't too powerful, but over the years, they have reached Great Sage 3-Dan Intuitive Impulse Realm as well, just like me, Sword Saint Xing explained. If nothing had happened to you back then, your mother and I would have come to Tsufu to try living an ordinary life as well. Through experiencing the difficulties of mortal life, we would have been able to temper our state of mind and ready ourselves for a breakthrough to higher realms. Xianxia nodded quietly in response. Just as Sword Saint Xing had said, a lot of the ordinary-looking individuals around them were astoundingly great sage experts. They were experts whose silhouettes could rarely be seen even within major clans, but in Tsufu, they were as common as cabbage in a wet market. It was no wonder Tsufu was known as the ancestral lands of the master teachers. It seemed like there was indeed a basis to it. Sword Saint Xing suddenly turned to look at Xianxia and asked curiously, "Right, Xian'er, what's your soul depth at the moment? If you wish to advance your cultivation as a master teacher, raising your soul depth is of the utmost importance. If your soul depth isn't up to par, your heart won't be calm, and your will won't be pure. Pushing your cultivation ahead will become much harder and harder. As long as one had a high aptitude, sufficient cultivation resources, and a good teacher, one would be able to advance one's cultivation rather swiftly. However, tempering one's state of mind was a step-by-step process that could not be rushed. There was no way to forcefully hasten the process, and any attempts to do so would likely end up bad. His son was incredibly talented, but that did not change the fact that his son was only 20 this year. To become a 9-star master teacher at such an age, he could not help but wonder how high the soul depth of his son was and how he had managed to raise it so quickly. My soul depth? Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying honestly. 29.1. Having undergone the 5th acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher and stumbling across many fortuitous encounters, he had been able to raise his soul depth considerably swiftly. It did not take him long to reach a level comparable to 9-star pinnacle master teachers. Most likely, the only master teachers who could surpass him were Xianxia and a couple of others. 29.1? Hearing that number, Sword Saint Xing's lips twitched. He had thought that given how fast his son's cultivation had grown, his soul depth would have difficulties trying to catch up. Who would have thought that his son's soul depth was actually much higher than his? How did you cultivate your soul depth? Sword Saint Xing asked in astonishment. It should have been extremely difficult to raise one's soul depth. Even with the assistance of a cultivation technique, it still takes tremendous effort and time in order to do so. It was common knowledge that the greatest limiting factor to a master teacher was their soul depth. In order to experience the vicissitudes of life, Xianxia concealed his identity and wandered the world for many years before he managed to raise his soul depth so high. On the other hand, his son was only 20 this year, and he had spent his earlier 19 years in a place as remote as the Tianxian kingdom. How could his soul depth be so high? How did I manage to do it? Xianxia frowned slightly upon hearing such a question. I don't really know. I have never cultivated my soul depth before. It simply grew naturally. Hearing those words, Sword Saint Xing's face flushed completely crimson, and he nearly spurted blood. Are you telling me that your soul depth grew to 29.1 naturally? Seeing how traumatized her husband was, Sword Saint Meng could not help but burst into laughter. Of all people her husband could ask, he just had to ask their son. Was he not asking for a mental trauma? The first time that they reunited with their son in the Empire Alliance, their son had only been at St. Aidan. However, within half a month, he was already an Orit body realm consummation expert. To attempt to compete with a prodigy of such a caliber, was it not obvious that he was asking for it? Is there a problem with my soul depth? Xianxia asked. To be exact, calling it natural growth was not entirely accurate. However, it was true that he had never cultivated his soul depth before in order to raise it. The golden page, acknowledgments of celestial master teacher, soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy, sudden bouts of inspiration each and every time that he encountered one of these, his soul depth would increase by 1.0 or even more. Given so, it was no wonder that his soul depth had risen to 29.1 so quickly. There's nothing wrong at all, Sword Saint Xing replied with a stifled look on his face. While others ground themselves down to the bones in order to raise their soul depth by just 0.1, this fellow was actually able to raise his soul depth to a level comparable to Xianxia without even bothering to cultivate it. If other master teachers heard that, they would surely lose all motivation to cultivate. Having stayed quiet all this time, Wuxia suddenly spoke up. You won't be able to reach Ancient Sage if you allow your soul depth to simply grow naturally. You need to temper it in order to make your state of mind more wholesome and resilient. Only then will you be able to advance further in your cultivation. Does soul depth play a role in pushing for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage? Xianxia frowned. Strangely enough, neither the three premier clans nor the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters had any books relating to ancient sages. As such, he knew next to nothing about the realm. The crux to reaching ancient sage is to align one's heart and will together with the world, thus granting one greater control over the environment. If one's state of mind isn't sufficient to harness the strength of the world, one will be at risk of turning into an idiot or descending into lunacy. It's great that you are able to raise your soul depth quickly through natural means, but without undergoing any tempering, it will be nigh impossible for you to reach ancient sage. Wuxia seemed to be really familiar with this matter. Then again, considering that he was a sempiternal realm cultivator just like Xianxia, it was likely that he had been seeking a way to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage all this while. It would not be surprising for him to be well-versed in such knowledge. I see. Xianxia nodded. He had an otherworldly demon ancient sage corpse in his storage ring. While he had no idea how far he was away from ancient sage, he could roughly fathom how powerful ancient sages were. Even after the ancient sage's death, the other party's body remained so heavy that he had difficulty trying to lift it up. At the same time, the imposing aura that the other party emanated made it difficult for his primordial spirit to approach initially. These facts served as glimpses into how powerful ancient sage cultivators truly were. Even though it was just a realm of difference between sempiternal realm and ancient sage, this fine line demarcated the difference between a mortal and a deity. Naturally, the prowess of the two could not even begin to compare to one another. Xianxia thought that the difference lay in the accumulation of power, but who would have thought that soul depth actually played an important role as well? That's not right. A doubt swiftly arose in Xianxia's mind, and he quickly posed it to Wuxia. The advancement of soul depth is a requirement imposed only on master teachers, right? Given so, it's unlikely for other cultivators to cultivate their soul depth. Since that's the case, how can they achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage? Soul depth was a requirement for the rank advancement of master teachers, which was the reason master teachers emphasized it so heavily. Other cultivators would not feel any need to cultivate their soul depth, and if so, would they not be unable to reach ancient sage? Ordinary cultivators do place great importance on cultivating their state of mind. Take apothecaries, for example. If they weren't in the right state of mind, the tranquil heart pill they forged would be warped, thus transforming from a calming pill into lethal poison. Wuxia explained. The same goes for other occupations. If demonic tunists fail to cultivate their state of mind, how could they possibly conceptualize their intent through music to beguile their opponents? If formation masters neglect their state of mind, how would they be able to set up highly complex formations? Hearing those words, Xianxia fell silent. He had faced something similar to this back when he was undergoing his one-dan apothecary examination. Back then, there was an apothecary who had not reached heart of tranquil water and thus lacked control over his emotions. He had attempted to forge tranquil heart pills while his mind was not in a composed state, and the pills that he produced eventually turned out to be lethal poison that could kill the cultivators who unfortunately consumed them. He could relate to how state of mind was important to a demonic tunist too. If he could not control his emotions, his music would only run amok. For example, during his demonic tunist examination at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he had needed to make the divine cranes dance along with his zither melody. However, if he had allowed his emotions to run wild, it was likely that he would have jolted them to death with his music instead. Thinking about that, there were indeed no occupations in the world that demanded nothing of one's state of mind. It was just that none of them were as demanding as the master-teacher occupation. Before Kong Shi's era, the cultivation of soul depth was categorized under will of mind, and it was divided into many different levels. This is also where heart of tranquil water, lucid mind, unperturbed spirit, impervious will, impregnable heart, uninhibited psyche, incorruptible soul, and the like come from. Wuxia continued on. However, Kong Shi felt that such categorization is overly complex and hard to accurately gauge. Thus, he simplified the entire model through quantifying it with numbers, which gave rise to the soul depth that we are familiar with. The model has been adopted by the Master-Teacher Pavilion, with every 3.0 points indicating a new tier. 1-star Master Teachers require a soul depth of 3.0, 2-star Master Teachers require a soul depth of 6.0, and so on. Going by this, 9-star Master Teachers require a soul depth of 27.0. The requirement on soul depth is much harsher than cultivation. Those who haven't reached the required soul depth cannot be promoted, even under exceptional circumstances. Xianxia nodded in realization. Kong Shi had simplified the will of mind model into the soul depth model, and the Master-Teacher Pavilion had adopted the latter as one of its promotion criteria. On the other hand, the other occupations still persisted in using the will of mind model, which worked fine as well since they did not require such a fine distinction. Of course, just because the other occupations did not adopt the soul depth model did not mean that they would not temper their state of mind. While both models worked fine, there were still some advantages to quantifying state of mind in the form of soul depth. It would allow master teachers to constantly track their progress in cultivating their states of mind, thus encouraging them to adopt practices beneficial to advancing their soul depth. It was due to this that the Master-Teacher Pavilion had become the leading expert in this field, and the other occupations struggled to catch up. I have been here once before, and if I recall correctly, there's a place just ahead that allows one to temper one's soul depth. It's known as the Heart Pavilion. There are cultivation techniques in there that allow one to reinforce one's state of mind, insights left behind by countless experts, and formations that temper one's state of mind. Why don't we head there to take a look? Since you have never tempered your state of mind before, you might be able to make considerable advancements through it. Sword Saint Xing suddenly suggested. Heart Pavilion? Xianxia nodded. Let's head there to take a look. Since the Temple of Confucius had not opened yet, he had some time to spare. Given that the Heart Pavilion could help him temper his state of mind, there was no harm heading over to take a look. All along, he had been dependent on fortuitous encounters in order to raise his soul depth. However, it would not do for him to be solely reliant on luck in tempering his state of mind. It would be great if he could acquire a feasible cultivation technique that would allow him to raise his soul depth. After walking for a while, a building came into sight. Walking in, they were greeted by a middle-aged man. Greetings. Do you intend to temper your state of mind or examine it? We wish to temper our state of mind, Xianxia replied. This way, please. The The middle-aged man gestured with a smile. First and foremost, our heart pavilion doesn't accept spirit stones and other currencies. We only accept Saint Pinnacle artifacts as payment. Every 2 hours inside will cost a Saint Pinnacle artifact. It sure is expensive. Xianxia was slightly taken aback by the price. After all the scavenging that he had done, he had no lack of Saint Pinnacle artifacts in his inventory. Nevertheless, it was still a price that most cultivators would struggle to fork out, including those from major clans. Most Saint Nindan cultivators would not even have a Saint Pinnacle artifact, and yet 2 hours in the Heart Pavilion would cost one such item. It can't be helped. It's extremely expensive to construct a formation in space that is safe yet challenging enough to temper one's state of mind, and maintaining it also costs a hefty sum, the middle-aged man replied. That's true, I suppose. Xianxia nodded. Most of the cultivators who had come to Tsufu to temper their state of mind were 9-star master teachers, individuals who possessed soul depths of 27.0 and above. At their level, ordinary illusory formations and beguilement formations were already ineffective on them. In order to exert pressure on them, the highest quality formations and artifacts had to be used. Given so, it was inevitable for the cost to be on the pricier side. Here you go. Xianxia tossed over a Saint Pinnacle weapon. I would like to test the effects out for myself first. If it's effective, let's go in and cultivate together. Having plundered the military resources of 110,000 otherworldly demons, there were more than 1,000 Saint Pinnacle artifacts in his storage ring. Considering that he had no use for artifacts of that tier anymore, he had no issue spending them there. The crowd nodded in response. This way, please. The middle-aged man swiftly led them into a vast hall. Placed at the very center of the hall was a crystal ball. It revolved quietly above a stone platform, emanating a mesmerizing glow. The walls around the hall were inscribed with insights and cultivation techniques that would raise one's soul depth. These are left behind by the experts who have been to the Heart Pavilion to temper their state of mind. We have tested them personally, and they are all highly effective in raising one's soul depth. However, please do take caution when reading through them. If you attempt to take in too much, they could end up hindering your state of mind instead. Use them prudently, and your soul depth will surely surge ahead, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Cultivation techniques were valued not in quantity but quality. Attempting to take in too much would only end up confusing one instead. Every cultivator had their own path of cultivation to follow. The more they attempted to emulate the route of others, the further they would stray from their path. If a cultivator lost themselves in the wisdom of others, not only would their growth slow down, their cultivation might even go berserk. It was for this reason that the Master Teacher Pavilion discouraged individuals from studying too many cultivation techniques. Of course, there were pros and cons to the matter. If a cultivator successfully utilized the wisdom of others to further their own path, they would be able to reach a height far beyond their predecessors. When you are ready, just place your hand on the crystal ball ahead and focus your attention on your consciousness. The crystal ball will process the fluctuations in your state of mind. If you reach the limits of your tolerance at any point in time, we'll immediately terminate the formation so that you are not hurt, the middle-aged man explained. I understand. Xianxia nodded. He took 2 steps up to the crystal ball, but he did not rush to place his hand on it. Instead, he swept his gaze across the wall opposite of him. Who? A new book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Placing his finger on the book, its contents swiftly flowed into Xianxia's mind. Slowly, his eyes lit up in excitement. By compiling all of the cultivation techniques and insights detailed on the wall together, he had successfully compiled a Heaven's Path heart tempering art. While he had encountered numerous books relating to the tempering of one's state of mind in the past, he had never paid much attention to it. However, as he browsed through the content of the Heaven's Path heart tempering art, he swiftly realized that raising one's soul depth was not easy. In terms of difficulty, it was much higher than raising one's cultivation, especially due to how elusive and intangible the entire field was. The typical method to temper one's state of mind in the Master-Teacher continent was using illusory formations to put one's consciousness through various turmoil. Through overcoming those ordeals, one's state of mind would gradually grow steadier and more resilient. However, this typical method was both passive and indirect. It relied heavily on luck and circumstances. Even if one augmented the process with heart-tempering cultivation techniques and artifacts, the rate of growth still would not be too remarkable. Fortunately, the Heaven's Path heart-tempering art that Xianxia had just compiled through the Library of Heaven's Path resolved this problem perfectly. It allowed him to cultivate his state of mind directly, just like his Jinqi and soul. "Let me begin." Xianxia quickly went through the heart-tempering cultivation technique in his mind before placing his hand on the crystal ball. Wang! A shimmer of light shrouded the crystal ball as numbers surfaced on it. 29.1. Just as Xianxia had calculated, his soul depth had already reached a level equivalent to 9-star pinnacle master teachers. He's a 9-star master teacher? The middle-aged man recoiled in shock. He had thought that given how young Xianxia was, his soul depth would surely be the lowest among the group. Most likely, that was why he had gone there to temper his state of mind. Yet who would have thought? 29.1. Even if he looked at the whole of Tsufu, it was unlikely that there would be too many master teachers who could match him. Seeing the middle-aged man's shocked expression, Sword Saint Meng nodded proudly. Is there anyone who has encountered sudden bouts of inspiration while tempering their state of mind here? There is. Many years ago, Xianxia visited our heart pavilion, and his soul depth was at 28.2 when he first tested it. In the midst of tempering his state of mind, an epiphany suddenly struck him, and his soul depth shot up by 0.2, reaching 28.4. That matter has become a legend of our heart pavilion, the middle-aged man said. The difficulty in raising one's soul depth grew exponentially difficult the higher one's soul depth was. Beyond 27.0, every increment of 0.1 would usually require many years of hard work. It was indubitably a remarkable feat for Xianxia to have advanced his soul depth by 0.2 in less than 2 hours. Very few would be able to emulate his success. Xianxia is indeed formidable. Do you have any rank board or the sort here? What is the fastest rate that a master teacher has raised his soul depth? Sword Saint Meng continued asking. We do have something similar to that. The current record holder for the fastest increment in soul depth is held by an 8-star master teacher. His soul depth was 24.7 when he first arrived, and when he tested it 2 hours later, it had already reached 25.7. That was an increment of a whole 1.0. But of course, it's hard to compare this with Xianxia's feat after all. The higher one's soul depth is, the more difficult it is to raise it, the middle-aged man said. Raising one's soul depth was similar to building a narrow tower. The bottom layer was always easier to build, but after reaching a certain height, the difficulty would suddenly skyrocket. Dear, are you thinking that our Xian'er will be able to break the record? Sword Saint Xing asked. It was not too difficult for him to follow his wife's train of thought. My son is a prodigy. Isn't it normal for him to break records? Sword Saint Meng replied matter-of-factly. I think you have too much confidence in our son. Tempering one's soul depth is different from raising one's cultivation. There's no way to force the matter. Sword Saint Xing shook his head. Raising one's soul depth was not as easy as taking in spiritual energy and converting it into one's strength. It was a far more complicated process, and it was highly dependent on luck. Even though his son was a prodigy, there were some things in life that talent simply could not influence. Look over there. Before Sword Saint Xing could finish his words, a shrill voice sounded. Sword Saint Xing immediately turned his gaze over, and on the crystal ball, he saw the number 29.1, flickering and turning into 29.2, 29.3, 29.4. This, Sword Saint Xing was flabbergasted. Not only was Sword Saint Xing stupefied by what he was seeing, even the middle-aged man was standing petrified on the spot. It looked as if he had just seen a ghost. Complete silence loomed in the air. It was just a moment ago that they had been praising Xianxia for raising his soul depth by 0.2 so swiftly, but that was the result of a sudden epiphany, and it had taken him 2 whole hours in order to do so. On the other hand, to jump up by 0.1 every 10 seconds, how in the world was the young man doing it? Even one-star master teachers with soul depths of 3.0 would not be able to do it so swiftly. Could the crystal ball be spoiled? The middle-aged man muttered as he hurried forward to check on the artifact. However, the crystal ball was completely intact. There was not the slightest trace of damage that could be seen on it. If the crystal ball was not faulty, it meant that the changes had come from the young man himself. But was such a matter humanly possible? Wu Chen's eyebrows danced frenziedly around the place, and he looked as if he was about to lose his mind. This was not cultivation but soul depth that they were talking about, and the other party's soul depth was beyond 29.0 at that, to be increasing 0.1 every 10 seconds. He has a strong foundation for his state of mind, having cultivated every realm of his will of mind impeccably. This has made his state of mind incomparably wholesome. As a result, he faces little impediment in the advancement of his soul depth, thus allowing him to raise it swiftly. Luo Ruoxin placed her hands behind her back as she calmly explained the situation. There was not the slightest hint of surprise on her face, as if she had expected such a matter to happen. As a celestial master teacher, Xianxia had a strong foundation for his state of mind. Using the tower analogy once more, if the lower blocks were laid impeccably, it would be much easier to build the top layers. Strong foundation. Coming to realize what was going on, bitter smiles appeared on the faces of the crowd. This was especially so for Sword Saint Xing. He was so embarrassed that he could have found a hole to bury himself in. He had been thinking that his son's state of mind would be lagging behind due to him advancing his cultivation too quickly. However, this matter had told him loud and clear that his son's cultivation was not fast at all. On the contrary, his cultivation was having difficulty keeping up with his state of mind. Since he had already met the necessary requirements to push for a breakthrough in his cultivation, what was the point of him remaining stationary on the spot? Before everyone's shocked gazes, the number on the crystal ball finally came to a halt. 29.9. Exhaling deeply, Xianxia retracted his palm from the crystal ball and shook his head. This seems to be my limit. Cultivating the Heaven's Path heart-tempering art. He had indeed been able to advance his soul depth swiftly at the start. However, as soon as it struck 29.9, he realized that he was unable to raise his soul depth any higher. It was as if there was a massive barrier standing ahead of him, obstructing his path forward. No matter how hard he tried to push through it, the barrier simply would not falter. He swiftly realized that it was impossible for him to break the barrier with his current strength. Watching as Xianxia walked back in his direction, the middle-aged man's eyes were widened as though large bells. Just like that. You are already done cultivating? Normal cultivators would find even 10 hours too short for their cultivation, but this fellow had actually reached his bottleneck within just 2 minutes. I just paid for 2 hours straight, so we should still have some time left. Do any of you want to give it a try? Xianxia asked as he turned to the crowd. I'll give it a try, Sword Saint Meng said. She still had a gleeful smile on her face, overjoyed by her son's incredible feat. Give me a moment. I had an epiphany after browsing through the cultivation techniques inscribed on the walls, so I created one of my own. Allow me to impart it to you, Xianxia said. You created a new cultivation technique? Even Sword Saint Meng could not help but be startled by what she had just heard. It hasn't even been 3 minutes from the moment we entered the room till now. But not only have you raised your soul depth by 0.8, you even managed to create a cultivation technique? Indeed, Xianxia nodded, not bothering to explain the matter any further. With a tap of his finger, a sliver of his will dived into Sword Saint Meng's consciousness. Swiftly going through the knowledge that had just been imprinted into her mind, Sword Saint Meng's body stiffened in shock. As an intuitive impulse realm expert, she had her own heart-tempering cultivation technique to reinforce her state of mind. However, when she looked at the heart-tempering cultivation technique that her son had sent over, she realized that what she had cultivated previously was no different from trash. She quickly internalized the heart-tempering cultivation technique that she had just received, and it did not take long for her to fully grasp it. Let me give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Sword Saint Meng walked up to the crystal ball and placed her palm on it. Wang! Numbers surfaced on the crystal ball 27.3. She was a powerful cultivator, and her swordsmanship was nothing short of impressive. However, her soul depth had stagnated shortly after she reached the mark required to become a 9-star master teacher. Feeling the pressure coming from the crystal ball, Sword Saint Meng closed her eyes and began to drive the heart-tempering cultivation technique that her son had imparted to her. Kacha! The numbers on the crystal ball flickered. 27.4. A minute later, 27.5. Yet another minute later, 27.6. It swiftly formed a fixed pattern, similar to what had happened in Zhang Xian's case. The only difference was that Zhang Xian's increment had happened once every 10 seconds, whereas Sword Saint Meng's came once every minute. Sword Saint Xing widened his eyes in horror once more. If there was anyone in the world who knew Sword Saint Meng the best, it was none other than him. His wife had a fiery temper and fidgety demeanor, which made it extremely difficult for her to raise her soul depth. He had to search for all sorts of treasures that were beneficial to raising one's soul depth, and in order to cater to his restless wife, he had even designed a collaborative swordsmanship for the two of them to practice together just to temper her state of mind. Even so, it had taken a very long time before her soul depth reached 27.3, and after that it had simply stagnated there. For many years it had not even moved a single inch. But at that very moment it was increasing by 0.1 every minute. Sword Saint Xing quickly turned to his son and said, "Your heart-tempering cultivation technique. Without a doubt, this miracle definitely had something to do with the cultivation technique that his son had imparted to his wife. Here you go. You can give it a try afterward." Knowing what Sword Saint Xing was thinking of, Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he tapped his finger and imparted the simplified version of the Heaven's Path heart-tempering art to him as well. Sword Saint Xing swiftly browsed through it, and a moment later he fell into a daze. It was no wonder his wife was able to raise her soul depth so quickly. This heart-tempering cultivation technique was truly out of that world. The predecessors of the Zhang clan had created innumerable cultivation techniques in order to temper their soul depth and overcome their limitations, but none of them came close to competing with the heart-tempering cultivation technique that had just been imparted to him. The more I look at him, the more I find myself unable to see through him. Sword Saint Xing shot a glance at his son and sighed deeply. He knew that his son had many secrets, and he had thought that he would come to learn of them as they spent more time together. However, the closer they became to one another, the more mysterious his son became to him. It was as if his son was the embodiment of omniscience. Any cultivation technique, even the most elementary ones, when placed in his hand, would showcase extraordinary effects, transforming into invaluable treasures that the world would die to lay their hands upon. Legend has it that Kong Shi wielded such an ability too. Could it be that my son is going to become an expert on par with Kong Shi? Sword Saint Xing trembled in agitation at the thought. According to the legends, Kong Shi had possessed the ability to understand anything that he laid his eyes upon and master any craft in a moment's time. That was actually similar to what his son was able to do. Was his son really going to reach a level comparable to Kong Shi? Just the thought of it filled him with anticipation for the future. Come over. I have already reached my bottleneck, and I don't think I can go any further than this. While Sword Saint Xing was still deep in thought, his wife spoke. He quickly turned his gaze over and saw the number 29.9 on the crystal ball. Within such a short period of time, his wife's soul depth had actually increased by 2.6, reaching 29.9, the very limits of a 9-star master teacher. 29.9 is the limit of a great sage. If you take another step forward, it will mean that your soul depth has reached a level comparable to ancient sages. Wuxia explained. Achieving a breakthrough from 29.9 means that my soul depth has reached a level comparable to ancient sages? Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. I'm unable to advance my Xinqi or soul cultivation any further at the moment, but I do have a golden page on hand. If I use it, will I be able to raise my soul depth by another 5.0, thus reaching a level comparable to ancient sages? The effect of the golden page was not just limited to smashing his enemies to a pulp. More than that, It would help him assimilate the knowledge that he had stored in the library of Heaven's Path and raise his soul depth. He had used the golden page to raise his soul depth twice, and each time it had increased by 5.0. If he used the golden page to increase his soul depth, would he be able to overcome the 29.9 bottleneck? If it worked out, he would possess a state of mind comparable to ancient sages. He had only faced an ancient sage in battle once, and he had smashed the other party to death with his book before the other party could do anything. Nevertheless, from the other party's corpse stored in his storage ring, he was still able to roughly fathom how terrifying ancient sages were. If he could advance his soul depth further, would he gain the ability to protect himself even when faced with an ancient sage? Even if his fighting prowess was lacking, as long as his state of mind was up to par, he might just be able to fool ancient sages with his disguise. State of mind was of paramount importance when it came to disguise. As long as his soul depth was up to par, it would be difficult for anyone to see through his disguise. Let me give it a try, Xianxia thought excitedly. Recalling the state that he had been in when he first used the golden page to raise his soul depth, he closed his eyes and willed, "Increase my soul depth." There was no reaction. Xianxia closed his eyes once more and willed, "Increase my soul depth." There was still no reaction at all. The golden page continued floating quietly in the library of Heaven's Path, seemingly mocking him for his futile actions. "Please, help me raise my soul depth. I choose you, golden page. Crush that bottleneck before me. Push. Pushish. Just 0.1 more." After wasting a minute on trying to get the golden page to work, Xianxia could only rub his glabella in distress. From the looks of it, it seemed like he could not rely on the golden page to raise his soul depth anymore. Cultivating one's state of mind was indeed not that easy. From the looks of it, he had to prepare himself for a long battle. If a day would not work, he would just have to use 2. If 2 did not work, he would have to use 3, or else half a month should surely do the job, right? If not, he could try to aim for a 6th acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher or something. That might work too. Heaving a long sigh, Xianxia was just about to see how Sword Saint Xing was progressing along when he suddenly felt spiritual energy converging toward them. He turned his head over and saw that shortly after Sword Saint Meng's soul depth had reached 29.9, her cultivation, which had stagnated at intuitive impulse realm consummation for a very long time, had suddenly surged up, reaching sempiternal realm. Sword Saint Meng had always been a highly talented cultivator, and the reason that she had been unable to make the breakthrough before was because of the knot in her heart for having lost her son. Now that she had found her son and her soul depth had just made such a massive advancement, using the momentum built up so far, she managed to push through her bottleneck and achieve a breakthrough in her cultivation. In Great Sage Fordan's sempiternal realm, the term sempiternal referred to the deathlessness and imperviousness of one's primordial spirit. No external force would be able to sway one's emotions, and with a mere thought, one would be able to tear the fabric of space apart. Such was the power wielded by the strongest experts beneath ancient sage. As spiritual energy surged into her body, Sword Saint Meng's cultivation swiftly rose. Seeing that it would take a while for Sword Saint Meng to reinforce her cultivation, Xianxia flicked a grade 9 pill into the latter's mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, and a tremendous burst of spiritual energy immediately surged through her body. The bottlenecks that had been limiting her previously were instantaneously cleared out. After ensuring that Sword Saint Meng would not face any problem in her breakthrough, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Many dangers lurked within the Temple of Confucius, be it from fellow explorers or from the traps within. It was of the utmost importance for the Xingming Sword Saints to become stronger so that they would be able to protect themselves. Even though he was only a transcended soul, he had already come to view the Xingming Sword Saints as close kin of his. He would not allow any danger to fall upon them. Turning his gaze toward Sword Saint Xing, who was standing before the crystal ball, Xianxia saw that his soul depth was also increasing by 0.1 at fixed intervals, just like Sword Saint Meng. It did not take long for his soul depth to reach the bottleneck of 29.9. "I have reached the limits for my soul depth too," Sword Saint Xing said with eyes glowing in excitement. Aren't you going to push for a breakthrough, too? Xianxia asked doubtfully. There's no hurry. I just made a breakthrough in my state of mind, so I need to condition my state for a while before I am ready, Sword Saint Xing replied. There's no need for that. Quick, let's get it over and done with. I took a look at your condition earlier, and the reason you haven't been able to achieve a breakthrough is due to several blockages in your meridians. I have a pill over here that will help you open up your sealed meridians. With this, you should be able to reach the sempiternal realm easily, Xianxia said as he flicked a pill toward Sword Saint Xing as well. Given that your wife has already achieved a breakthrough, do you think you have the leisure to condition your state? You are already henpecked enough as it is. Are you willing to see your position in the family plummet even further than this? Sword Saint Xing was slightly stunned by the vehement attitude of his son. Am I being looked down by my son for cultivating too slowly? Oof, it was a heavy blow, but Sword Saint Xing could not find any rebuttal at all. 1 year ago, when his son had barely started out as a fighter, he had been at the intuitive impulse realm. Half a year ago, his son had successfully reached the Saint realm. He had been at the intuitive impulse realm. A few days ago, his son had made a breakthrough to Great Sage Wundan introspective convalescence realm. He had still been at the intuitive impulse realm. On this very day, his son was already at the aurate body realm. But as for him, yes, he was freaking at the intuitive impulse realm. If he did not start to speed up now, he would really be overtaken by his son. Without much hesitation, Sword Saint Xing swallowed the pill that Xianxia had flicked to him. As the medicinal energy diffused through his body, he felt a concentrated surge of Jinqi coursing swiftly through his meridians, clearing up the blockages in the blink of an eye, following which a powerful aura burst forth from his body. After facing stagnation in his cultivation for so many years, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Seeing how he had achieved a breakthrough before he could even sit down to cultivate, Sword Saint Xing could not help but feel a little dazed. Was this breakthrough not a little too easy? However, he knew that this was not the time for him to be shocked. He quickly closed his eyes and began reinforcing his cultivation. Seeing that both his father and mother had reached the sempiternal realm, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Luo Ruoxin and Wuxia and asked, "There's still some time left. Do you want to try as well? Thank you for your offer, but there's no need for it. The soul depth of both Milady and I has reached a bottleneck. It would be meaningless for us to continue cultivating our state of mind." Wuxia clasped his fist. Bottleneck? Are your soul depths at 29.92? Xianxia was taken aback. He knew that Wuxia and Luo Ruoxin were no ordinary sempiternal realm cultivators, but he did not think that their soul depth would have reached 29.9 as well. It seemed like their background was much more impressive than he had thought. I guess we're done then, Xianxia said. He turned to the middle-aged man by the side and said, "We have only used the crystal ball for less than an hour. Are you going to refund the remaining hour to us?" The cheeks of the middle-aged man twitched. While other cultivators used the entire 2 hours in hopes that they would be able to advance their soul depth by 0.1, those three actually took less than an hour to advance their soul depth to 29.9. More importantly, they were even asking for a refund after all of that. He swore that he had never seen anyone as stingy as that before. What? Are you unwilling to refund us? Xianxia frowned. That's not it. It's the utmost honor of our heart pavilion to have you here. Why don't we count the hour you have spent here on me as well? Seeing that the other party was earnestly asking for a refund, the middle-aged man flicked his wrist and returned the Saint Pinnacle artifact to the other party. It might have seemed as if he had made a loss, but the fact that 3 cultivators had advanced their soul depth to 29.9 at his heart pavilion was an invaluable advertisement for him. All in all, it was still a win for him. That's more like it. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction as he returned the Saint Pinnacle artifact to his storage ring. The middle-aged man nodded in response before his gaze slowly drifted over to the crystal ball. A gleam flickered in his eye as he thought, since they were able to achieve a breakthrough in their soul depth so quickly, is there a chance that I might just be able to do the same? With such a thought in mind, He quietly shuffled his footsteps over to the crystal ball. The formation in the crystal ball had to be activated for 2 hours at the very minimum. Since the current guests were not intending to use it anymore, it would be a waste to leave it be. He might as well use it for himself. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, and after a very long time, there was still no change to his soul depth. At that moment, he realized that the advancement of their soul depth actually had nothing to do with his crystal ball at all. By the time Xianxia and his group left the Heart Pavilion, the sun had already started to set. Instead of wandering around town, Xianxia went into one of the residences belonging to the Zhang clan to reinforce his cultivation and discern the changes in his body. Cultivation was an arduous process. It was not possible to reach the peak after just a bit of hard work. Even someone as talented as him had needed to constantly put in hard work in order to reach his current level. With the recent breakthroughs that he had made, both his Jinchi cultivation and soul cultivation had reached Great Sage Tudan Orit Body Realm consummation. With his Dragonbone Divine Spear and the spatial, time, and soul quintessences, he would be able to put up a fight even against sempiternal realm consummation experts. He no longer had to rely on external help, such as Kong Shi's blood droplet, in order to challenge them. Over the next few days, he chose to remain in his accommodation, and he did not head out much. 3 days later, the expedition party of the Zhang clan arrived in Ciufu as well and converged together with their group. After several days of cultivation, the Xingming Sword Saints had successfully reinforced their sempiternal realm cultivation. If they executed their collaborative swordsmanship, they would be able to oppose even sempiternal realm consummation experts. There were very few beneath ancient sage who would be able to threaten them anymore. Nearly all of the grand elders of the Zhang clan had joined the expedition party for the Temple of Confucius. Taking a swift glance, there were over 20 of them who had reached sempiternal realm. As expected of the number 1 sage clan of the master-teacher continent, its roots sure did run deep. On the 5th day, Luo Ruoxin suddenly knocked on his door. "Xianxia, I heard that there's quite a commotion outside. Are you interested in taking a walk with me?" "Sure." Xianxia nodded without any hesitation. Ever since he arrived in Ciufu, he had been spending nearly all of his time cultivating. It was indeed starting to get a little boring and monotonous, so it would be good for him to head out to have a look. Leaving the residence, he found that the city had become significantly more bustling over the past 4 days. He spotted not just the master teachers and experts of the master teacher pavilion but the old ancestors and grand elders of the other occupations too. Before he knew it, nearly all of the top experts of the master teacher continent had already converged in Ciufu. In fact, these top experts weren't just limited to humans. Quite a number of great sage beasts had also arrived in Ciufu over the past few days. Despite the massive influx of experts into Ciufu, the city still surprisingly remained in order. He did not see any battles or duels happening around. The city remained as peaceful and harmonious as it had always been. Seeing through Xianxia's doubts, Luo Ruoxin explained with a smile, "This is the sacred land of the master teachers. No one would dare cause any trouble here. Even if a conflict broke out, they would choose to settle it outside." Ciufu was not just the place where the Temple of Confucius was located. It was also the ancestral land of the master-teacher pavilion. There was no one who would be so foolish as to cause trouble here and become the public enemy of everyone else. Strolling down the busy streets, Xianxia could not help but notice how crowded Ciufu had become. He glanced at Luo Ruoxin and asked, "Say, do you think that there are any otherworldly demons here?" It was a known fact that otherworldly demon emperors had the ability to disguise themselves as master teachers, and even 9-star master teachers would not be able to distinguish them. Since both humans and beasts had already made their way to Ciufu, the otherworldly demonic tribe would not allow this opportunity to slip through their fingers. They would surely try to hide amid the crowd and sneak into the Temple of Confucius when the time came. "I suppose so," Luo Ruoxin replied with a nod. She glanced at Xianxia and said, "After the Temple of Confucius opens up, we'll all be teleported to a random location within. This means that we won't be able to remain together. You must remember to keep your guard up at all times." "Teleported to a random location within?" Xianxia frowned. Wu Chun has been gathering intelligence on the Temple of Confucius. According to what he has found so far, as soon as the Temple of Confucius opens, we will be enveloped by a formation that will randomly teleport us into the Temple of Confucius. There's no knowing where you will appear. Without a doubt, there are otherworldly demons teleporting along with us as well, so you mustn't let your guard down, Luo Ruoxin said. I won't. Xianxia nodded. If he was teleported into a dire situation, he would just have to rely on his disguising ability. Plus, his threat was not just limited to the otherworldly demons. It was likely that the 100 schools of philosophers bore some hostility toward him as well, and they might even intend him harm. He was not as helpless as he was before, but he would still have trouble dealing with a large group of people simultaneously. In the end, one could never be too careful. He did not want to lose his life before he could even make his way into the Temple of Confucius. Luo Ruoxin hesitated for a moment before taking off the pendant around her neck and passing it over to Xianxia. This pendant was given to me by my father. It should be able to save you if you meet any danger. The exterior of the pendant resembled crystal, but its interior was the color of fresh blood. It was an exquisite artifact. This? Xianxia looked at the pendant that Luo Ruoxin was passing to him with a doubtful expression. He knew that there would be dangers lurking within the Temple of Confucius, but he did possess fighting prowess comparable to sempiternal realm consummation experts. Even if someone intended him harm, he had the strength to protect himself. Seeing that Xianxia was not accepting her pendant, Luo Ruoxin insisted determinedly, "Take it. We don't know what lies within the Temple of Confucius, so the only thing that we can do is take as many precautions as possible. I know that you aren't too worried about your safety, but if an otherworldly demon successfully achieves a breakthrough to ancient sage inside and your identity is exposed to them by some chance, you will be in great danger." The identity that she was referring to was, of course, Celestial Master Teacher. Hearing those words, Xianxia fell silent. There was some sense to what Luo Ruoxin was saying. Ancient sages were forbidden from entering the depths of the Temple of Confucius, and no one had successfully made a breakthrough to ancient sage for the past 10,000 years. However, there was a great possibility that there might be an artifact within the Temple of Confucius that would allow one to take the final step forward. If that artifact fell into the hands of the otherworldly demons, it could really end badly. It would still be fine if the otherworldly demons were oblivious to Xianxia's identity as a Celestial Master Teacher. But if they somehow learned of the matter, there was no doubt that Xianxia would be their priority target. With Xianxia's capability, he could still fend off sempiternal realm cultivators without any trouble. But when faced with an ancient sage, the only option that he had was to flee as far as he could. The disparity in their strength was simply too great to even attempt to fight back. Knowing that Luo Ruoxin was worried about him, Xianxia took the pendant before asking anxiously, "But if I take your pendant, what about you?" If the pendant truly had the ability to protect him, was it really fine for him to take it? Would Luo Ruoxin not be in danger if so? "You don't have to worry about me. Even if I encounter an opponent I can't defeat, I am still able to escape," Luo Ruoxin reassured. Not wanting to linger too long on this topic, Luo Ruoxin remarked, "I saw Luo Qiqi earlier." "Qiqi?" Xianxia was taken aback. "Is she here too?" He had not seen Luo Qiqi ever since they separated at the Luo clan. If Luo Ruoxin had seen her around, could she be there for the Temple of Confucius as well? Thinking about it, it did make sense. As the owner of the Dimension Silencer, Luo Qiqi boasted strength comparable to sempiternal realm cultivators. Considering how huge a matter the opening of the Temple of Confucius was, it was reasonable for her to show up in the vicinity. "Yeah, she's a good person," Luo Ruoxin said in a daze. "Ruoxin, are you fine?" Hearing the abrupt remark made by Luo Ruoxin, Xianxia frowned. "It's nothing. I just can't help thinking that once we separate from one another after the opening of Temple of Confucius, we might never meet one another again," Luo Ruoxin said. She would usually have a lofty and nonchalant look on her face, but at that moment, a hint of worry and reluctance could be seen on her countenance. Seeing that Luo Ruoxin was worrying over this matter, Xianxia attempted to console her. "Don't worry. will surely survive the dangers in the Temple of Confucius and reunite with one another. Ever since he first met her, she seemed to have been able to remain calm no matter what happened. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could faze her. Or perhaps, she was simply a little detached from the world. Yet, she seemed to be particularly emotional that day. It was true that he would face many enemies in the Temple of Confucius, and the random teleportation only introduced further unpredictability to the expedition. There was no doubt that the expedition would be fraught with dangers, but he would not go down without a fight. As for Luo Ruoxin, even with his current eye of discernment, he was still unable to see through the depths of her strength. From this, it was evident that her strength was far more terrifying than his. Given so, what did they have to fear? I guess so. Let's not talk about this anymore, Luo Ruoxin replied with a light smile. She stretched out her hand and asked, "Where is the prime amulet? Can you let me take a look at it?" "It's here." With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out little amulet and passed it over. This was an artifact that they had acquired through their partnership. Putting aside the fact that she only wanted to have a look at it, even if she wanted the prime amulet, he would have given it to her without any hesitation. Taking the prime amulet, Luo Ruoxin stroked it lightly with her fingers. A moment later, she passed it back. "Here you go. Why don't you just take it? I can wait for you at the entrance of the Temple of Confucius, and the two of us can enter together," Xianxia suggested with a smile. He had no intention of leaving Luo Ruoxin behind in the Temple of Confucius, and he trusted Luo Ruoxin as well. Thus, it did not matter to him who was in possession of little amulet. "There's no need for it. It'll be good to leave it with you. I just wanted to take a look at it." Luo Ruoxin shook her head as she passed the pendant back. "All right then, it would be great if we could use the communication jade token after entering the Temple of Confucius, but if we are unable to contact one another, let's meet at the entrance of the Prime Hall. I'll be waiting for you there," Xianxia said. "All right," Luo Ruoxin nodded with a light smile. Strolling through the bustling crowd while making some idle conversation, Xianxia could not help but remember the day that he confessed at Fire Source City. It felt as if the entire world had become insignificant as long as she was by his side. It was a feeling of peace that he had never known to be possible. He did not know how she felt about him, but she gave him a striking sense of familiarity. He knew that it was irrational to think of it in such a manner, but it felt like their fates were tightly interweaved together. Being beside her felt like the most natural thing to him, such that he could no longer fathom a world without her. The time spent with loved ones always flew by swiftly. Unknowingly, a day passed. They swiftly returned to their accommodations. Xianxia was just about to bid Luo Ruoxin farewell when the ground suddenly started to tremble. Tremendous pressure abruptly descended upon Ciufu, and the ancient buildings that made up the city swiftly succumbed to the pressure and collapsed one after another. "What's going on?" Xianxia was taken aback. This was the city that Kong Shi had resided in during his lifetime, so it was bound to be a place of great fortune. Even the Sanctum of Sages had never suffered an earthquake before, so why would Ciufu suddenly suffer such intense tremors? Luo Ruoxin turned her gaze upward as she said grimly, "The Temple of Confucius is opening." Hearing those words, Xianxia swiftly looked up into the sky as well. The second sun in the sky began to flicker non-stop, signaling that something was going to happen very soon. Following which, rays of myriad colors descended upon Ciufu, creating passageways that linked the two worlds together. As more and more rays fell upon the world, the pressure on the ground seemed to grow stronger and stronger. "This is bad." Sensing danger from the intensifying pressure, the cultivators who had yet to reach Great Sage hurriedly took out protective artifacts to shield themselves. Even Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body from the sheer pressure, and he quickly drove his Jinqi to ward off the force crushing down on him. Kacha! 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 Cracks began appearing on the ground. The spiritual energy in the surroundings swiftly formed a massive tornado that swept everything toward the sky. Amid the roaring hubbub around him, Xianxia felt a warmth sensation on his hand. Luo Ruoxin. There was a look on her face that Xianxia had never seen before. "Xianxia, If I have hidden some things from you, will you hate me? Unable to comprehend why Luo Ruoxin would suddenly ask such a question at this point in time, Xianxia replied, I won't. I know that you have your own concerns for keeping secrets from me, and I understand that. I'll wait for the day that you are willing to speak. Then what if I? In the midst of Luo Ruoxin's words, a deafening rumble suddenly echoed from the sky, following which, the entire Tufu was devoured by a brilliant white light. Ruoxin. The sight before Xianxia blurred as he felt the warmth in his hand vanishing. He saw the world spinning around him before he blacked out altogether. When Xianxia opened his eyes once more, he was already in the midst of a vast mountain range. He was completely surrounded by tall grass that seemed to stretch all the way to the horizon. Ruoxin. Xianxia quickly got up and searched his surroundings frantically. However, there was not a single person in sight. Although Xianxia was stunned for a moment, realization soon struck him. It seems like the Temple of Confucius has opened, and we have all been randomly teleported in. It was just a moment ago that he had still been in the Zhang clan's residence in Tufu, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in the midst of a mountain range. At the time, the young lady whose hand was locked together with his had vanished as well. It was apparent that he had been teleported away by some formidable force. Without any doubt, it was clearly the doing of the Temple of Confucius. Everyone that had been in Tufu should have been teleported to a random location in the Temple of Confucius. Knowing that they had just been teleported to different locations, Xianxia's heart finally calmed down. He released his spiritual perception to sense the surroundings around him, and he could not help but nod. The teacher's milieu in here is much more concentrated than in Tufu. It was no wonder everyone wanted to come to the Temple of Confucius in search of their fortuitous encounter. Putting everything aside, just the teacher's milieu, there was much more concentrated than in Tufu. A master teacher who cultivated there would find their soul depth growing at an astounding pace. The spiritual energy in here is much denser too. I have never seen a blessed land of such quality before. It was one thing for the teacher's milieu to be much more concentrated in Tufu, but even the spiritual energy was so dense that it almost felt tangible to the touch. Even without utilizing a pinnacle spirit stone, a cultivator would be able to advance their cultivation swiftly there. Knowing that he was in a different environment, Xianxia quickly checked his physical condition, and after confirming that his fighting prowess was no lower in the Temple of Confucius, he heaved a sigh of relief, following which, he flicked his hand and took out his communication jade token. He attempted to activate it, but to his disappointment, he was not able to contact anyone at all. Just as he had guessed, it was impossible to use communication jade tokens in the Temple of Confucius. It felt like there was some kind of barrier around the area that prevented remote communication. Next, he whipped out his dragonbone divine spear and pierced the space before him. The space wavered a little, but it did not tear open to form a dimension rift. It seems like I am unable to do spatial leaps in here. If he could not open a dimension rift, he would be unable to construct spatial passageways and leap from one area to another. It doesn't seem like I can perform soul traverse either. Xianxia sighed deeply. This means that teleportation formations won't work in here either. To his amazement, the space in the Temple of Confucius was actually even more resilient than that of the master-teacher continent. Despite the surge in his cultivation, he was still unable to tear the space open. Let me try flying. Leaping into the air, Xianxia attempted to head as high as possible in an attempt to get a bird's-eye view over the entire place. However, the higher he went, the greater the pressure weighing down on him seemed to become. It was as if someone was strapping more and more weights on him. Driving his Xianxia furiously, he barely reached the top of a tree before succumbing to the pressure. Hoo! He fell back down to the ground, producing a massive pit below him. As Xianxia patted off the dust from his body, the astonishment on his face could not be concealed. The space in the ancient domain was clearly far more compact than the space in the master-teacher continent, thus making flight exceptionally difficult. Even with his prowess, he could only reach the top of a tree before plummeting to the ground. it was likely that most other cultivators would fare worse than him. He had been planning to quickly scout the area and ascertain the location of the subordinate halls and prime hall. However, from the looks of it, it seemed like Kong Shi had already taken precautions to ensure that his trial would not be that easy. Unwilling to give up, Xianxia scanned the surroundings with his eye of insight. Since there existed teacher's milieu in the air, it was likely that the prime hall was located in the area where the teacher's milieu was the most concentrated. As such, as long as he followed the concentration gradient of the teacher's milieu, he should be able to reach the center very swiftly. But very soon, after taking a sweeping gaze across the area, his face turned livid. It was true that teacher's milieu was omnipresent in the area, but to his astonishment, there was no concentration gradient at all. The concentration of teacher's milieu was equal throughout. To put it in other words, he could not make use of the concentration gradient to find the subordinate halls and prime hall. Humph! Even if Kong Shi thinks that he can stop me with just this much, I still have the Library of Heaven's Path to fall back on. Xianxia harumphed coldly as he took out a book. If it had been any other cultivator, they would have given up at this point and been forced to roam aimlessly around the area until they found a feasible path forward. However, that was not the case for Xianxia. He still had a final trump card that he could use, the Library of Heaven's Path. Back then, when he was in ancient sage Rancho's ancient domain, he had been able to use the Library of Heaven's Path to find the location of the Dragonbone Divine Spear without any trouble. He would surely be able to do so this time around too. Whipping out a brush, Xianxia quickly drew out his surroundings in the air and wrote out the words, "This is where the prime hall lies in the 8 directions." Then he tapped on the painting with his finger. Wang! He quickly checked the Library of Heaven's Path, but no book had been compiled. Xianxia's face darkened. No book had been compiled. In other words, the Library of Heaven's Path would be ineffective in helping him find the location of the prime hall. This was the first time that he had encountered such a situation. The Temple of Confucius is hidden in a folded space, and over the past tens of thousands of years, there hasn't been a single seer who has been able to divine its location. Most likely, Kong Shi has used some kind of means to conceal it from view. There were countless experts among mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe alike. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, which Kong Shi had left behind, was an artifact desired by countless people, but its whereabouts remained a mystery even after the passing of tens of thousands of years. Clearly, some kind of anti-divination technique had been cast over it to conceal it from the sights of the heavens. As such, it was inevitable that the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to divine its whereabouts. The extent of the capabilities of the Library of Heaven's Path was limited by the scope of the heavens. Where the heavens were unable to reach, the Library of Heaven's Path would be rendered powerless. 2. Clearly, the Temple of Confucius was such an existence. With a tap of his finger, Xianxia took out the prime amulet and asked, "Little amulet, where do I have to go to reach the prime hall?" Since his other idea did not work, he could at least count on the prime hall. The prime hall flew into the air and wiggled its body a little before replying, "I can only sense the prime hall when we are within 20 li of the Temple of Confucius. From where we are now, I'm not too sure." It was able to sense the location of the Temple of Confucius, but there was a limit to its range of detection. If it was too far away from the destination, it would not be able to sense its presence. "All right then. If you notice anything, send me a telepathic message right away." Seeing that even his last idea was not working, Xianxia sighed helplessly. As someone who wielded great powers in the master-teacher continent, he did not think that he would end up being so helpless in this folded space. Noted. However, if you don't choose your direction wisely in the Temple of Confucius, you could end up straying off path, the prime amulet advised. Indeed, I have to pay careful attention to where I head to. I can't afford to act recklessly in here. Xianxia nodded contemplatively. A moment later, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Right! Do you have an idea in mind?" the prime amulet asked. "The Dragonbone Divine Spear." Xianxia chuckled softly as he whipped out the Dragonbone Divine Spear once more. Is it able to discern directions in here? The prime amulet felt like it had just taken a heavy blow. Are you certain that it'll be able to find the Temple of Confucius when even I am unable to do so? It was an artifact created for the sole purpose of finding the Temple of Confucius. If it was unable to find the Temple of Confucius, no one else should be able to. What was the point of taking out the Dragonbone Divine Spear at this point in time? In the next moment, the prime amulet saw Xianxia flicking his wrist, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear began spinning furiously in the air. Took a while before it came to a halt. Pointing in the direction that the Dragonbone Divine Spear was facing, Xianxia nodded. Let's head that way then. After which, he began making his way over with a confident look on his face. The prime amulet. The Dragonbone Divine Spear. They had both been wondering what kind of ingenious method their master was going to resort to. But who could have expected him to simply bet everything on dumb luck? You are here to find the Temple of Confucius, not to spin the wheel of fortune. Ignoring the stifled duo, Xianxia returned the prime amulet to his storage ring and wrapped the Dragonbone Divine Spear back around his waist before marching forward with widened strides. Since he had no clue where he should be heading, he might as well just start walking around and explore the area. The folded space was rich with spiritual energy, so Xianxia did not feel any fatigue advancing forward. Soon enough, he arrived before a stream. Taking a closer look, Xianxia could not help but exclaim in awe. What was flowing in the stream was not water but spirit essence. In other words, the spiritual energy in the air was so concentrated that it could easily condense into water and form a stream. The saint beasts on the cloud mist ridge had once gone on a rampage over their disappeared spirit essence. He did not think that it would be so readily available in here. Collect! Even though spirit essence of such a tier was no longer useful to Xianxia, his spendthrift nature still kicked. He could not bring himself to leave such good stuff lying around, so he collected it all into the myriad anthive nest, making sure not to waste even a single droplet. Traversing across what used to be a stream, he marched on ahead and found many medicinal herbs. Even the youngest of these herbs was at least at 1,000 years old. The oldest one that he found was tens of thousands of years old. Even from afar, he could already smell the deep fragrance of the mature medicinal herbs. It's truly a world filled with treasures, Xianxia thought as he excitedly picked a dozen stalks. The Temple of Confucius sure was an amazing place. It was as if treasures were littered everywhere. It was no wonder all of the experts of the master-teacher continent wanted to enter it. Dense spiritual energy, high concentration of teacher's milieu, and the readily available treasures. These were the ingredients required for one's cultivation to advance swiftly. With them, a cultivator would be able to avoid struggling so desperately outside. Ding ding ding. In the midst of his exploration, Xianxia suddenly heard the clanging of metal in the distance. Without any hesitation, he dashed in that direction. Before arriving at the source of the metallic clanging, he had already altered his appearance. As the head of the 3 premier clans and the Sanctum of Sages, there was probably no one who did not know of him by now. Furthermore, as he had once been a wanted fugitive of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, it was not difficult for one to learn of his appearance. Considering how sensitive his identity was, it would be best for him to take caution. Circling around a hill, Xianxia finally arrived at the source of the metallic clanging. 5 men and 2 women were currently surrounding a beast, battling it. It was a gold-faced skywolf, blessed with the strength of an Aureate body realm expert at birth. Once mature, it would gain strength comparable to an intuitive impulse realm expert. Of its 7 opponents, 3 were in the Aureate body realm, whereas the remaining 4 were in the intuitive impulse realm. They were not dressed in master-teacher robes, and there was no emblem on their master-teacher clothes either. It was hard to tell their allegiance. Under the combined assault of the 7 experts, the gold-faced skywolf was forced to retreat time and time again. It was in a disadvantageous position, being severely outnumbered. Normally, beasts would wield far greater fighting prowess than cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, knowing that the Temple of Confucius would be fraught with dangers, the cultivators who had come over had brought many treasures along. They tossed all of their artifacts over as if they did not cost money at all. At the same time, it seemed like the gold-faced skywolf was lacking in battle experience. As a result, it took only a few instants for the gold-faced skywolf to be severely wounded. Seeing that the gold-faced skywolf was finally coming to its limits, a young man amid the crowd bellowed, "Follow my command. We'll launch an attack simultaneously." Very well. The eyes of the other members of the group lit up. The next moment, all sorts of weapons darted toward the gold-faced skywolf. Under the relentless assault of the cultivators, the gold-faced skywolf finally succumbed and dropped dead on the ground. "We have managed to kill it." The group collectively heaved a sigh of relief. They were just about to celebrate when they heard footsteps, and they hurriedly raised their weapons once more. "Who are you?" a member of the group asked warily. "I'm just passing by the area," Xianxia replied. "Passing by?" The members of the group eyed Xianxia suspiciously, seemingly fearing that he would steal the gold-faced skywolf that they had just killed. Seeing their expressions, Xianxia swiftly understood what was going on and waved his hand. "I am uninterested in that beast. You don't have to be so wary of me." Considering how he had appeared a moment after they slew the gold-faced skywolf, it was no wonder they would be doubtful of his intentions. "Humph! I doubt you would dare anyway." Seeing that Xianxia was only at the Aureate body realm, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. The young man who had issued the order earlier turned his gaze back to the carcass of the gold-faced skywolf. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a sharp dagger and began dismantling the carcass. It did not take long for him to retrieve the skywolf's fangs and claws. "I played the greatest role in killing this fellow over here, so I believe none of you will have any objections to me taking the fangs and claws, right? Feel free to divide whatever's left among the rest of you," the young man said. The toughest parts of a beast were usually their fangs and claws. Everything aside from those two would be relatively inexpensive. However, knowing the young man's strength, the crowd did not dare utter a word of complaint. They reluctantly nodded before getting to dismantling the carcass as well. It did not take them long to dissect the massive wolf carcass. The various body parts of the gold-faced skywolf were invaluable materials, but given Xianxia's current wealth, they were not enough to catch his eye. Besides, those cultivators had gone through a lot in order to kill the beast. As a master teacher, it would be inappropriate for him to steal their loot. From how they divided the spoils of victory, Xianxia noticed a few subtle details. He had thought that their group had known one another prior to entering the folded space, but that was not the case. It was clear that they were guarded against one another, and in the distribution of the spoils of victory, they attempted to claim as much for themselves as possible. Despite having decided to group up together, it seemed like their hearts were not aligned with one another. The strongest young man, who seemed to serve as the de facto leader of the group, suddenly approached Xianxia. "Friend, it seems like you are wandering around the area alone. Why don't you join our group? The area around the Temple of Confucius is vast, and there are many experts and beasts roaming around. Not only is it dangerous for you to venture about the area alone, it will be difficult for you to acquire anything good given your limited fighting prowess. We can watch each other's back in a group. Putting everything aside, the gold-faced skywolf that we have just defeated has already gone extinct on the Master Teacher continent, making it an extremely rare and invaluable existence. Without sufficient strength, it would be difficult to acquire even a clump of its hair, let alone its hide and claws." The others quickly nodded in agreement. Venturing around in a group would mean having to split any loot with the group, but the Temple of Confucius was not short of treasures. Besides, it would be difficult for an individual to fend off the dangers lurking in the area alone and acquire anything substantial. Furthermore, if a stronger expert robbed him, he would be completely helpless against the other party. Back on the Master Teacher continent, out of deference for the Master Teacher Pavilion, cultivators would dare not go overboard. However, they were currently in a folded space filled with threats at every corner. Even the arm of the Master Teacher Pavilion was not strong enough to enforce its rules within the folded space. One could kill a couple of people and dispose of their corpses, and no one would be any the wiser. This folded space was, in the truest sense, a land of lawlessness. The only thing that could bind one's actions were one's principles and morals. Master teachers might still feel compelled to uphold their values, but what about the other unaffiliated cultivators? What about the otherworldly demons? After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia eventually nodded. All right, since he had no direction at the moment, it would not hurt for him to follow this group. At the same time, it would serve to conceal his identity so that he would not draw anyone's suspicion. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's agreement, the young man stood up and introduced himself with an air of dignity. I am Mu Xiao, an offspring of the Mu clan. A hint of astonishment flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes. It turned out that the young man was an expert of the Mu clan. Considering his strength, it was likely that the young man was a trump card that the Mu clan had kept hidden all this time. Zhang Xian clasped his fist and introduced himself. I am Xian Zhang, an unaffiliated cultivator. So, it's Brother Xian. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mu Xiao replied out of courtesy. The remaining members of the group also introduced themselves as well. Of the group of 7, 6 of them were disciples of major powers. Only one of them was an unaffiliated cultivator. Let's continue ahead. After sealing their alliance, Mu Xiao beckoned for the crowd to gather, and they began advancing once more. Zhang Xian noted that they were walking in the same direction that he had been intending to head in earlier, and he quietly followed behind them. This walk lasted for whole hours. Within this period of time, they encountered another 3 beasts wielding strength on par with the gold-faced skywolf. Knowing that his exceptional strength would bring doubts to his identity, Zhang Xian adjusted his fighting prowess to match that of an ordinary Aureate body realm cultivator. The truth was that the crowd had invited Zhang Xian into their group anticipating that he would possess exceptional means and treasures, considering how he was able to walk around the folded space alone safely. However, when they saw that his fighting prowess was SOSO, they swiftly lost their interest in him. Unknowingly, their attitude toward him turned cold as well. You hardly did anything at all, so I'm afraid that we can't share anything with you this time. You'll have to try harder to pull your weight next time, Mu Xiao told Zhang Xian as they dissected the 3rd beast they encountered. TSK. I thought that he would possess some formidable means. You really can't expect anything of an unaffiliated cultivator. He hardly contributed anything in killing this beast. He has no right to take anything at all. Such discussions could be heard amid the group. Their words were particularly jarring, but Zhang Xian could not be bothered to waste his words on something as trivial as this. Instead, his eyes were fixated in the direction that the beast had appeared from previously, and his eyes slowly lit up in agitation. He could not help but notice that the 3 beasts that they had encountered in the midst of their journey had all been traveling in the opposite direction to them. It seemed too much of a coincidence for them to all be heading in the opposite direction. Could it be that they were walking in the right direction and the temple of Confucius lay right ahead of them? With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian immediately wanted to break free of the group and advance forward individually. However, before he could do so, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the forest around them, following which a Crimson Friend's white tiger emerged from the woods ahead of them. This beast was at intuitive impulse realm consummation. As soon as it appeared, it emanated a powerful pressure that caused one's heart to jolt in fright. Everyone, raise your arms, Mu Xiao exclaimed anxiously upon catching sight of the beast. Voila! There was no novice in the group of 7. Upon hearing the command, they immediately whipped out their weapons once more and got into their positions, ready to face any enemy that would pounce on them. Roar! Seeing that someone dared block its path, the Crimson Friend's white tiger flew into a rage. With a ferocious roar, it dashed right into the group. With a single move, the large beast had already demonstrated its superior strength against the group. It tore its claws down, choking a suffocating moan from the surrounding air. Ripples of shockwave burst right for Mu Xiao as though sharp sword chi. Greenwood barrier. Mu Xiao narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He quickly flicked his wrist and placed a dome-shaped wooden shield before him. It was an artifact from the Mu clan. Kacha. As powerful as the Greenwood barrier was, the Crimson Fern's white tiger was simply too powerful. With another flick of his claws, cracks had already started forming on the surface of the greenwood barrier. Pooh! Unable to take it any longer, Mu Xiao spurted a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. Knowing that they would be next victims if they did not make a move, someone amid the group bellowed, "Let's make a move together." Upon hearing the order, the remaining members of the group dashed forward simultaneously. Brandishing their weapons furiously, they sent all sorts of powerful attacks toward the Crimson Fern's white tiger. However, they were not even able to pierce the other party's skin. Roar! With a ferocious roar, the Crimson Fern's white tiger spun its body abruptly, sending the cultivators around it flying. Their pale faces and the spurts of blood showed that most of the cultivators had already suffered grievous injuries despite the short encounter with the massive beast. To think that they would be no match for the Crimson Fern's white tiger even after putting their strength together. As expected of an intuitive impulse realm consummation beast, the strength that it wielded was indeed fearsome. Are we going to die here? Seeing how they were unable to breach the massive beast's defenses even after exerting their full strength, despair and horror surfaced on the faces of the cultivators. The realization that they could really lose their lives right there suddenly struck them, and this feeling left them feeling deeply terrified. Had they known earlier, they would never have ventured so deeply into the area. Just when they thought that death would fall upon them, the weakest fellow of their group suddenly strutted right up to the Crimson Fern's white tiger. "I can't fly here, and traveling on foot takes simply too long. It must be fate that has brought us here together. Since our fates have intertwined with one another, I'll bestow you a chance. Become my tamed beast," the young man named Xianxia said calmly. Roar! The Crimson Fern's white tiger was stunned. "Is there something wrong with this fellow's head? You are going to give me a chance to become your tamed beast, are you? Did your head get jammed in between doors or something?" The other cultivators were also dumbstruck by what they had just heard. All this while, the young man had not been able to contribute much even in their battles against Aureate body realm beasts. Yet, at that moment, he actually wanted to take an intuitive impulse realm consummation beast as his tamed beast. Even beast tamers would have to take several years to cultivate their feelings with a beast before they could convince it to seal a contact with them. No one knew how long the Temple of Confucius would remain open for, but it was certain that it would not last several years. Putting aside the limitations of the young man's strength, it was already an impossible feat on the sole basis of time. It was precisely for this reason that they had chosen to slay every single beast that came their way. They did not even bother to consider the possibility to taming one of the beasts and taking it back to the Master-Teacher continent. Given that that fellow was only at the Aureate body realm, was he not afraid of the Crimson Fern's white tiger killing him with a single slap? Before the doubtful gazes of the crowd, the Crimson Fern's white tiger released a ferocious howl and slashed its claws down upon Xianxia's head. Sila! It sounded as if the fabric of space was being torn apart. The movements of the Crimson Fern's white tiger were so powerful and swift that they produced sonic booms in the air. The blatant contempt that Xianxia had shown it had truly enraged it. This maneuver was clearly much stronger than the moves that it had used to subdue Mu Xiao and the others. Even a Saint Pinnacle artifact would be destroyed under its crushing force. On the receiving end, it seemed as if the young man facing the Crimson Fern's white tiger had been scared silly. He remained completely stationary, not attempting to dodge the attack at all. "I was still wondering what kind of expert you are. But who would have thought that you are just another coward?" The Crimson Fern's white tiger sneered coldly as it smacked its claws down upon the young man's head. Wang! Contrary to everyone's expectations, a crimson explosion of gray matter did not happen. Instead, a metallic reverberation echoed in the air instead. The Crimson Fern's white tiger narrowed its eyes as it hurriedly retracted its trembling claws. It had used its full might to crush the young man's head. But not only was the young man completely fine, its claws had been jolted numb instead. In an instant, the Crimson Fern's white tiger realized that even though the young man appeared to only be at the Aureate body realm on the surface, his strength had already far surpassed it. Roar! With a low growl, the Crimson Fern's white tiger turned tail and fled. "What the heck is this?" It had just planned to grab a small snack to fill its empty belly. But who could have known that it would end up encountering such a tough nut? There must have been a problem with the posture that it had woken up in. This would not do. It should return to bed and sleep for a while, and perhaps it would find that it was just a nasty nightmare. The beasts inside the folded space had not experienced too many battles, and their intelligence was considerably lower than the beasts on the master-teacher continent. Nevertheless, that did not mean that they were so foolish as to court death. If it was unable to crush the young man's head after exerting its full strength, it was apparent that the young man was not an opponent that it could defeat. As the saying goes, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the way to go. Did I permit you to leave? How could Xianxia allow the Crimson Friend's white tiger to leave as it pleased after smacking his head? Without any hesitation, he sent a kick over. Whoa! The Crimson Friend's white tiger skidded over 10 meters on the floor before collapsing weakly to the ground. Its head was spinning so much that even maintaining its balance was an arduous task. You've had your fun. It's time to submit to me, Xianxia said as he sent another kick at the Crimson Friend's white tiger's face. A minute later, a droplet of blood essence drifted into Xianxia's glabella. The Crimson Friend's white tiger had finally submitted. That's more like it. Xianxia nodded contentedly. He hopped onto the back of the tiger before turning his gaze to the bulging-eyed crowd behind him. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Leaving those words behind, he nudged the tiger's belly with his leg. The latter immediately began galloping ahead, disappearing into the mountain forest in the blink of an eye. It was as if it had never appeared before. He managed to tame a Crimson Friend's white tiger alone? Did he even take 3 minutes for that? My gosh, what in the world did I just see? Mu Xiao and the others gulped down several mouthfuls of saliva each. They had thought that the other party was just a bronze. But who could have known that he was a hidden challenger? They found themselves unable to keep up with the abrupt turn of events. If I had known earlier, I would have tried harder to get on good terms with him. With the backing of such a powerful expert, I would have been able to make bountiful gains here. We were blinded by the paltry gains before us. Of the 3 beasts that we have slain earlier, we distributed none of it to him at all. Considering how we've offended him, we should already be thankful that he was willing to make a move to save our lives. Hi! We have truly missed an ideal opportunity. The crowd dearly regretted their earlier actions. It was true that there were many treasures waiting to be uncovered in the Temple of Confucius, but equally great were the dangers as well. If they had an expert to cover them, they would definitely have been able to increase their gains. Unfortunately, their greed had foiled an opportunity delivered right to their doorstep, and it was unlikely that such a chance would present itself to them once more. Oblivious to the emotions of the group that he had left behind, Xianxia was advancing swiftly on the back of the Crimson Friend's white tiger. You are a beast residing in this folded space. Do you know where the Temple of Confucius is located? Xianxia asked. The many means that he had at his disposal had failed in helping him locate the whereabouts of the Temple of Confucius. Considering how the Crimson Friend's white tiger had grown up there, he should be familiar with the surroundings. It would be best to have a local guide take him around instead of wandering aimlessly around the area. Master, what is the Temple of Confucius? The Crimson Friend's white tiger asked uncertainly. Xianxia frowned upon hearing the question. Do you really not know? The Crimson Friend's white tiger shook its head. Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking, Do you know of any restricted grounds in this area that you are forbidden from entering? It was likely that the Temple of Confucius would be a restricted area where the beasts were denied entry. While the Crimson Friend's white tiger might be unfamiliar with the term Temple of Confucius, it should at least know of the various restricted grounds. Hearing Xianxia's question, the Crimson Friend's white tiger pondered for a moment before replying. There is one restricted ground in the area, the territory of the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. There was one time when I accidentally stepped into his territory and ended up being nearly pummeled to death. Master, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger is the monarch of everything within a radius of 10,000 li from here. It should be able to help you in whatever you are looking for. The Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger? Xianxia frowned upon hearing an unfamiliar name. Having read through the books in the Sanctum of Sages, he had a decent knowledge of the many beasts in the world, and this included those that had gone extinct. However, he had never heard of a gold spirit cloud tiger before. That's right, it's a tigress. I once tried to court her, but, cough cough, I didn't succeed. The Crimson Fern's white tiger said awkwardly. Back then, it had prided itself on its silky white fur and dashing appearance. So it had attempted to court the gold spirit cloud tiger. Yet, shortly after it arrived in the other party's territory, before it could even meet the other party, it had been thrown out with its tail between its legs. It was extremely embarrassing even when it thought back on it now. Tigresses were indeed existences not to be trifled with. It was then that it had made up its mind to never find a tigress for its wife, or else it would not know when it would be killed in its sleep. For the time being, the female wolf next door looked rather demure and gentle. Unaware that the thoughts of the Crimson Fern's white tiger had begun wandering around the place, Xianxia asked, "How strong is it?" Even though the mount that he had just acquired was only at intuitive impulse realm consummation, its superior defense and astounding strength allowed it to rival even sempiternal realm intermediate stage beasts in a battle. Despite that, it had still been crushed by the so-called gold spirit cloud tiger. Just how powerful was the other party? It's at sempiternal realm consummation. It's one of the 5 monarchs of this forest. The Crimson Fern's white tiger explained. 5 monarchs. They are the 5 strongest existences in this forest, having reached sempiternal realm consummation. In comparison, I can only be considered to be in the lower middle tier within the forest. The Crimson Fern's white tiger replied honestly, not daring to lie to its new master. Master, if you wish to seek anything, they will surely know better than me. Xianxia nodded in response. The higher one's standing was, the more one was bound to know. Bring me to the gold spirit cloud tiger, Xianxia commanded. Yes, master. Not daring to utter another word, the Crimson Fern's white tiger immediately confirmed the location before galloping ahead furiously. Ding ding ding. During their journey, Xianxia heard the sound of metallic clangs sounding ahead. Coming a bit closer, he saw 2 groups of people coming to blows over a stalk of a medicinal herb. On the other hand, the 2 groups of people swiftly halted their actions upon hearing the flurried footsteps. A moment later, they saw a young man seated atop a massive white tiger slowly approaching them. Is that an intuitive impulse realm consummation Crimson Fern's white tiger? Who in the world is that fellow? Why is he sitting on the back of the tiger? Wait a moment. Could he possibly have tamed the Crimson Fern's white tiger? The 2 groups of people were horrified to see Xianxia and his tiger, such that they even forgot about their conflict. On instinct alone, they opened up a pathway for Xianxia to pass by. On the other hand, Xianxia waved his hand at the crowd beneath with a smile. As though a superior checking on the work of his subordinates, he said earnestly, "Hello! I see that you have all been working hard. Carry on, carry on. There's no need to be affected by my presence. I am just passing by." As he said these words, he knocked the tiger's belly lightly once more with his leg. Hula! The Crimson Fern's white tiger warped into a streak of white light as it flitted through the crowd. With the lighting effect from the sun, the young man on the tiger's back appeared to be towering and powerful, almost as if a deity. That must be what a true expert is like, the crowd muttered among themselves. While they were still struggling to survive and adapt to this new environment, the other party had already tamed a powerful saint beast to explore the area. That was the despairing gap between a true expert and commoners like them. I nearly forgot. Give me that medicinal herb. No, it's mine. After recovering from their shock, they resumed their furious shouting and tussling over the medicinal herb. What has become of the love and compassion of humans? Seeing how the 2 groups had returned to tussling with one another over a medicinal herb, Xianxia clutched his chest with a pained look on his face. Treasures are indeed the bane of mankind. This folded space is already dangerous as it is, but instead of cooperating with one another to survive this ordeal, they opted for infighting instead. I have never felt so embarrassed to be a human. Roar! The Crimson Friend's white tiger expressed its agreement. I guess there's no choice then. In order to allow the humans to halt their infighting and unite with one another to overcome this ordeal, I shall go through the trouble of taking away all of the treasures in the area, so that they will have nothing else to fight over, Xianxia said with a benevolent glow on his face. The Crimson Friend's white tiger was just about to nod in agreement as well when it suddenly realized that there was something very weird about those words. Tilted its head in bewilderment. Roar! To be able to find such a righteous excuse to plunder the treasures on this land. Its new master sure was shameless. Did he have no sense of shame? Unaware of how his image had just crumbled in the mind of the Crimson Friend's white tiger, Xianxia instructed with an air of righteousness. You are familiar with the local terrain and you are able to travel around fairly quick as well. If there are any formidable treasures around the area, bring me to them. Roar! Knowing that its master had already made up his mind and it would be futile to complain, the Crimson Friend's white tiger could only nod in agreement before darting forward swiftly. It had to be said that the Crimson Friend's white tiger really did know the area well. Under its lead, Xianxia was brought from one rare treasure to another. It would have taken him far longer if he had to scavenge them one by one manually. In less than 4 hours, he had already swept away everything good within a radius of several hundred li. There were 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs and rare ores that could not be found on the master-teacher continent. Delighted by the returns, he even recruited another 5 beasts to assist him in the treasure hunt. With no more treasures remaining in the area, the conflicts in the area had visibly reduced. Seeing that the world had taken a step toward peace, Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. With his noble deed done, he strutted off with his 6 tamed beasts toward the territory of the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Fearing that the intelligence provided by the Crimson Friend's white tiger was off, he posed the same question to the 5 beasts that he had just tamed, and their responses were the same. Within this forest, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger was the indubitable sovereign. Hide in here for the time being. When I beckon you later on, I want you to launch a decisive strike to take down the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger together. After traveling for another an hour, they were already nearing their destination. Xianxia flicked his wrist and stowed the 6 beasts into the myriad anthive nest. Sempiternal realm consummation beasts were far stronger than master teachers of the same tier. Even with his current fighting prowess, it was likely that he would face trouble dealing with the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. It was not a coincidence that he had tamed so many beasts. In truth, he was intending to use them as reinforcements. If he really could not defeat the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger, he could set the 6 beasts on it simultaneously. Even as a sempiternal realm consummation beast, it would be tied down for a moment. He would use the time bought to launch his strongest technique and defeat it in a single move. After stowing the tamed beasts, Xianxia crept amid the tall grasses as he swiftly flitted toward the area pointed out to him earlier. Before he could reach the lair of the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger, he heard footsteps ahead. With a swift maneuver, he climbed onto the top of a tree and observed the situation ahead of him through the leaves. A short distance in front, a group of 8 was advancing warily. Every single one of them was holding their weapon tightly, prepared to engage their enemy at any moment. Even the weakest among them is at intuitive impulse realm consummation, and there is a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator among them too. It seems like they have also learned of the existence of the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger and have come to subdue it. Xianxia quickly analyzed the situation. He could not possibly be the only one who would think of seeking the strongest beast in order to ask about the location of the Temple of Confucius. It was true that the outer perimeter was suitable for cultivation, and there were many treasures lying around. However, there was no one who did not know that the true treasures lay within the Temple of Confucius. Opportunities often came with risks. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to climb to the top, and many would be willing to brave any danger for it. Who is it? While Xianxia was still deep in thought, the sempiternal realm consummation cultivator walking at the forefront of the group suddenly turned his gaze to Xianxia's direction. The short moment of contemplation earlier had caused a fluctuation in Xianxia's emotions, leading to some imperfections in the concealment of his aura. It was just a slight leak, but with the entire group on guard, it was inevitable that he would be discovered. Knowing that he had been exposed, Xianxia chuckled softly as he walked out. I was just passing by the area. The sempiternal realm consummation cultivator who had spoken earlier was an elder in his 60s. With an authoritative furrow in between his brows, he questioned, "Are you a master teacher?" Seeing that some members of the group were dressed in master teacher robes, Xianxia replied affirmatively, "That's right. I am a grand elder of the beast tamer hall Wu Changping. I am determined to tame the beast ahead of us, so I have to ask of you not to interfere in our affairs," the elder said imposingly. "I don't intend to interfere in your affairs, but would it be fine for me to remain around the area to take a look?" Xianxia asked. Since the other party had come before him, it would not be appropriate for him to cut right in and snatch their target. In any case, his goal was to find out the general direction of the Temple of Confucius from the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. With the prime amulet in his hand, he should be able to zone in on the exact location easily as long as he had a direction to work with. Hearing that the young man intended to loiter around the area, a middle-aged man amid the group harumphed. "I can't allow that. Please leave right now, or else we'll be forced to evict you." "You intend to evict me? We have already set our eyes upon the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Your presence here will only hinder us," Wu Changping replied coldly. "Please seek another beast of your own." Seeing that he was not welcome there, Xianxia shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Very well then, I wish you the best of luck." After which he turned around and left. As soon as he was out of the group of eight's sight, he flicked his finger and sealed the space around him before making his way back. "I say, we should have just killed that fellow from earlier. Why do you all even bother to waste your breath with him? We aren't on the Master Teacher continent anyway, so there's no need to abide by those troublesome rules." The middle-aged man who had bellowed at him earlier grumbled in annoyance. "I have no qualms about killing a Master Teacher here, but it would be bad if we alarmed the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger in the midst of doing so. That fellow is the monarch of this forest. Having fought many battles, its instincts are particularly sharp. We have to move with the utmost caution around it and subdue it in a sweep," Wu Changping said. "You're right. I should have considered the matter more carefully." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, after which a frown emerged on his forehead as he asked, "We placed that item in the lair quite a while ago. That fellow should be knocked out by now, right? It should have fainted by now, but based on the intelligence we have gathered, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger is known to possess formidable innate resilience. We mustn't let our guard down around it. Let's wait a little longer," Wu Changping said. It was apparent that Wu Changping was the leader of the group. Upon hearing his words, the crowd continued to crouch quietly amid the bushes, suppressing their auras and breathing. Roughly 10 minutes later, Wu Changping raised his hand and said, "All right, it should be about time. Let's head in and take a look." Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man made his way over to the cavern ahead with silent footsteps. With his movements, Xianxia could tell that he was a sempiternal realm cultivator too, albeit only at the primary stage. Nevertheless, his prowess was already enough to make him a powerhouse of the Master Teacher continent. Even Sword Saint Xing only had as much strength as him. "Who?" The middle-aged man entered the cavern. "Hong Long." Shortly after he entered, a deafening explosion sounded, following which the middle-aged man flew out of the cavern with an even faster speed, and his back broke several towering trees before he finally skidded to a stop. Blood spewed wildly from his mouth. "Shit! It didn't fall for our trap. We can only push our way through." Wu Changping swiftly understood that their initial plan had failed. With a furious bellow, he took the lead and charged forward. Walala! The remaining members of the group also swiftly advanced toward the cavern. Barely after they got into position, the ground suddenly tremored beneath them. A massive beast was slowly making its way out of the cavern. The massive beast emerging from the cavern was around 10 meters long and 5 meters tall. Similar to the Crimson Friend's white tiger, it was cloaked in glorious golden fur. Even before making a move, one could already smell the stench of bloodshed drifting in the air. After entering the folded space, they had encountered quite a number of beasts. Their cultivation realms were frighteningly high, but their fighting experience was sorely lacking. It still had not been easy to deal with them, but the occasional mistakes that they made created exploitable openings. However, it was completely different with the massive beast before them. From the strong killing intent that seemed to be embedded into its very presence to the extreme wariness in its eyes, it was apparent that it was a veteran in battle. Without a doubt, many powerful beasts had fallen under its claws. In order to become one of the monarchs within this forest, one had to possess indomitable strength. Sweeping its cold gaze across the group of 8, the gold spirit cloud tiger uttered wintry. It has been so long since anyone has had the guts to wreak havoc on my territory. Astonishingly, the gold spirit cloud tiger actually spoke the language of the humans. There should not have been any humans in the temple of Confucius for tens of thousands of years. For this reason, the gold-faced skywolf and Crimson Fern's white tiger could only communicate in the natural language of their own race. It was only after taming the latter that Xianxia could converse with it through their telepathic connection. Yet, this massive fellow was actually able to speak in the tongue of the humans. Even Xianxia was slightly surprised by this anomaly. "Don't waste your words on it. Get into formation," Wu Chongping bellowed with a darkened face. The fact that the gold spirit cloud tiger was able to speak in the tongue of the humans likely meant that it knew a lot about the human race. The fact that their earlier ploy did not work likely meant that it was already guarded against them from the very start. Hula! The group of 8 raised their weapons and surrounded the gold spirit cloud tiger. An inexplicable link formed among their auras, almost as if there were fine threads connecting them together. With just a glance, it was apparent that on top of forming a formation, they had also utilized some kind of formidable artifact. It was no wonder they were reluctant to allow Xianxia to watch by the side. They had already made thorough preparations to subdue and tame the gold spirit cloud tiger, so there was no way that they would risk allowing anyone to steal the fruits of their labor. How meaningless! Unconcerned by the movements of the group, the gold spirit cloud tiger released a ferocious roar. With a powerful pounce, it leaped on the middle-aged man closest to it. It seemed to be intending to barge through the formation through focusing its attack on an individual. Wang! Before its claws could land, rich energy gushed into the middle-aged man's body through the narrow threads in the surroundings, filling him with power. His body lit up with a faint glow. Augmented by the influx of energy, the middle-aged man raised his massive saber and slashed down furiously. The massive congregation of saber chi manifested in the form of a towering saber afterimage in the air. Boom! The claw and the saber afterimage collided with one another, and the gold spirit cloud tiger could not help but retreat. To think that they are able to channel the strength of a group into the body of one. Xianxia nodded. There was no way that the middle-aged man would have been able to defend against the gold spirit cloud tiger's attacks alone. It was through the use of the narrow threads that the group infused their strength into the middle-aged man together, thus overpowering the massive beast. As a result of their collaboration, even someone as powerful as the gold spirit cloud tiger found itself unable to breach their defenses. It seems like they have used a great sage artifact, considering how the thread was able to withstand the strength of so many people without hindering the middle-aged man's power output. There was no doubt that the artifact was at great sage tier at the very least. While it could not match up to the Dragonbone Divine Spear, it was already on par with Wu Shu's golden saber. I see. It's no wonder you dared challenge me. It seems like you have some tricks up your sleeves. The gold spirit cloud tiger harumphed coldly upon seeing that it had failed to breach their defense. But it did not show the slightest hint of being flustered. Instead, it whipped its thick tail furiously instead. It was as if its tail was a weapon. It actually harnessed might greater than that of its claws. Warping into a blur, it darted toward the middle-aged man once more. Realizing the major threat of the tail, the middle-aged man raised his saber once more to counterattack. Pong! The saber and the tail collided with one another. This time, it was the middle-aged man whose face paled, and he was forced to retreat several steps. The gold spirit cloud tiger made use of this opportunity to further its attack. It swiped its claw forward ferociously. The best way to overcome a collaborative formation when one was unable to analyze its structure and flaws was to focus one's attacks on an individual. It was apparent that the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger was aware of this fact as well. The Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger's movements were swift and powerful. It seemed as if the middle-aged man was unable to cope and would succumb very soon. Nevertheless, Xianxia still shook his head. That attack won't work. If it was so convenient to overcome the might of a great sage artifact, such artifacts would not drive so many cultivators frenzied in search of them. Just as Xianxia thought, the next moment, Wu Changping swiftly formed a hand seal. Voila! The next moment, the string in the air was suddenly pulled taut. An incredible surge of energy was channeled from the group into the narrow string, granting it unbelievable resilience and power. Attack! Following Wu Changping's order, the other members of the group directed their weapons toward the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger via the narrow string. Roar! The Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger clearly did not expect the string to possess such astounding prowess. It hurriedly raised its head and roared furiously. Voila! Countless surges of golden sword chi flew forth from its mouth to deflect the weapons and the string. Is able to shoot out sword chi too? The Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger is truly talented. Xianxia's eyes lit up in surprise. He had thought that the massive beast would have no choice but to submit to the group. But who could have known that it would actually be able to release an outpour of sword chi? Just the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger's overwhelming strength and resilience were a pain to deal with. If it could use battle techniques on top of that, Wu Changping and the others would really face great difficulties trying to subdue it. The Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger is known for its proficiency in metal attribute offense. Do you think that we wouldn't have a countermeasure against that? Let me tell you this. That's exactly what we were waiting for. Wu Changping chuckled triumphantly as he tapped his finger. Tzila. The next moment, the color of the string changed. It assumed a color reminiscent of lava, as if flames had been infused into it. Voila! The group channeled all of their Jinqi into the string. As if oil had been scattered atop a spark, a burning inferno burst forth. In an instant, a blazing net appeared in the sky, trapping the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger altogether. They have really prepared themselves well. It seems like the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger is going to succumb soon, Xianxia remarked internally with a slight hint of awe in his voice. As expected of a grand elder from the Beast Tamer Hall, Wu Changping's understanding of his prey, grasp of the situation, and meticulousness in his planning and execution were truly praiseworthy. Metal was known for its sharpness and resilience. The Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger was of the metal attribute, which made it extremely difficult to trap in a battle. While the string that they had brought was resilient and could be reinforced with their Jinqi, it would only be a matter of time before it snapped. This was also where the strength of the metal attribute lay. However, in anticipation of that, Wu Changping had prepared fire. Of the 5 elements, fire curbed metal. As soon as the fire burst forth, the metal attribute in the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger's body was immediately weakened. In fact, as it had just released a metal attribute offense earlier, the backlash that it suffered was greater than usual. With this single move, the tables had turned. I really mustn't underestimate the experts of the world, Xianxia thought in alarm. Even though the possession of the Library of Heaven's Path granted him an edge in battle, he could not allow himself to get complacent due to it. There were still many ways that others were able to corner and subdue him. Had he been in the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger's position, the only way that he could have resolved it was probably to bring out the otherworldly demon Ancient Sage's corpse. Roar! Watching as the blazing net swiftly closed in on it, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger also realized that the enemy had come well prepared. It knew that it was in a critically disadvantageous position. All of a sudden, it raised his head and roared once more. But this time, the roar carried no hint of aggression to it. Instead, Xianxia sensed pleading in it, reminiscent of a distress call. It's a call for help. Does the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger have other companions? Wu Changping's face warped in horror. Quick! We need to subdue it right now. Knowing that they would be in a bad position once the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger's companion came over, Wu Changping drove his Jinqi to his limits. The blazing net grew more and more searing as it contracted rapidly. As a grand elder of the Beast Tamer Hall, he had a deep understanding of beasts. The earlier call was sharp and distinctive, a clear sign that it was beckoning its companion. Just one gold spirit cloud tiger was enough a headache for them to deal with. If another one came at this moment, they would surely die. Realizing the dangerous position that they were in, anxious looks appeared on the faces of the others as well. They hurriedly drove their Xianxia into the blazing net to hasten the process. Ha ha ha! To think that you, the gold spirit cloud tiger, one of the 5 monarchs of the forest, would actually be caught by a bunch of fellows like this. How embarrassing it would be to be in a position like yours. A mocking voice echoed in the air as a slender figure darted out of the cavern. This slender figure bore some resemblance to Xianxia's netherworld azure dragon beast, but it was much larger, and its bloodline was significantly purer. Just like the gold spirit cloud tiger, it was a sempiternal realm consummation expert. It's a heavenwood green serpent. Wu Changping's face paled. Without any hesitation, he ordered, "Retreat!" Right after those words were said, the blazing net around the gold spirit cloud tiger dissipated into nothing, following which, he turned around and began running into the distance. As expected of someone who had lived for many centuries, his priorities were very clear. As soon as he noticed that something was off, he was willing to abandon anything, no matter how valuable it was. Just the gold spirit cloud tiger was enough to nearly corner them. With a heavenwood green serpent thrown into the mix, it formed a combo far beyond their means to deal with. Ah! Wu Changping fled the moment that he noticed that things had gone awry. But the others in the group were not as decisive as him. They were stunned for a moment before hurriedly rushing away. Just from their reactions, it was apparent that other than Wu Changping, none of them were beast tamers. With their tamed beasts fighting alongside them, true beast tamers boasted amazing fighting prowess. However, taming beasts was not an easy feat at all. The slightest mistake could very well incur the beast's backlash. For this reason, it was important for beast tamers to be able to assess the situation and know when to flee. In fact, there was an unofficial adage within the Beast Tamer Hall that went, "The first step to beast taming is learning when to flee." Many unexpected situations could happen during the process of beast taming. A beast tamer who did not know when to flee would have already died 100 times over before they could reach Great Sage. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to leave just like that after trying to drug and kidnap one of us? A chilling voice echoed from beneath the ground. Voila! Before the other members of the group could get far, the ground suddenly rumbled furiously, as if an intense earthquake had struck the area, following which a massive beast rose up from the earth. It had the head of a lion, the horns of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of a moose, the scales of a dragon, the tail of an ox. It was a chimerical qilin. Unlike Xianxia's inferno qilin, it was of the earth attribute. With a simple flick of its claw, a firm wall of yellow soil rose up from the ground and encircled the fleeing crowd, blocking their path of escape. The remaining members of the group did not expect another beast to appear. Only at that moment did they understand why Wu Changping had fled so quickly, hesitating not in the slightest to abandon them. Awful looks could be seen on their faces as they realized that they had been betrayed. Break! The current strongest member of the group, a sempiternal realm intermediate stage elder, raised his sword and hacked it down on the wall of yellow soil. Voila! The wall of yellow soil crumbled beneath the ferocious might of the sword. However, before the crowd could relish in their momentary victory, the wall of yellow soil had already regenerated at an astounding rate. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was trapped once again. If only I knew this would happen, I never would have listened to Wu Changping. Why in the world did I even risk my life for this? The crowd felt their hearts sinking into the abyss. Just like most other existing groups wandering around the folded space, their group had formed spontaneously as well. Wu Changping had gathered all of them and said that this was the only possible way that they could get to the Temple of Confucius. He had even reassured them that he had a great sage artifact and that this matter was already in the bag. After carefully contemplating over the matter, they had felt that Wu Changping's words made sense. so they had joyfully joined the group as well. Who could have known that they would end up facing 3 sempiternal realm consummation beasts simultaneously? More importantly, no one had thought that Wu Changping would actually flee faster than any one of them there. He won't be able to get away either. In contrast to the furious looks on the faces around him, Xianxia glanced in the direction that Wu Changping had fled in and shook his head. He had to admit that the old man had made a wise decision to take flight as soon as he realized that things had gone awry, but unfortunately for him, this was not a situation that he could possibly flee from. As if fulfilling Zhang Xian's prophecy, the call of an avian echoed from within the cavern. Voila! Following which, a magnificent bird cloaked in a layer of flames dashed out from the cavern. With unimaginable speed, it bolted for Wu Changping in order to apprehend him. Xiong! Before the talons of the bird could reach, its flames had already surged forth to construct an inferno barrier ahead, sealing Wu Changping's path of escape. The celestial fire phoenix? Wu Changping's face paled as his body trembled non-stop. He had thought that the only beast within the cavern was the gold spirit cloud tiger, and he had prepared accordingly. Who could have known that following the emergence of the gold spirit cloud tiger, the heavenwood green serpent, the Terrachilan, and the celestial fire phoenix would make an appearance too? Before they knew it, they were already faced with 4 legendary beasts. Furthermore, each of them wielded prowess that far surpassed him. How could he possibly stand a chance against something like this? Hula! Without any hesitation, Wu Changping tossed out his weapons furiously, hoping that it would buy him some time. However, that was all meaningless before the agile celestial fire phoenix. The vast difference in strength was not something that he could bridge single-handedly. Before long, he was already bound by a bundle of flames, forced to grovel on the ground. With this, the group of 8 had been fully apprehended. Despair and fear could be seen in their eyes as they shot frightened glances at the powerful beings before them. Seeing that its comrade had managed to apprehend the pesky humans who had dared lay their hands on it, the gold spirit cloud tiger glared at the guffawing heavenwood green serpent and spat. "Mock me all you want after you get back. Hurry up and release the seal on me." All right, I'll help you open it." After using up a lifetime worth of laughter, the heavenwood green serpent turned its head to the cavern and said, "Brother Acheron, I'll be counting on you for that then. Give me a moment. I'll be right out." Another voice sounded from within the cavern. The crowd turned their gazes over and saw a massive silhouette slowly making its way out of the cavern. Its movements were extremely slow. It took an entire 8 minutes from the moment that its silhouette appeared before it was able to fully make its way out of the cavern. It was a massive tortoise. The gold spirit cloud tiger, the heavenwood green serpent, the Acheron black tortoise, the celestial fire phoenix, and the Terrachilan. These are the 5 elements divine beasts. Wu Changping's face paled as realization struck him. I should have guessed. Legend had it that Kong sure feared that the space in the Temple of Confucius would be unstable. So he had captured 5 powerful beasts, each representing one of the 5 elements, in order to stabilize the space. They had eventually come to be known as the so-called 5 monarchs to the other beasts in the folded space. When he heard of the 5 monarchs, he had instinctively assumed that they would be scattered around the area. After all, powerful beasts were extremely territorial, and they could not tolerate other beings, especially those as powerful as them, trespassing on their land. As such, he could not have imagined that they would actually all be within the gold spirit cloud tiger's cavern. The Acheron black tortoise crawled up to the gold spirit cloud tiger slowly and opened its massive mouth. Voila! Water cascaded down on the blazing net, extinguishing it in an instant. The gold spirit cloud tiger's body immediately expanded as sword chi burst forth from its acupoints. Under the barrage of sharp sword chi, the string was severed at every inch before scattering all over the floor. Despite being a great sage artifact, being set on fire before being doused in water shortly after had already ruined the structural integrity of the string. In its fragile state, the gold spirit cloud tiger's sharp sword chi was able to destroy it easily. These fellows are here to kill you. How do you intend to deal with them? The heavenwood green serpent asked. We have to deal with them, but there's still one more fellow hiding in the area. Let's capture him before deciding on what to do. The gold spirit cloud tiger lowered its head and sniffed twice before bellowing. Friend hiding over there, I applaud you for your exceptional use of spatial seals. However, it's not enough to hide from me. As it said those words, it glanced at where Xianxia was hiding with killing intent rippling in its eyes. Have I really been discovered? Xianxia's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Back then, his spatial seal had allowed him to enter the barracks of the otherworldly demonic tribe without being noticed. Who could have thought that his trump card would actually fail him here? Could the other party's nose really be that effective? With the doubt that the gold spirit cloud tiger was trying to lure him out, Xianxia continued camping on the spot quietly. In response to his quietness, the gold spirit cloud tiger sneered coldly. Since you aren't going to come out, I'll just have to force you out myself then. With a growl, it swiped its claw and sent a surge of sword chi in Xianxia's direction. This sword chi was infused with the keen intent of the metal attribute. It tore a vacuum through space as it bolted toward Xianxia. While Xianxia had sealed the space around him, he had not broken free of the dimension that he was in yet. As long as an attack was sufficiently powerful, it could still tear through his spatial seal and injure him. As soon as Xianxia saw the trajectory sword chi, he realized that it was not a bluff from the gold spirit cloud tiger. It had indeed managed to find him. With a helpless sigh, he tore free of the spatial seal and moved his feet. Whew! In that instant, time seemed to have slowed down for Xianxia. Despite that, he only managed to dodge the sword chi by a hair's breadth. Scratching his head in exasperation, he faced the 5 divine beasts before him and said, If I said that I'm only passing by and am not from the same group as them, will you believe me? He really was not from the same group as those fellows before, although he was indeed there to capture the gold spirit cloud tiger as well. Of course, he would not be so dumb as to give himself away. What was standing before him were 5 sempiternal realm consummation beasts. Even with his current fighting prowess, the best that he could do was flee as far from them as he could. Passing by? Don't you think it's rude of you to pass by my lair without coming in to greet me? The gold spirit cloud tiger scoffed. Voila! The gold spirit cloud tiger was still burning with fury at having almost been caught by a bunch of damned humans. So how could it possibly be in the mood to listen to Xianxia's reasons? With a furious bellow, it sent a barrage of sword chi toward Xianxia. The relentless barrage of sword chi formed a long current reminiscent of a majestic dragon. That's a no then. I guess I have no choice. Seeing that the gold spirit cloud tiger was unwilling to believe him, Xianxia knew that there was nothing else that he could say to persuade it otherwise. In such a situation, he would have to allow his strength to do the talking. Taking a deep breath, he flicked his wrist, and the dragonbone divine spear materialized in his grasp. Break! Xianxia pushed the spear forward to meet the barrage of sword chi. Voila! Putting his strength from his soul energy, Jinqi, and physical body into the dragonbone divine spear, the spear warped into a bolt of light before it collided together with the barrage of sword chi. A devastating shockwave rippled out as a result of the clash, causing cracks to appear in the space around. Countless trees were uprooted, and boulders were shattered into fragments. This single clash actually produced a hemispherical depression of over several hundred meters wide in the midst of the dense forest. What the hell? Is he really only at Aureate Body Realm? The trapped Wu Changping and the others widened their eyes in shock. They recognized the young man. He was the fellow who had been following behind them earlier before being driven away by them. They had thought that he was just a simple Aureate Body Realm cultivator, an insignificant existence to them. Never in their dreams did they imagine that he would actually be this powerful. If they had known in advance, they surely would have pulled him into their group. With him, they would have been able to capture the gold spirit cloud tiger and escape before the other 4 beasts even came to realize the anomaly. I thought that he was a weakling, but it turned out that he's actually the strongest of us all. Wu Changping shook his head in bitter regret. Earlier, they had discussed whether they should kill the young man or not. It was fortunate that they did not try it, or else the young man would have destroyed all of them before they could even encounter the gold spirit cloud tiger. Oh? It seems like he's not too weak. the heavenwood green serpent remarked. It did not think that the aureate body realm lad hiding by the side would actually harness such fighting prowess within that small frame of his. It stroked its serpentine beard with its claws as it studied the young man in interest. Humph! On the other hand, the gold spirit cloud tiger was less than pleased to have its attack countered by the young man. It was already at the peak of its anger when even a mere aureate body realm lad turned out to be able to counter its attack. Its eyes widened in fury as it scrunched its body tightly together, its golden fur trembling non-stop. Die! Selah! As if released from a bowstring, the gold spirit cloud tiger dashed forward and made use of its momentum to whip its tail toward Xianxia. The tail moved with such swiftness that it seemed to disappear completely from sight, making it nigh impossible to discern the trajectory of the attack. How fast! Xianxia narrowed his eyes in shock. He knew that he would not be able to withstand the attack given his current strength. Thus, he quickly activated the Zhang clan blood essence within his body. Voila! The other party's movements immediately slowed down. With a light leap, he escaped from the gold spirit cloud tiger's area of attack. Boom! A massive crater was smashed into the ground. Knowing that he would not stand a chance at this rate, Xianxia wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Hold it for a moment. Are you going to beg for mercy now? It's already too late." Seeing how the young man had managed to evade its strongest attack with ease and even had the leisure to chat, even though the gold spirit cloud tiger was furious, it knew that it was unlikely to be able to subdue the young man in the short run. Thus, it halted its attack, wanting to hear what the young man had to say. In any case, the 5 divine beasts were gathered there. The earth and the sky were completely sealed. There was no way that the young man could possibly escape. I know there's no chance that I'll be able to escape from here anymore. So at the very least, I would like to have a fair duel with you. Will you at least accede to this request of mine? Xianxia clasped his fist. Fair duel. The 5 divine beasts glanced at one another, not knowing what in the world he was saying. Indeed, I am only at the aureate body realm at the moment, so I know that I won't stand much of a chance against you all. Nevertheless, I would still like to fight for a chance for survival. I want to challenge the gold spirit cloud tiger to a one-on-one duel. If I lose, the only thing that awaits me is death. However, if I win by any chance, I beseech you to let me go, Xianxia said. Ha! The 5 divine beasts immediately understood Xianxia's intentions. The young man was afraid that they would attack him together. Human, you should stop trying to judge us by your standards. You are belittling us far too much. Even if we are of the same cultivation realm, we aren't going to stoop so low as to gang up on you, the heavenwood green serpent remarked impassively. As ones who had inherited the bloodlines of ancient divine beasts, as well as monarchs who ruled over countless subjects, they had their own pride to uphold. Putting aside ganging up on someone weaker than them, they would not do so even for someone in the same cultivation realm as them. You can rest assured that I won't allow them to interfere in our battle. The gold spirit cloud tiger spat. It was just a moment ago that it had nearly been captured by a group of humans, and now another human actually wanted to challenge it to a one-on-one duel. Given how it had already embarrassed itself earlier, if it was still unable to deal with someone 2 realms weaker than it, what right would it have to rule over the other beasts in the forest? That's a relief. To be honest, Xianxia had given the matter a try, not expecting the 5 divine beasts to accede to his request. In fact, he had already been planning his escape route, but it seemed like there was no need for it anymore. Heaving a deep sigh of relief, he raised his head and said, "One more thing. As a cultivator, it's not against the rule for me to use my artifacts in battle, right? Feel free to use whatever artifacts you have." The gold spirit cloud tiger harumphed coldly, thinking nothing of Xianxia's request. It would already be the blessing of the heavens that an aureate body realm lad like him had such a formidable spear. While the spear was indeed remarkable, the gold spirit cloud tiger was confident that it could deal with it. Also, I happen to be a beast tamer. It won't be against the rules if my tamed beasts assist me, right? Xianxia asked. Tamed beasts? Humph. If you have anything decent, just bring them all out. the gold spirit cloud tiger remarked arrogantly. I'm reassured then. Nodding in satisfaction, Xianxia flicked up his dragon-bone divine spear. Let's begin. Humph! The gold spirit cloud tiger let loose a furious roar before charging forward with narrowed eyes. However, barely a second after it started moving, it suddenly felt a sharp pain assaulting its soul, as if someone was pricking it with countless needles, following which a suffocating pressure crushed down on it. Soul offense? Shit! Not expecting the young man to have such a card up his sleeves, the gold spirit cloud tiger's massive body stiffened on the spot. The beast tribe were known for their superior physical body, which granted them defensive and offensive capabilities far superior to human cultivators. However, they had a fatal weakness, and that was their soul. The other party had executed a soul offense right from the start, and it was stronger than what it had ever faced before. Caught completely off guard, it ended up succumbing to the move. Soul offense. The heavenwood green serpent was taken aback. It did not expect the Aurit body realm cultivator to have such a technique at his disposal. So what if it's a soul offense? Cloud Tiger has been training her soul energy in order to prevent her killing intent from clouding her mind. The calm Acheron Black Tortoise said. She has just been caught off guard at the moment. Once she recovers, she will be able to destroy that fellow with a single move. Besides, soul offense is a double-edged sword. At the very most, he will only be able to launch a single effective attack on the soul of a sempiternal realm cultivator. There's no way he will be able to do it a second time. It was not just its movements that were slow, even the pacing of its speech was slow as well. The heavenwood green serpent nodded in agreement to the Acheron Black Tortoise's judgment. The 5 of them had inherited the bloodlines of the ancient divine beasts. While their souls might have been their weakness, it was not a weakness that anyone could exploit. Besides, soul offense was a double-edged sword. As powerful as soul attacks were, it would cause considerable backlash to the practitioner as well. Even if the young man was a skilled soul cultivator, how many times could he launch an attack as powerful as that? Shortly after the Acheron Black Tortoise said those words, the gold spirit cloud tiger also recovered from its disorientated state. With a howl of fury, it charged toward the young man before it. This time it was truly enraged. To think that a monarch like it would end up falling for the sole offense of a mere Aurit body realm cultivator. It was fortunate that the other party had not used the opportunity to assault it, or else it would have been in deep trouble. If it really lost to the other party, it would not be able to face its subordinates anymore. What? At the very most, I'll just die together with you. Seeing how swiftly the gold spirit cloud tiger had recovered, Xianxia's eyes paled in horror. In a slight fluster and with desperation in his movements, he pushed his spear furiously to counter the other party's offense. You are still thinking of retaliating, are you? Dream on. The gold spirit tiger spat coldly. It was already bad enough for it to have succumbed to the young man's soul offense once. Was the young man really so naive as to think that his soul offense would work on it once its guard was up? It gathered all of its concentration on reinforcing its mind in an attempt to defend against the young man's soul offense. But the next moment, it heard a whoosh sound above its head. It seemed as if something heavy was swiftly approaching it. Crap! I fell for his trap. Feeling a crushing pressure overhead, the gold spirit cloud tiger immediately realized that it was a feint. The killing move was actually hidden above it. Raising its head, it was just about to see what was falling on it, when it suddenly felt a powerful will intruding into its mind, causing a bout of lightheadedness. That fellow's pale face is a trick as well. The gold spirit cloud tiger widened its eyes in realization as its mind swiftly blanked out. If the young man was truly as weakened as he looked, how could he possibly be able to execute such a powerful soul offense? It was apparent that the young man was feigning weakness in order to make it lower its guard. Pong! Barely after it made sense of the situation, an immense force had already smashed right into its head, causing its body to sway weakly from side to side. While it was unsure what kind of artifact it was, the fact that it was able to inflict such tremendous damage on it meant that it was a great sage artifact at the minimum. This is a great sage brick? the heavenwood green serpent murmured with a hint of disbelief in its voice, could hardly believe what it was seeing. It seems to have been infused with several tons of golden origin spirit stone, the Acheron black tortoise added with twitching lips. Golden origin spirit stone is so rare that not much of it can be found in the world. Yet, it was actually used it to forge a mere brick. It was so extravagant that they could hardly wrap their minds around the concept. That was the invaluable golden origin spirit stone that they were talking about. Just adding a sprinkle of it into the forging process would turn a Saint Pinnacle artifact into a Great Sage artifact. Yet, to use several tons of such a valuable or to forge a dumb old brick. Bro, can you tell me which wastrel forged you? I'll pummel some sense into that idiot. While the two divine beasts were still overwhelmed by how wasteful human cultivators were, they heard the brick exclaiming excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Hurry up and surrender, stupid tiger. Otherwise, I, the golden origin cauldron, shall burn you into cinders." The golden origin cauldron? Could it be that this brick is supposed to be a cauldron? The heavenwood green serpent gritted its teeth so tightly together that its gums were starting to feel a bit numb. Can anyone tell me how in the world this lump of metal resembles a cauldron? How in the world did you find the courage to call yourself a cauldron? Don't you know what you look like? What golden origin cauldron and burn you into cinders? Even if the gold spirit cloud tiger allows you to do whatever you please with it, you have no furnace to burn it down at all. Not only were the divine beasts rendered frenzied by the sight before them, even the trapped Wu Chongping and the others were utterly bewildered by the situation. It sure was hard to understand the world of aristocrats. While he was risking his life for a single divine beast, the other party was forging the incredibly invaluable golden origin spirit stone into a useless lump of metal. Disregarding the mental breakdowns occurring around him, Xianxia bellowed deeply once more, "Go! Voila! The infernal black saber, Wu Shu's golden saber, Bei Xian's spear, and the dragonbone divine spear all flew forth. Just like that, the gold spirit cloud tiger suddenly found itself coming under the simultaneous assault of 5 powerful artifacts. As if that was not enough, from time to time, an inkstone would suddenly charge forward and smash itself onto its face. The hell? Can this still be called a one-on-one? The heavenwood green serpent, Terrachilin, and the others felt their vision blacking out. Earlier, that fellow declared righteously that he wanted to have a fair fight with the gold spirit cloud tiger in the hope of winning a chance at survival. They had anticipated a solemn duel between the two, but contrary to their expectations, the young man had actually dispatched so many artifacts to fight the gold spirit cloud tiger instead. While other cultivators were praying fervently to acquire just a single great sage artifact, this fellow actually had 6 of them in his possession. Are you actually the illegitimate son of the head of the Blacksmith Guild headquarters? No, not even the illegitimate son of the Blacksmith Guild headquarters would have so many great sage artifacts with him. With those great sage artifacts moving alongside him, it was as if the gold spirit cloud tiger was facing the assault of 6 sempiternal realm experts simultaneously. Hand on heart, can you really consider this a one-on-one? Seeing how its good friend was nearly being pummeled into a domestic cat, the celestial fire phoenix could hardly bring itself to watch on. Should we interfere? But that fellow has asked whether he's able to use his artifacts earlier, and we gave him our consent. The heavenwood green serpent replied awkwardly. When the fellow asked him the question earlier, they had thought that the other party was just courteously asking for permission to use that spear of his, but it seemed like they were still lacking in worldly experience. The heck was that courtesy? That was a trap, and an utterly shameless one at that. Which sempiternal realm cultivator could possibly withstand the assault of so many artifacts at once? Wait a minute, what is that fellow doing over there? While the divine beasts were still raging over Zhang Xian's shamelessness, they saw the young man raising his hand once more. Hula! All of a sudden, 6 beasts appeared around the gold spirit cloud tiger. Their cultivation ranged from intuitive impulse realm consummation to sempiternal realm. As soon as they appeared, they pounced right toward the gold spirit cloud tiger. The remaining 4 divine beasts glanced at one another, stupefied. Those are his tamed beasts? They seem to be from this region, right? It seems so. So, in the short period of time that the folded space appeared, he managed to tame 6 beasts? The heavenwood green serpent trembled in rage. When did our beasts become so prideless and cowardly? The fact that they were able to speak human tongue meant that they knew a fair bit about human culture. It was not surprising for them to know of the beast tamer occupation as well. It had only been a couple of hours since the humans had entered the forest, and yet the other party had already tamed 6 beasts. Was this not a little too fast? We have to make sure to settle this matter later on. We must make it clear to our subordinates that we, the beast tribe, mustn't lower our heads to others, the heavenwood green serpent uttered passionately. This is especially so for the subordinates of Cloud Tiger's region. Given how prideful she is, how can her subordinates be so weak-minded? The gold spirit Cloud Tiger was a noble beast who would go to any lengths to protect its pride and reputation. Why were its subordinates so cowardly? But before the heavenwood green serpent could finish its words, the gold spirit Cloud Tiger, who had still been battling furiously a moment ago, suddenly lowered itself on the ground. A droplet of blood essence seeped out from its glabella and floated over to the young man. The massive tiger placed its head on the ground subserviently. Gold spirit Cloud Tiger pays respects to master. The heck! This sight made the eyes of the heavenwood green serpent nearly fall to the ground. The other 3 divine beasts also exchanged horrified looks with one another. They were the ones who had inherited the bloodlines of ancient divine beasts. They were dignified, powerful, lofty, regal, but in such a short period of time, the gold spirit Cloud Tiger had actually chosen to submit to a mere human. There was something really wrong about this. She has really sullied our reputation. The heavenwood green serpent was seething with rage. It was the head of the 5 monarchs of the forest. It had thought that it was already shameful for the subordinates of the gold spirit Cloud Tiger to actually have allowed a mere human to tame them, but barely a moment after it thought so, those beasts' leader submitted. Was this not as good as a crisp slap to its face? It was true that the gold spirit Cloud Tiger was under a lot of pressure, having to deal with 6 great sage artifacts and 5 beasts simultaneously. In fact, it had already been thinking of reinforcing the gold spirit Cloud Tiger, but it did not expect the latter to surrender so quickly. Where did all of its self-esteem go to? Rise. Swallow this pill. Xianxia flicked his finger and fed the gold spirit Cloud Tiger a grade 9 pill before heaving a sigh of relief. In truth, the reason he had proposed to fight a one-on-one with the gold spirit Cloud Tiger was to make use of the opportunity to tame it. And just as he had planned, through a mixture of scare tactics and a bit of guidance through telepathy, he had managed to convince the gold spirit Cloud Tiger to submit to him. With the gold spirit Cloud Tiger on his side, even if the remaining 4 divine beasts turned on him, he would at least have the power to protect himself. With this, it should be considered my victory, right? With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia collected his tamed beasts and his artifacts back into his storage ring before turning to look at the heavenwood green serpent. Lad, what kind of sorcery did you use to make the gold spirit Cloud Tiger bow down to you and acknowledge you as her master? With an awful look, the heavenwood green serpent questioned Xianxia with killing intent flaring from its eyes. Do you want to hear the truth? Xianxia asked. Of course, the heavenwood green serpent replied with gritted teeth. The truth is that I am your master from your previous life. In the midst of her fight with me, the gold spirit Cloud Tiger realized my true identity. That's why she submitted to me without any hesitation, Xianxia said as he gazed into the blank space with a deep look in his eyes, reminiscent of a true expert. You are our master from our previous life? Bullshit. The heavenwood green serpent nearly fainted from the rubbish that the young man was spouting. Can you come up with a better excuse than that? What master in our previous life? Why don't you say that you are the reincarnation of Kongshi? The heck? I can also say that I was your grandfather in my previous life. You don't believe me? Xianxia frowned in discontentment. Believe your head, the heavenwood green serpent retorted angrily. Even if you want to fool us, do you think that we'll accept such an excuse? Turning his sights away from the raging heavenward green serpent, Xianxia looked at the other three divine beasts and asked, "What about you? Do you not believe me either? It's no use stalling for time. We won't let you do as you please anymore." The Acheron black tortoise replied slowly. The celestial fire phoenix harumphed. "Let's not waste our words on him. There's something really weird about this fellow. Let's just kill him first before discussing anything else." "Let's do it then. I'll make the first move," the Terrachilan said as it took a step forward. In truth, they also felt a little pressured by the peculiarities that the young man had displayed so far. Putting everything aside, there was something really amiss about how he was able to tame the gold spirit cloud tiger so swiftly. As monarchs of the forest, they were extremely prideful creatures. Who would be willing to give up a position of superiority just to become subservient to a man? "It seems like none of you believe me." Xianxia shook his head in disappointment before looking at the four divine beasts before him straight in the eye. "Do you dare to make a wager with me?" "A wager? That's right. I'll wager that I just have to say a single word to express my identity in order to make the heavenward green serpent bow down to me and acknowledge me as its master," Xianxia said calmly as he placed his hands behind his back leisurely. "You think that I'll submit to you with just a single word?" The heavenward green serpent nearly choked on its flurrying anger. "Are you certain that there isn't anything wrong with your head?" As a beast who had inherited the noble bloodline of the dragons, it was a powerful and highly esteemed existence in the beast tribe. Even if it was grilled alive, there was no way that it would submit to a mere human. Putting aside a single word, it was futile even if the other party used up his entire lifetime worth of words. "Just give the word and say if you are willing to accept my wager." Xianxia shrugged nonchalantly. "The wager is simple. If I am able to make you submit, you must acknowledge my identity and make the other three divine beasts submit to me. If I am unable to do it, I'll free the gold spirit cloud tiger and kill myself on the spot." "You want me to make them submit to you too?" The heavenward green serpent was slightly startled. It did not expect the young man to propose such a wager. "Indeed, as the head of the five monarchs, surely you have some confidence in yourself, right?" Xianxia said with a taunting smile. "Humph! If our boss is willing to submit to you, we have no qualms about submitting to you. However, can we really trust you to fulfill your end of the bargain if you lose the wager?" The Terrachilan challenged. Having known the heavenward green serpent for so many years, they were already familiar with the latter's temper. It was incredibly obstinate and unbending, especially when it came to matters that compromised its dignity. The only one who had made the heavenward green serpent submit in so many years was Kong Shi. Yet, the young man wanted to make it submit to him. What a joke! "That's right. If you can make our boss submit to you, we'll acknowledge you as our master. What's there to be frightened of? There's no way our boss will bow to a weak human like you." The celestial fire phoenix and the Acheron black tortoise also voiced their support proudly. "I'll hold you to your promise then," Xianxia replied calmly. "Ha! I just hope that you won't renege on your promise when the time comes," the Terrachilan spat coldly. But at this point in time, a frown furrowed its way onto the heavenward green serpent's forehead. The situation was developing so quickly in a direction that it did not expect that it felt like there was a need for it to stop and think things through. The fearlessness of the young man and his ability to make the gold spirit cloud tiger submit to him so quickly left it feeling a little unnerved. At this lull in the conversation, the Terrachilan sent a telepathic message to the heavenward green serpent. "Boss, you have always disliked the scheming humans. We believe in you. Why don't you accept this fellow's request and save Cloud Tiger first?" Considering the heavenward green serpent's temperament, this was a wager that they were bound to win. There was nothing for them to fear. This? Uncertainty flickered across the heavenward green serpent's eyes for a moment before it finally gathered its resolve and nodded. "Very well. I'll accept your wager." It would not dare make guarantees for other beasts, but it was at least confident in itself. Even if it died, it would never bow down to another human in its life. "Let's begin then." Seeing that he had managed to convince the heavenward green serpent to accept his wager, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Are you ready? I don't wish to leak the matter to others, so I'll be sending you a telepathic message instead. Please listen to me very closely. Feel free to do whatever you want. No matter what you do, there's no way I'll submit to you. I advise you to give up on this meaningless pursuit. The heavenwood green serpent sneered coldly. Some things were simply impossible. No matter what the other party said, there was nothing that would be able to change its mind. Even if you are Kong Shi's reincarnation, as long as I refuse to acknowledge you, what can you do about it? Having made up its mind, it pricked up its ears to listen closely to what the young man was going to say. Just as it was making preparations, the celestial fire phoenix, Terra Chelan, and Acheron Black Tortoise were discussing the situation telepathically. Rest assured, I know our boss very well. No one can make his determination waver. I think that fellow is intentionally stalling for time. There's a chance that he might have some reinforcements on the way. We have to keep a close eye on the surroundings. While they were discussing the matter fervently, they suddenly saw the young man taking in a deep breath before shouting a single consonant telepathically. Pada! Instantly, the heavenwood green serpent collapsed to the ground, its body trembling non-stop. It glanced frightfully at the young man before lowering its body all the way down. With agitation in its voice, it exclaimed, Heavenwood green serpent pays respects to master. Our boss has acknowledged him as its master? Utter silence loomed in the area. The celestial fire phoenix, Terra Chelan, and Acheron Black Tortoise were all stunned silly. They remained rooted to the spot, and their minds seemed to have stalled. They knew just how obstinate the heavenwood green serpent could be, but with just a single consonant from the other party, it actually sprawled right to the ground with no regards for its dignity at all. To make matters worse, there was a look of desire in its eyes. What in the name of heavens had just happened? At the same time, Wu Chongping was on the verge of insanity as well. In order to tame the gold spirit cloud tiger, he had made many preparations. He had promised many treasures to convince the other 7 members of the group to assist him in his mission. On top of that, he had even expended a great sage artifact for this purpose. But in the end, he had failed to acquire anything and even been captured. On the other hand, this fellow had managed to tame the gold spirit cloud tiger within a few short minutes. With another word, he made the heavenwood green serpent grovel on the ground, not daring to appear disrespectful at all. This was ridiculous. Seal the contract, Xianxia instructed. Toward beasts who possessed the dragon bloodline, there was no weapon stronger than the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon. No matter how high-tiered the heavenwood green serpent was, it was unable to break free from the restraints of its bloodline. It was precisely due to his awareness of this that Xianxia intentionally made a wager with it. As expected, the others had swiftly been baited by his promise. It was not that they were fools, but it was simply unthinkable for a mere human to be able to speak the language of the pure-blooded dragons. No one would expect an Aureate body realm cultivator like him to have so many tricks up his sleeve, such that even sempiternal realm experts like them would end up being caught off guard time and time again. Even though the heavenwood green serpent was a little reluctant to relinquish its freedom, under the pressure of the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon, it had no choice but to offer its blood essence. After sealing the contract, Xianxia turned to the 3 remaining beasts and said, It's your turn. Since I was able to make the heavenwood green serpent submit with a single word, it's my victory. Of course, it's just an ordinary wager. No vows were made, and there's nothing to bind you to your words. If you don't intend to follow the wager, ridiculous. The blood of the ancient divine beasts runs through our veins. How can we possibly renege on our promise? A loss is a loss. Since our boss has chosen to submit to you, I have no problem acknowledging you as my master. I just hope that you won't force us into doing anything that violates our principles. The Terra Chelan, Celestial Fire Phoenix, and Acheron Black Tortoise were not too happy about the situation, but they were too proud to renege on their promise. They nodded and offered their blood essence to Xianxia. In any case, since the other party had been able to make their boss submit, it was not too embarrassing for them to acknowledge the other party as their master. It was at least something that they could live with. That saves me a lot of trouble. Seeing that the other three beasts had decided to abide by their promise, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The main reason Xianxia had made the wager was to make those three divine beasts submit to him as well. Of course, with the Heavenwood Green Serpent and Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger on his side, he would have been able to eventually beat them into submission. Nevertheless, this would spare him a great deal of trouble. Since you have chosen to submit to me as your master, I should at least reciprocate your loyalty. After taming all 5 divine beasts, Xianxia looked at every one of them before speaking again. Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger, as a metal attribute beast, you possess superior offensive capability, but your defense is considerably lacking. More importantly, despite the immense strength you wield, you lack precision in control. That left you with a lot of openings that I could exploit. I'll point out a couple of your major flaws now, and as long as you make corrections accordingly, you should be able to raise your fighting prowess significantly. He went on to elaborate on several flaws that the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger suffered from, as well the ways to correct them. When he fought with the latter earlier, the Library of Heaven's Path had already uncovered the flaws that it was suffering from. Combining that with his knowledge as a beast tamer, it was extremely easy for him to find the solutions to those flaws. Cultivating in accordance to Xianxia's impartation, the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger did enjoy a significant rise in its fighting prowess. A brilliant gleam surfaced in its eyes as it kneeled onto the floor once more, this time out of earnest respect for Xianxia. If it had only submitted due to the threats and benefits that Xianxia had promised, this time around, it was out of earnest respect for him. Following which, he offered some pointers to the cultivation of the remaining divine beasts as well, inducing a significant leap in their fighting prowess. Excited over their newfound strength, they hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Xianxia. Having reached sempiternal realm consummation, they had thought that it would be difficult for them to advance their fighting prowess unless there was a major evolution in their bloodline. They had never thought that there was still room for them to improve further. If they continued cultivating in accordance to Xianxia's words, they might even be able to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage in the future. To them, this was much more attractive than being the monarchs of this forest and ruling over a bunch of beasts. Master, what do we do about these fellows? The Heavenwood Green Serpent pointed to Wu Changping and the others. Their actions lacked consideration, and they were disrespectful to the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Nevertheless, their actions don't warrant the death sentence. Make them compensate for their actions and set them free, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. To be honest, he was kind of glad that the group of 8 was in front of him. If he had charged right into the lair, he would have been the one who was encircled by the 5 divine beasts. Perhaps he might not have even gotten a chance to fight one-on-one, and things might not have ended as smoothly as they did. However, it was a fact that the group of 8 bore malicious intentions toward him, and they had made a move on the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger. Considering how the latter was now his tamed beast, he could not let the group of 8 go without making them pay a hefty price. Yes, master. Seeing that his master was not the type of honest to a fault human, the divine beasts heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like they would not be taken advantage of by others serving him. Under the menace of the 5 divine beasts, Wu Changping and the others had no choice but to submit. They obediently handed over the treasures that they had amassed over this period of time along with grade 9 pills, artifacts, and the like before they were finally set free. Take them. I'll leave it to you to decide how you want to split these items among yourselves. Also, I want to make it clear that your loyalty will not go unrewarded. If you perform well, I have no qualms granting you my great sage artifacts, Xianxia said. The artifacts that Wu Changping and the others had handed over could not even catch his eye, so he left it to the 5 divine beasts to deal with them internally. At the same time, he also dropped them expectations for the future. Managing one's tamed beast was actually not much different from managing one's subordinates. On top of the carrot and the stick, what was more important was to give them positive expectations for the foreseeable future. Resolving the flaws in their cultivation and promises of invaluable treasures. With the offer of such alluring benefits, the 5 divine beasts would be more inclined to submit to him both physically and mentally. As expected, after hearing his words, Looks of agitation appeared on the 5 divine beasts. From the looks of it, it seemed like Xianxia had won their loyalty for the time being. After Wu Chongping and the others left, Xianxia finally posed the doubt lingering in his heart. Shouldn't you all be scattered around the area? Why are you gathered inside the Gold Spirit Cloud Tiger's lair? Based on what he had heard from the Crimson Friend's White Tiger, the 5 monarchs each had their own territory in the forest and rarely interacted with one another. Why would they gather together in a lair? As soon as we noticed that the dimension has been opened and humans have made their way in, we immediately gathered together here. Firstly, we intended to come up with a countermeasure to curb the threat of the humans. Secondly, we also wanted to guard the exit and prevent anyone from passing through it. The Heavenwood Green Serpent explained. Exit. Xianxia's eyes lit up upon hearing that word. Could it be that the exit to the Temple of Confucius lies within the cavern? Given that the 5 divine beasts had come out of the cavern, could it be that the supposed exit was located in there? That's right. The Heavenwood Green Serpent nodded. Back then, Kong Shi brought us here and delegated the responsibility of guarding the exit and preventing anyone from finding it to us. I suppose that's the trial he has entrusted to us. Hearing those words, Xianxia frowned in confusion. You said that Kong Shi captured you? In other words, you have met Kong Shi. It had been tens of thousands of years since Kong Shi had vanished from the Master-Teacher continent. While those of the beast tribe tended to enjoy greater longevity than human cultivators, none of them were able to live that long. Otherwise, just by accumulating a bunch of old monsters across many generations, they would be able to claim the Master-Teacher continent and take on a dominant position in the world. It was impossible for the 5 divine beasts to have lived for tens of thousands of years. So what could they mean by saying that Kong Shi had captured them? Of course, we've seen him before. It hasn't been too long since Kong Shi left this dimension after all. The Heavenwood Green Serpent nodded affirmatively, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. It hasn't been long since Kong Shi left this dimension? A deduction surfaced in Xianxia's mind, and he hurriedly asked, how long has it been since Kong Shi left this dimension? The Heavenwood Green Serpent pondered for a moment before replying, roughly 400 years, I suppose. Indeed. Xianxia's body shuddered at having his hypothesis verified. He had thought that it was odd when the Heavenwood Green Serpent said that Kong Shi had brought them here, but he did not think that they were lying to him. There was no reason for them to lie to him. Instead, he thought that this anomaly could be attributed to a difference in the flow of time instead. Most likely, the flow of time within the folded space was slower than the flow of time on the Master-Teacher continent, or else the divine beasts would have already been reduced to a pile of bones by now. The words that the Heavenwood Green Serpent had just said effectively verified his deduction. Doing a rough calculation, it had been around 40,000 years since Kong Shi left the Master-Teacher continent. Yet, in the eyes of the Heavenwood Green Serpent, it had only been 400 years since he had left. Did this not mean that the flow of time within the folded space was 1/100th of the world outside? In other words, the passing of a day in this folded space equated to the passing of 100 days in the Master-Teacher continent. If such time deceleration could be used on an ancient sage, the latter would be able to extend their lifespan significantly without resorting to hibernation. No, this doesn't work either. With my mastery of temporal arts, I should be able to notice it if there's any difference in the flow of time. Yet why do I not sense anything at all? Xianxia wondered with a frown. Having comprehended the time quintessence, he was no longer as ignorant of time as he had been before. If there was a difference in the flow of time, he surely would have noticed it. Yet that was not the case. Why was it so? Forget it, there's no point thinking about it now. I'll probably find my answer once I get to the Temple of Confucius. Unable to figure out the reason after some thought, Xianxia shook his head and tossed the matter to the back of his mind. He turned to the 5 divine beasts and said, "Bring me to the exit." The Heavenwood Green Serpent led the way forward. The cavern was spacious, and there was a huge hole in the middle where a pool of lava flurried. It felt like anything in the world would melt within the pool of lava. This is the exit? Xianxia was taken aback. No matter how he looked at it, all he could see was the crater of a volcano. It was hard to imagine that the Temple of Confucius was located within the crater. I'm not too sure about the details either. Back then, Kong Shi instructed the 5 of us to guard this area, so we guessed that it's the passageway leading to the Temple of Confucius, the Heavenwood Green Serpent explained. Kong Shi's wisdom was expansive and transcendental. It was not something that beasts like them could fathom. Perplexed, Xianxia activated the Eye of Insight and scanned his surroundings, but he was unable to find any indicative signs at all. In the end, he could only shake his head. For the time being, you should enter my folded space. Whether the passageway lies within the crater or not, I'll just have to check to find out. Knowing that he would not find anything dawdling in the area, Xianxia stowed the beasts into the myriad anthive nest with a wave of his hand. After that, he leaped right into the pool of lava. Given how even the Empyrean heavenly flame was unable to burn his physical body, there was no way that he would fear mere lava. As searing as it was, such heat could not bother him anymore. He continued to swim downward for a while longer. Soon, a spatial seal reminiscent of that in the subterranean gallery appeared before him. Without any hesitation, he dived through the spatial seal. Hula! The world warped around Xianxia, placing him in a short state of disorientation. By the time that he recovered from his lightheadedness, he was already standing in a completely different world. The area that the 5 divine beasts lorded over was a forest with lush greenery, but the land that he was currently standing on was a desert. Intolerable heat waves swept across the surface of the sand, and the entire world seemed to be covered with an endless shade of beige. There was no end in sight. Is this the exit you spoke of? Xianxia sighed helplessly. From the looks of it, it felt like he had leaped from one folded space to another. However, this folded space did not seem to have anything to do with the Temple of Confucius at all. Could he have gone the wrong way? The Heavenwood Green Serpent was also baffled by the change in scenery. They did not think that such a world would exist behind the seal that they had guarded for 400 years. It was clear that they had never been there before. The Heavenwood Green Serpent pondered for a moment before suggesting an idea. Master, I have scouted the entire forest, and this is the only way out of it. Could this be another trial set up by Kong Shi? Perhaps you have to continue searching for the next exit in order to get to the Temple of Confucius. I guess that's the only possibility. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He could not think of another rational explanation other than this. Perhaps it might be more accurate to think of the entire folded space as a layered dungeon. Only by finding the exit would he be able to proceed to the next floor. He would have to overcome several floors before he would finally arrive at the Temple of Confucius. Of course, he had known from the very start that it would be no simple feat to get to the Temple of Confucius. He swiftly decided on another direction with a twist of the Dragonbone Divine Spear, and riding on the back of the Heavenwood Green Serpent, he charged ahead. There was not a single person to be found within the arid desert. In less than 2 hours of flight, both Xianxia and the Heavenwood Green Serpent were already feeling a little lightheaded. Their lips were starting to crack from dryness. Something is amiss here, Xianxia thought with a tight knit between his brows. Given their cultivation, putting aside a desert, their bodies would not have any abnormalities even if they were to sleep on top of lava. It was unthinkable for them to become dehydrated after a short 2-hour journey. Xianxia studied the folded space closely and swiftly noticed that it was constructed in a manner very different from other spaces. It was ingeniously designed to form a formation that would continuously sap one's water and stamina. He turned to the Heavenwood Green Serpent and said, "It seems like this is really no ordinary desert. We have to quickly find the exit, or else we might lose our lives here." As he spoke, he took out the spirit essence that he had kept in his storage ring and drank it. It quenched his thirst and rejuvenated the sapped vitality in his body. He passed it over to the Heavenwood Green Serpent to have a drink as well before proceeding ahead. After another hour of journeying, he suddenly noticed some footprints on the ground. It's the footprints of a human. Could it be that another human has entered this folded space through the exit? Xianxia frowned doubtfully. He had needed to deal with the 5 monarchs before he was able to find his way here. Furthermore, The location of the exit was extremely discreet, hidden in the midst of the lava. Typically speaking, it should have taken quite a bit of time for others to find this location. It was bizarre to find fresh footprints in the midst of the desert. Could it be that someone had entered the area ahead of him? Let's head over to take a look. Intrigued, he activated his eye of insight and followed the trail of footprints. Soon, he discovered a group of men ahead of him. There were powerful emanations of Xianxia all around, which seemed to suggest that they were battling with some other entity. Taking a closer look, there were 18 men in total. They were all dressed in different clothes, and the strongest of them was at the intuitive impulse realm. Their faces were ghastly pale, and their lips were cracked. They looked like they were in a much more terrible state than he was. The entity that they were battling against was a giant made out of sand. It had no distinctive features, but the powerful aura that it released showed that it wielded strength comparable to a sempiternal realm primary stage cultivator. It was precisely due to this that, despite their numerical advantage, the group of 18 was still facing trouble taking it down. Break! Knowing that he could acquire important intelligence from the group ahead of him, he whipped out his dragonbone divine spear and tossed it toward the sand giant. Voila! As if a javelin, the dragonbone divine spear pierced right through the sand giant, and its aura immediately dissipated. Voila! It crumbled into a pile of yellow sand on the ground. Thank you for saving our lives. Seeing that Xianxia had defeated the sand giant that they had been struggling with, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief before bowing respectfully to Xianxia. Seeing their haggard faces before him, it was apparent that they had been in there for at least several hours. Perplexed, he asked, "How did you all get here?" "We passed out after the brilliant light emanated from the temple of Confucius enveloped us. And when we woke up once more, we were already here." "Elder, why did you ask us that question?" An intuitive impulse realm cultivator in the group replied. He seemed to be a little surprised by Xianxia's bizarre question. "You were already here when you woke up?" Xianxia was taken aback. He had woken up in the forest ruled by the 5 monarchs, but these people actually woke up here. Could it be that the crowd was not just teleported to a random location, they were teleported to random folded spaces as well? It's no wonder I couldn't feel Luo Ruoxin or any familiar auras around. He had encountered quite a few cultivators in the forest earlier, but he did not find any familiar faces. He had not thought much of it back then, but at this moment, it was already more than apparent that something was wrong. It seemed like the Temple of Confucius was far more complex than he had predicted. What was the sand giant earlier? Since you have been here for several hours already, did you notice anything striking? Xianxia continued asking. The forest was filled with treasures and the teacher's milieu, which could raise a cultivator's soul depth. On the other hand, this desert seemed to be challenging a cultivator's limits. Parched and sweltering, they were completely 2 different worlds, but since everyone was teleported to a different folded space, there should be some kind of exit that would take him to another folded space. The sand giant is a life form that exists in this desert. We encountered it after traveling for roughly 4 hours, and it attacked us upon noticing our presence. If not for your help, we might have already succumbed by now. The intuitive impulse cultivator revealed without hiding anything from Xianxia. As for anything striking, I'm afraid I didn't see anything of that sort. However, we did encounter a few other groups during our journey, and they seem to be looking for an oasis. I'm not too sure whether they have managed to find it or not, but we didn't see anything of that sort on our journey. Oasis. Those words made Xianxia's eyes light up. Indeed, since there was a desert, there was bound to be an oasis somewhere. It was highly likely that the exit would be located in the oasis. Xianxia nodded in delight upon finding a clue as to what he should be looking for, after which he turned his sight back to the intuitive impulse realm cultivator. How did you encounter the sand giant earlier? We were simply resting to alleviate our exhaustion and quench our thirst when that fellow suddenly appeared and attacked us. The intuitive impulse realm cultivator replied. You were trying to quench your thirst? Xianxia frowned. If that was the triggering factor, he did drink a bit of spirit essence earlier too. But the sand giant did not appear. That's right. However, it feels like there's something really weird about this place. No matter how much water we drink, it doesn't seem to quench our thirst. Instead, the more we drink, the feebler we become, the intuitive impulse realm cultivator said bitterly. Drinking water doesn't work? Bewildered, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a gourd of water. With a sip, he realized that his mouth was getting more and more parched. It was as if he was pouring flames into his body, causing it to wither bit by bit. He threw the gourd back into his storage ring and took out the spirit essence that he had collected from the forest earlier. Taking a sip of it, he felt his acupoints loosening in relaxation. The parched sensation on his tongue alleviated, reinvigorating him. I see. Xianxia nodded in realization. From the looks of it, it seemed like water was useless there. The only replenishment one could drink was spirit essence. Elder, you have spirit essence with you? Can you share some with us? While none of those in the group were as strong as Xianxia, they were still top-notch experts of the master-teacher continent. With their sharp eyes, they saw his lips cracking after drinking a sip of water. But drinking a sip of spirit essence brought him back to normal condition. It was apparent to them that only drinking spirit essence would alleviate their thirst and soothe their exhaustion. You want some spirit essence? I am. Since Xianxia had collected plenty of spirit essence earlier, he was very willing to give it out to the other members of the group. However, a thought came in his mind, and he asked, "Give me a moment first. You mentioned earlier that the sand giant attacked you while you were drinking water, right?" The crowd nodded. "May I trouble you to copy what you did when you drank water earlier? Make sure not to leave out any details. If we could attract another sand giant, it could possibly provide us with the key to escaping from this desert," Xianxia instructed. He did not expect the sand giant to be so weak as to die with a single toss of his spear. Considering how large the desert was, it would be foolish to think that he would be able to find the oasis just by wandering around aimlessly. The wiser decision would be to rely on the native race living in this desert. However, the problem was that he would have to first attract a sand giant. The fact that he had wandered around for more than 2 hours but encountered no sand giants likely meant that there was some kind of trigger to draw it in. No one in the crowd was a fool. Upon hearing his words, they widened their eyes in realization and nodded. Very well. Xianxia put his Dragonbone Divine Spear aside and reverted his aura back to normal, making it appear as if he was an ordinary Aureate Body Realm cultivator on the surface. Hula. After accomplishing all this, he turned his gaze to the crowd and gestured for them to do it. One of the cultivators swiftly flicked his wrist and took out a gourd. At their cultivation realm, there was no one who did not have a storage ring. They would usually keep a long-term supply of food and water in their storage ring in case of emergencies. The cultivator gulped down several mouthfuls of water, but the more he drank, the more withered he seemed to become. Frustrated, he tossed the gourd into the sand. Gulu gulu. When the water from the gourd flowed into the sand, it was as if water had been poured upon burning oil. A sizzling sound echoed across the desert as white smoke drifted into the air. Boom, boom, boom. As the white smoke drifted higher and higher, the crowd suddenly heard the sound of flurried footsteps sounding from afar. 2 massive sand giants were bolting in their direction. They are both at Sempiternal Realm primary stage. Elder, you must protect us. The faces of the crowd warped in horror. It was at the behest of this elder that they had lured the other party over. While they had the numerical advantage, they knew that they did not stand a chance against 2 sand giants given their current fighting prowess. Rest assured, Xianxia said confidently. Instead of whipping out his Dragonbone Divine Spear, he pushed his feet against the burning sand and dashed toward one of the sand giants. He opened his palm wide and pressed down heavily on it. Hula! A powerful rush of Jinchi swiftly enveloped the saint giant. Roar! It seemed like the sand giant also possessed sentience. It appeared to be aware of the disadvantageous position that it was in and raised its fist in a fluster to break open the Jinchi around it. A furious storm swept across the area, and clouds of sand rose into the air. Without a doubt, the sand giant was a powerful adversary. It was no wonder the group of 18 had their hands tied dealing with it. However, it was still insufficient as an opponent for Xianxia. The sand giant hurled punch after punch, but it was unable to breach the Jinchi barrier around it. On the other hand, the second sand giant seemed to have realized that Xianxia was a formidable foe as well, and it charged forward in a hurry to aid its companion. "Don't worry, I don't plan on leaving you alone." Xianxia chuckled softly as he flicked his other palm at the second sand giant. Pada! The second sand giant was immediately forced to the ground, unable to move at all. Gazing coldly at the two helpless sand giants before him, Xianxia harumphed coldly. "Submit to me, and I can spare you from death." Roar! It was hard to tell whether the two sand giants had truly understood his words, but they released ferocious howls and continued clawing at the Jinchi, pressing them down. "It seems like you aren't going to submit to me until I show you a bit of force. Very well, I shall let you try my hand then." Seeing that he had been disregarded by the two sand giants, Xianxia narrowed his eyes coldly. He flicked his finger and sent a surge of sword chi toward the two sand giants. Before taming a beast, one had to first exert one's dominance over the beast to show the beast that resistance was futile. Only a beast who had given up on resistance could be tamed. This was the method commonly used by most beast tamers, pummeling the beast first before dropping them incentives. While the sand giants did look a little silly, it was likely that they obeyed this convention as well. Wang! Xianxia was intending to use his sword chi to teach the sand giants a lesson, but as soon as the sword chi sliced through the two of them, they began crumbling apart. Voila! In the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to a pile of yellow sand. The hell? Xianxia's lips twitched. Xianxia had been planning to emulate his success back at the forest. Tame a sand giant and have it lead him to the oasis. He did not think that the sand giant would be so brittle that even a casual shot of his sword chi would actually make it crumble into sand. Not even he had the ability to revert the sand back into sand giants. Isn't its spirit a little too weak? Xianxia rubbed his glabella speechlessly. He had thought that those two fellows would at least be as tough as normal sempiternal realm cultivators, but who could have known that they would fall so easily? In terms of spirit, they were really much feebler than the artifacts that he had enchanted. "I'm sorry to bother you, but can you help me lure a few more sand giants over?" Xianxia turned to look at the cultivators with an embarrassed look on his face. It had not been easy for them to lure two over, but he had ended up slaughtering them before acquiring any useful information. He really had to take note of this matter so as to not make the same mistake again. "All right," the crowd nodded. Another cultivator from the crowd took out a gourd, but this time, he tossed it out without bothering to drink it. As water flowed into the desert, white smoke began drifted out from the sizzling sand. However, this time around, no sand giants appeared even after the crowd waited for quite a while. "I think it would only work if you drink the water," Xianxia said. Shaking his head helplessly, the cultivator took out another gourd of water and sipped a few mouthfuls. He was still fine before he drank the water, but as soon as water entered his mouth, his face immediately turned so red that it seemed as if smoke would billow out of his face. Enduring the lightheadedness, he tossed the gourd out once more. Gugugugu. Water flowed into the desert, and just like before, two sand giants were drawn over. These two sand giants were also at sempiternal realm primary stage, and they did not seem to possess too much intelligence. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia engaged the two sand giants once more. This time around, he did not dare to exert too much strength. He focused mainly on trapping the two of them on the spot. The two sand giants continued pummeling the seals, trapping them in place, but they were unable to break free. Soul Search. This time, instead of attempting to tame the sand giants, he chose to utilize his soul art. Having read all of the books in the Jiang clan and comprehended the soul quintessence, he had become highly skilled in the techniques of the soul oracles such as Soul Search. It was just that it disrupted the harmony of the world, so he avoided using the technique as much as he could. The sand giants before him did not seem to be natural life forms, so he did not have much hesitation using Soul Search on them. Hula! His consciousness dived within the body of sand, and the next moment, he found himself surrounded by darkness. Vaguely, he could see a seed of light shining in the very depths of the darkness. That is spirit enchantment art? Xianxia frowned. He had thought that the sand giants were a little too dull for sempiternal realm beings, but who could have known that they were the products of spirit enchantment? That explained their surprising weakness despite their cultivation. It was inevitable that the intelligence of enchanted beings would be lower compared to ordinary cultivators, so their fighting prowess would be highly lacking as well. During the confrontation with the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters in the Empire Alliance City, Wang Ying had enchanted all of the Master Teacher Pavilions, but the overall prowess of the army had still been severely limited. Wait a minute. These sand giants are made out of ordinary sand. To be able to grant ordinary sand prowess comparable to sempiternal realm primary stage cultivators. Xianxia suddenly froze in place. These sand giants might have been a little dull, but there was no questioning the strength that they wielded. Otherwise, the group of 18 would not have faced so much trouble dealing with one. He had slain 3 of them so far, and after their spirit disintegrated, they had immediately dissolved back into ordinary sand. In other words, there was something within this desert that could enchant ordinary sand and bestow its strength comparable to sempiternal realm cultivators. That was an extremely scary notion in itself. As one who had cultivated the Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art, Xianxia was confident that his enchantment abilities were unrivaled in the world, even when compared to Wang Ying, the head of the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters. But even so, he knew that the limits of his ability lay in bestowing spirit upon items that had form. Toward formless entities, his enchantment was unlikely to work at all, let alone bestowing them the strength of a great sage. Pang! Deep in thought, Xianxia lost control of his soul energy for a moment, and the flicker of life in the 2 sand giants immediately extinguished. Their bodies swiftly crumbled back into a pile of sand. Xianxia stepped forward to take a closer look at the heap of remaining sand. They were indeed only ordinary sand. There was nothing else mixed within it. Following which, he scanned his surroundings and narrowed his eyes. It was just as he had expected. If these sand giants were products of enchantment, it was likely that the Spirit Awakener who had enchanted them knew where the exit was. In other words, the key to escaping this folded space lay in whether he was able to find the Spirit Awakener or not. Just that, how was he supposed to find this Spirit Awakener? Xianxia fell into deep contemplation, and a moment later, realization dawned upon him. If I recall correctly, the sand giants seem to have emerged from that direction. It's likely that the Spirit Awakener is in that direction too. He had to be in direct contact with an item if he wanted to enchant it. While he did not know whether the Spirit Awakener in the desert was bound by the same restrictions as him, the direction that the sand giants had appeared from likely held a clue of some kind. Everyone, follow me. Without any hesitation, Xianxia led them in the direction that the sand giants had appeared from. After traveling for roughly 10 minutes, he came to a halt. There was still no difference in his surroundings yet. All that was within sight was yellow sand. Xianxia looked around him, but he was unable to find a clue whatsoever. Thus, he turned to the group of 18 and instructed, "I'll need you to attract a sand giant here once more." Upon hearing the request, bitter looks appeared on the faces all around. "Not only are you depriving us of spirit essence, you are even forcing us to drink water to dehydrate ourselves. Do you know that we'll die of thirst at this rate?" As stifled as the crowd was, they knew that the young man was their only hope of getting out of this darned place. Without any hesitation, another cultivator repeated the previous ritual. Not too long later, 2 sand giants raced over from another direction. These 2 sand giants were clearly much stronger than before. While their cultivation was still at sempiternal realm primary stage, their fighting prowess was significantly higher. At the same time, they seemed to possess greater intelligence. Knowing that it was impossible to tame the sand giants, Xianxia killed them without any hesitation, after which, he continued walking in the direction that the sand giants had appeared from. After traveling for another 10 minutes, he had the group of 18 repeat the ritual once more. 2 more sand giants appeared, but this time, the fighting prowess of the sand giants had risen to sempiternal realm intermediate stage. It seems like the fighting prowess of the sand giants increases the closer we get to the Spirit Awakener. Seeing that there were finally some changes in their circumstances, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Just like that, they continued ahead. Whenever Xianxia felt uncertain of the direction, he would have the crowd conduct the ritual of drinking water and pouring it away. Repeating the process another 10 times, the fighting prowess of the sand giants had increased to sempiternal realm advanced stage. However, it seemed like the fighting prowess of the sand giants had reached a cap and was unable to grow any further. This was the strength of the sand giants 10 minutes ago, and the strength is still equal at the moment. If I form a straight line between the 2 points that we summoned the sand giants, it's likely that the Spirit Awakener is located on another perpendicular line along the very center of this straight line. Spirit Awakeners used their souls as a medium to control their enchanted artifacts, and the strength of their control would depend on the distance between the Spirit Awakener and the enchanted artifact. Considering that the 2 sand giants were of equal strength, it meant that the extent of the Spirit Awakener's control over his enchanted artifact was identical at both points. In other words, it was likely that the Spirit Awakener was equidistant from the 2 points. The possible regions that were equidistant to the 2 points where they had summoned the sand giants were along the perpendicular line formed at the center of the straight line connecting the 2 points. To put it in simpler terms, they only had to head to the center in between the 2 points where they had summoned the sand giants and travel either up or down, and they would be able to find the Spirit Awakener. Let's go! Having confirmed a direction, Xianxia headed to the center point and began heading upward. Some time later, just as the crowd was swiftly approaching their limit, they heard an exclamation. "Look! There's an oasis just ahead." Xianxia quickly turned his gaze ahead. Just as the voice had said, there was a conspicuous hint of lush greenery amid the dull yellow sand of the vast desert right ahead of them. Covering only several dozen mu, the oasis was not too big. There was a crystal-clear lake sitting quietly at the center of the greenery. Like a beautiful gemstone embedded at the tip of a tiara, it was extremely a massive tree towered by the side of the lake, and its lush leaves provided coolness for the cultivators standing beneath. There's indeed an oasis. Water. I want to drink water. Unable to take it any longer, the cultivator dashed forward in desperation. Upon seeing the oasis, Xianxia fell into a moment of contemplation. He quickly scanned his surroundings before his eyebrows shot up in horror. "Wait a moment! Don't drink the water!" he shouted as he rushed forward to stop them. However, too overwhelmed by thirst, the reddened-eyed crowd had already charged straight toward the lake in desperation. In the time he had spent contemplating, some of them had already scooped up a handful of water and sipped on it. Noticing Xianxia's intense reaction, one of the calmer cultivators turned his gaze over and asked, "Elder, what's wrong?" Even though the young man had been depriving them of spirit essence in order to lure the sand giants, it was a fact that he had brought them to the oasis. On top of that, he had shown sharp judgment far surpassing any of them. Perhaps he might have noticed something that led him to stop them. "There's something really weird about this situation," Xianxia remarked as he hurriedly held back the other cultivators who had not sipped on the water yet. "Given how long it has been since you teleported in here, some groups should have discovered the secret behind the desert and rushed over to the oasis. In fact, the footsteps around show that some people have definitely been here before us. Yet, where did those people go?" He had been delayed in the forest for several hours before coming to the desert. While the secret behind the desert was rather obscure, there were bound to be some who were able to find their way over. After all, most of those who had entered the Temple of Confucius could be considered as powerhouses of the master-teacher continent. Their intelligence and sharpness far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. However, where did those people head to? "You're right. There are indeed footsteps leading into the oasis." Taken aback, the intuitive impulse realm cultivator hurriedly looked around him and noticed some shallow footprints around the perimeter of the oasis. Unfortunately, they had become indistinct after being cloaked by a layer of sand. "Amazing! This water really works. Finally, I won't have to suffer anymore." The few who had dashed into the oasis and tested the water cried in excitement. The water that they had brought could not quench their thirst at all. In fact, it only seemed to further dehydrate them. At this point, they felt like they were on the verge of bursting into flames. "Let me give it a try too." Upon hearing those words, the other cultivators whom Xianxia had stopped immediately dashed forward, wanting to get a taste of the water as well. However, just as they were about to drink the water, the middle-aged man who had first drunk the water suddenly began convulsing wildly, and white smoke rose from his body. "Ah!" A hoarse cry of agony escaped from his throat. It was as if something was strangling his neck, causing him to roll frantically on the ground with his eyes bulging in desperation. But the more he rolled, the more smoke seemed to rise from his body. It felt as if he would combust into flames at any moment. The middle-aged man was not the only victim. Another 3 cultivators who had rushed ahead of the pack to drink the water had fallen to the ground as well. White smoke began drifting from their bodies, and it looked like they were being put through inhuman pain. "This is really bad." Alarmed, Xianxia hurriedly flicked a surge of heaven's path Xianxia toward the middle-aged man, intending to alleviate his conditions. However, before his heaven's path Xianxia could reach him, the rolling figure suddenly cracked in the middle. Voila! He was reduced to a heap of yellow sand. Horrified by the sight before them, the crowd hurriedly backed away from the water with pale faces. If the cultivators before them had been burned into cinders or reduced into skeleton, they could still have accepted the conclusion. When they chose to enter the temple of Confucius, they had already resolved themselves that they might not come back alive. However, these men had been reduced to yellow sand. What on earth was going on? To be reduced to sand upon death. It could not be that the vast desert around them was the remains of countless corpses. Could it? Just the thought left goosebumps rising all over their bodies, and terror seeped into the very depths of their soul. "Elder, save me." With the middle-aged man being reduced to a heap of yellow sand, the other 3 cultivators pleaded with horror imprinted in their eyes. They had entered the temple of Confucius with the intention of overcoming their bottlenecks and progressing to higher ranks. Who could have known that it would actually bring them so close to the jaws of death? Xianxia was also startled by the happenings, but he knew that it was not the time for him to fall into a daze. He quickly rushed to the 3 of them and placed his fingers on them. His heaven's path Xianxia swiftly surged into the bodies of the trio. Voila! As soon as his Xianxia entered their bodies, he immediately sensed a bundle of flames devastating each of their bodies, threatening to burn them into cinders. Humph! With a harumph, Xianxia channeled his heaven's path Xianxia to quell those bundles of flames. Zzzzz. As soon as his heaven's path Xianxia collided with the bundles of flames, he immediately felt a powerful force corroding his heaven's path Xianxia, seemingly attempting to combust his Xianxia into flames. Break! Furiously infusing more and more heaven's path, his Xianxia, physical body, and primordial spirit were able to endure even the might of the Empyrean heavenly flame. While the bundles of flames in the trio's bodies were a little queer, they still were not sufficient to hurt him. Under the furious onslaught of his Xianxia, the bundles of flames were finally quelled. "Elder, thank you for saving our lives. There's no need to stand on ceremony," Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Turning to the crowd, he said, "There's something really queer about this place, so let's not stay around the lake. For the time being, let's back out of the oasis." Even if Xianxia had not said such words, the crowd would have been too frightened to remain around the lake anymore. Death was not that frightening of a concept to them anymore, but to be burned down into yellow sand, such that every last trace of their existence would vanish. This was an extremely sinister way of dying that they could not even bear the thought of. Unlike the rest of the crowd, Xianxia did not back out of the oasis. Instead, he walked up to the heap of sand remaining of the middle-aged man and pinched a handful of it up. Leaning in, he examined it closely. The middle-aged man had been burned so cleanly that not even his clothes were left. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed that a person could simply vanish just like that. "Elder, what do we do now?" An intuitive impulse realm cultivator stepped forward to examine the heap of sand as well, but he was unable to deduce anything from it. Thus, he could only turn his gaze to Xianxia. "Take this spirit essence and let the crowd drink it." Xianxia flicked his wrist and tossed several gourds over. This was the spirit essence that he had gathered from the forest, and it could alleviate the thirst of the crowd for the time being. It was not that he had intentionally kept it away from the crowd, but it appeared that one who had drunk the spirit essence would not be able to attract the sand giants anymore. As such, he had been left with no choice but to keep it away from them so that they could reach the oasis. However, since they had already reached their destination, there was no reason for him to keep it from them anymore. "Thank you, Elder." Taking the spirit essence, the intuitive impulse realm cultivator hurriedly passed it around the crowd, and after gulping down large mouthfuls of it, their thirst was finally quenched. They could not help but turn to Xianxia with looks of gratitude. Paying no heed to the crowd, after Xianxia had finished examining the sand grains, he began walking around the perimeter of the lake. A cold air was emanating from the lake before him. Standing beside it, he could not feel the slightest hint of heat despite being in the midst of a sweltering desert. At the same time, the lake was also extraordinarily clear. It looked so innocent that it did not seem to have anything to do with the flames that had killed the middle-aged man earlier. Despite scanning the perimeter of the lake, Xianxia was unable to find anything peculiar about it. There were also no animals or the like within the oasis, so the matter could not really be attributed to anything else. Seeing that he had reached an impasse, Xianxia walked up to the lake and scooped up the water, just like what the middle-aged man and the trio had done earlier. "Elder, be careful." Seeing that Xianxia had scooped up the water, everyone leaped in fright. "It's fine," Xianxia reassured them with a smile. Even the Empyrean heavenly flame was unable to hurt his body in the least, so there was no way that bundle of flames could pose any threat to him. Looking at the clear water that he had scooped up in his both hands, he scanned it using both his eye of insight and spiritual perception, but he was still unable to find anything wrong with it. Perplexed, he leaned in and sipped a mouthful of the water. "Elder, be careful." The faces of the crowd turned pale in horror upon seeing the unbelievable sight before them. The middle-aged man had died shortly after drinking the water. What were they supposed to do if something happened to the elder before them as well? Swallowing the water did alleviate his thirst. Squatting quietly on the spot, Xianxia focused his attention intently on the internal state of his body. As soon as the slightest spark of flame appeared in his body, he would quell it right away. But even after waiting for a while, nothing happened at all. It was as if the water was completely ineffective on him. When he stood up once more, there was a deep frown on his forehead. If the flame had appeared in his body, he might have been able to trace down its origins. However, with nothing appearing at all, he had no idea how he should proceed on from here. Could this be something similar to the yellow water of the netherworld, which he had encountered in ancient sage Rancho's ancient domain? Was the water poisonous to others but harmless to him? "Elder, are you fine?" The intuitive impulse realm cultivator asked carefully. Seeing there was no white smoke puffing out of the young man's head, and there was no cry of agony either, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm fine," Xianxia replied with a nod. "That's a relief." It was really a horrifying sight to see a living person being reduced to yellow sand. If not for the fact that I have traveled here together with him, I would have thought that he was a sand giant in disguise. The intuitive impulse realm cultivator remarked fearfully. Sand giant in disguise? Being reduced into yellow sand? A flash sparked through Xianxia's mind as a thought surfaced in his head. He quickly turned to the intuitive impulse realm cultivator and asked, "You said earlier that you only found a sand giant after traveling for 4 hours. In other words, you didn't encounter any sand giants in the first 4 hours at all. Did you?" "Yeah, that's right." The intuitive impulse cultivator was slightly taken aback by Xianxia's question, but he swiftly nodded affirmatively in response. From the moment they woke up after being teleported out of Tufu, they had been in the midst of this desert. There was no danger at all initially, but on the 4th hour, they suddenly encountered a sand giant. They had mentioned this right from the moment they met, so it was not a secret at all. to only meet a sand giant on the 4th hour. Could it be that the sand giants are actually the remains of the dead cultivators? Xianxia murmured with a grim look in his eyes. It was weird that the sand giants only appeared 4 hours after the opening of the folded space. Could it be that the first batch of cultivators had only found the oasis 4 hours after the opening and became the first group of sand giants? Remains of dead cultivators? The crowd was stunned. Thinking about it, everything seemed to fit together. As horrifying as the idea was, it was actually plausible. The middle-aged man had been reduced to sand after his death, which was the very reason that they had thought about sand giants in the first place. We'll know the truth with a quick test, Xianxia said with narrowed eyes. He walked back to the heap of sand that the middle-aged man turned into and placed his finger on it. In the next moment, his consciousness was plunged into a world of darkness. As expected, Xianxia frowned grimly. The fact that he was brought into this dark space while using his spirit enchantment art meant that it was possible to enchant life into the heap of sand. Focusing his attention, he enchanted a spark of flame into the heap of sand, breaking the darkness within this dark space. Voila! The heap of yellow sand slowly rose to its feet, becoming a massive sand giant. However, it only wielded the prowess of an aureate body realm cultivator. It's no wonder enchanted sand could wield the strength of sempiternal realm cultivators. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. Previously, he had been perplexed by how enchanted sand could wield such great fighting prowess. From the looks of it, it seemed like the sand that had made up the sand giants was not ordinary sand but the corpses of cultivators. In other words, the sand giants that they had been fighting with all that while were actually the experts who had been reduced to sand by the oasis. In other words, they had been fighting the dead. Wait a moment. If that's the case, where in the world is the Spirit Awakener? A doubt surfaced in Xianxia's mind as he quickly scanned his surroundings. If his deduction held through, the Spirit Awakener had to be in the oasis. However, other than the lake, a field of grass, and a towering tree, there was nothing in sight. Even I have to come into direct contact with the heap of sand in order to enchant it. There's no way the Spirit Awakener was able to enchant spirits into heaps of sand from a distance away. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in frustration. He felt like he had already gathered the clues required to solve the puzzle, but everything still remained an enigma to him. Somehow, he was unable to form a complete picture with the clue to see through the veil of mystery. And the very crux of that was the Spirit Awakener. Until he found the Spirit Awakener, this matter would remain a mystery to him, and he would not be able to find the exit out of this desert world. He had also observed the lake very closely earlier. Crystal clear, he was able to see to the very bottom of the lake with ease, but there was no exit in sight. As such, it was very likely that the exit was not located in the oasis. Earlier, the middle-aged man was reduced to yellow sand after drinking the water, but nothing happened to me when I consumed it. Also, it's only possible to enchant the corpses after they have been reduced to heaps of sand. If there's nothing wrong with the water, it has to be something above the water then. Xianxia frowned in bewilderment as he turned his gaze to the surface of the water once more. Only those who drank the water from the oasis would be reduced to sand and become enchanted into sand giants. He felt that as long as he could understand how those cultivators were turned into yellow sand, he would be able to find out where the Spirit Awakener was hiding. Thus, he scooped up another mouthful of water and examined it closely, but he still found nothing worth noting. It was just simple water with nothing inside. Just as he was about to give up, a slight breeze suddenly blew through the oasis. The tree towering by the lake swayed along with the breeze, its leaves rustling noisily. Hoo! The cotton blooming all over the towering tree fell into the lake with a light tug of the breeze, and they floated quietly on the surface of the water. A moment later, they dissolved apart and vanished in the water. Could that be the culprit? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He hurriedly walked up to the towering tree and pinched a handful of cotton out. Tzzzz. To his astonishment, it felt as if a bundle of flames was burning on his palm. This bundle of flames bore a striking similarity to the flames that he had found in the bodies of the trio. Just as I thought. Xianxia nodded in realization. It was no wonder those before them had ended up bursting into flames after drinking the water, whereas he remained completely fine. It seemed like the key lay in these cotton buds. Only when one drank water laced with cotton would they be reduced to yellow sand and transform into sand giants. When he checked the water, the cotton had already dissolved into the lake. So it was no wonder he had been unable to find anything at all. He had finally found the cause behind the mysterious flames. But where was the spirit awakener? Xianxia walked up to the tree and examined it closely. However, there was nothing peculiar in sight. He raised his hand and placed it lightly on the tree trunk. A moment later, a smile crept onto his lips. He leaned into the tree and whispered, "You are the culprit, aren't you?" Walala. Another breeze brushed across the oasis, gently shaking the tree. It was as if the tree was feigning ignorance to Xianxia's words. "You know, it doesn't really matter to me whether you feign ignorance or not," Xianxia remarked leisurely. With a flick of his wrist, the infernal black saber materialized in his grasp, and with flash of cold light, it slashed right for the massive tree. "Let's see how you are going to feign ignorance after I chop you down." Hula! But before the infernal black saber could come into contact with the tree, a hurried sharp gale of wind burst through the air. Glancing upward, Xianxia saw a tree branch darting right for his head like a piercing spear. The movement of the tree branch was extremely swift and forceful. In terms of prowess, it was actually on par with an attack from a sempiternal realm consummation expert. Nevertheless, Xianxia still dodged the attack easily with a sidestep. So. However, it did not seem like the tree was willing to let him get away scot-free. Dozens of other tree branches suddenly shot forward and pierced right in Xianxia's direction, as if the charge of innumerable ferocious dragons. The force of their movements left behind lingering black streaks in the air. Impressive! Xianxia narrowed his eyes as the earlier smile vanished from his face. With a flick of his finger, he sealed the space around him to temporarily fend off the tree branches. Following which, he raised the infernal black saber and executed hundreds of slashes in the blink of an eye. It was apparent that the tree wielded strength on par with sempiternal realm consummation experts. He had to make sure to tread carefully, or else he might end up losing his life. The sharpness of the infernal black saber was not to be underestimated. It easily tore through the assaulting branches, thus undoing their offense. However, the incredible force behind their movements still left Xianxia's arms feeling terribly numb, and he was forced to retreat a step due to the impact. The reason Xianxia was able to oppose sempiternal realm consummation experts despite the current limitations of his cultivation was mostly due to the powerful artifacts in his possession. In terms of sheer strength, he was still far beneath most experts. So. The severing of its branches did not seem to inflict the slightest pain or damage on the massive tree. Instead, it swiftly sent even more branches to assault Xianxia, each of them carrying strength rivaling Great Sage 4-Dan sempiternal realm consummation experts. With the tremendous pressure from the movements of the branches, even the surrounding space moaned under the strain, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. Elder! Not expecting the elder to actually start fighting with the tree in the midst of his observation, the crowd was alarmed. They swiftly realized that the tree was likely the culprit behind the death of the middle-aged man, and they quickly rushed in to offer their aid as well. "Don't come over." However, Xianxia's voice halted them. Given how even he was having trouble dealing with the tree, they would only be courting death by joining the fray. Hula! But the next moment, countless roots suddenly rose from beneath the sand to assault the crowd. Roots? I get it now. You have spread your roots throughout the entire desert, and it's through your roots that you were able to enchant those sand giants, Xianxia remarked in realization. While the tree was considerably tall in comparison to humans, it could not be said to be towering compared to other trees in the Master-Teacher continent. Yet, it wielded strength comparable to Great Sage 4-Dan sempiternal realm consummation cultivators. For it to gain such much power, its roots were bound to stretch far and wide. It was probably through its roots that it was able to enchant cultivators who had died dozens or even hundreds of li away. It went without saying that Xianxia did not believe that the tree would be capable of remote spirit enchantment when even he was incapable of it. You might have plenty of roots, but I do have ways to deal with you too. Having uncovered the trump card of the tree, Xianxia could not be bothered to waste his breath anymore. He flicked his wrist. Hula! The 5 monarchs immediately materialized right before him, exuding the powerful auras of superior beings. At Xianxia's command, they charged toward the massive tree simultaneously. That elder actually has so many beasts with him? Is it just me, or is every single one of them actually at sempiternal realm consummation? Any one of those beasts would be more than enough to wipe out our whole party. Seeing the young elder releasing so many powerful tamed beasts at once, the crowd watching the battle could not help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva as their lips trembled in fear. It already would be a huge blessing if an average Great Sage cultivator had successfully tamed a Great Sage beast, but this young man actually had so many tamed beasts, and every single one of them was incredibly powerful at that. They had thought that they already thought very highly of the young elder before them, but it seemed like they had been underestimating him. This visual shock left them stunned for a very long time. As soon as the 5 monarchs joined the battle, the massive tree immediately showed signs of being suppressed on all fronts. A short moment into the battle, the celestial fire phoenix declared confidently, "Master, don't worry. Allow me to deal with him." Hula! A blazing inferno poured forth from its mouth, dyeing half the sky scarlet. As soon as the massive tree encountered the flames, it immediately recoiled in fear. The imposing disposition that it had commanded a moment ago vanished altogether. While the massive tree was able to release cotton buds that would burn even great sage cultivators down into yellow sand, it was ultimately still a tree. It was inevitable that it was fearful of direct flames. Xiong, xiong, xiong. Fully aware of the massive tree's weakness, the celestial fire phoenix continued pouring flames down. Before long, the massive tree began to dry up, and its lush leaves withered yellow. The strength was swiftly wilting away. I know that you are a sentient being capable of thought. Submit to me, and I can spare you from death. Otherwise, you will meet your end today. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and remarked coldly, as if he had little regard for the tree's life. Having tamed the 5 monarchs, he was practically invincible against cultivators beneath ancient sage. Unless an ancient sage made an appearance, no one would be able to stop him anymore. Given that the tree had intentionally harmed so many cultivators and enchanted them into sand giants, it was apparent that it was an intelligent life form. Since that was the case, it would be best for him to collect it for his own use. After all, he could never have too many trump cards. Barely a moment after Xianxia said those words, a thought surfaced in his mind. You want me to submit to you? Dream on. Very well. I hope that you enjoy being burned into cinders like the cultivators you have harmed. Xianxia replied coolly with a grand wave of his hand. Xiong, xiong. The celestial fire phoenix turned into the scarlet color of flames as it darted toward the massive tree while pouring flames down on it. The incredible outpour of flames caused the surroundings to turn incomparably scorching. The massive tree swiftly withered under the searing heat, and it did not take long for it to become charred dead. Seeing how the massive tree had refused to submit even when it was on the verge of death, Xianxia frowned. He glanced at the floor, and his lips crept up. Terrachilan, sweep up all of the roots underground for the celestial fire phoenix to burn. I don't believe that the tree will be able to survive this. Hearing Xianxia's command, the Terrachilan swiftly dived into the desert. A moment later, amid intense quakes, a massive web of roots was rooted out from the ground. Without any hesitation, the celestial fire phoenix burned the roots as well. The inferno swiftly spread to create a sea of flames. While the flames breathed out by the celestial fire phoenix could not compete with heavenly flames, its prowess was far superior to earth flames. If it ignited its bloodline to further enhance its flames, it might be able to melt down even great sage artifacts. There's no way I'll submit to mere humans. Give up on this futility. Despite having its roots burned to ashes, the massive tree still refused to give up. A weak will was transmitted over to Xianxia, carrying a persevering spirit. It still isn't going to submit to me even with this? Xianxia was taken aback. It was just a mere tree. Did it really need to have so much backbone? Even without the tree trunk, as long as the roots remained intact, the massive tree might still be able to resuscitate itself. However, if it lost its roots as well, the only fate that awaited it was death. No, that's not right. If it's able to remain unfazed even with this, it's likely that destroying the roots will not kill that tree. Xianxia fell into deep thought. Unlike master teachers, most spirits were unbounded by principles and rules. When survival was at stake, there was no reason for them to clutch onto their dignity and refuse to submit. There was no reason for a mere tree to be so obstinate, refusing to submit even with its life on the line. This meant that it probably had something that would ensure its survival. At the very least, the massive tree was confident that burning its trunk and roots would not be enough to kill it. The lake! A spark flashed across Zhang Xian's mind as he lowered his gaze to the lake not too far away. He had not noticed it earlier, but despite the searing heat from the celestial fire phoenix's flames, it did not seem like the water in the lake had reduced at all. Acheron Black Tortoise, you possess the water attribute. I want you to sap away all of the water in this lake. I would like to see how long that tree can last. Zhang Xian instructed. Yes, master. The Acheron Black Tortoise slowly made its way over to the lake and opened its massive mouth. Hula! The water in the lake immediately began gushing into its mouth at a frightening speed. It was almost as if there was a vortex in its mouth. It did not take long for it to finish devouring all of the water in the lake. At the very bottom of the lake there was a tiny white root. It had a texture that reminded one of warm jade. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian tore the root out from the ground and held it in his palm. The next instant, the tree trunk and roots that the celestial fire phoenix was torching suddenly withered into yellow sand, as if they had lost the foundation supporting them. Indeed, this is the main body. Upon seeing such a sight, how could Zhang Xian still not understand what was going on? The massive tree and its roots were all just extensions of the main body, reminiscent of puppets that the root had taken under its control. It was no wonder the massive tree had refused to submit to them. As long as they failed to find its main body, there was no way they could have killed it. Celestial Fire Phoenix, burn this root for me. Golden Origin Cauldron. If we aren't able to burn it, I'll need you to help me sear it into cinders. Zhang Xian instructed as he tossed the root out. The next moment, the Golden Origin Cauldron, the Celestial Fire Phoenix, and the other beasts and artifacts swiftly converged on the tiny root. PL, please don't kill me. Seeing so many experts eyeing it with hostility, the root trembled in fear. It cried out in despair. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to submit. If it had never been rooted out, as long as its main body remained, it could regrow the massive tree and its long web of roots anytime it wanted. However, given the current circumstances, it did not seem like it had any other way out of this than to submit. That's more like it. Seeing how the root had cast aside its bravado after being caught, Zhang Xian nodded in contentment. He quickly sealed a contract with the root. With this, the culprit who had left all of the cultivators in the desert trembling in fear had become his tamed beast. In truth, it was not accurate to call the root his tamed beast. After taking in a sliver of the other party's soul, Zhang Xian swiftly realized that the root was indeed a tree and not a beast. It was a life form named Berserk Yellows and Wood, which Kong Shi had found. He took it and planted it in his folded space to serve as the guardian of this world. As long as one infused sufficient power into it, it would be able to reduce anything into sand and enchant it for its own use. This was not just limited to humans but weapons and saint beasts as well. It sounded like a formidable ability, but due to the limitations of its soul energy, it was only able to control a handful of sand giants simultaneously. With its current strength, controlling 2 sempiternal realm advanced stage sand giants simultaneously was already the limit of its ability. As the new master of the Berserk Yellows and Wood, Zhang Xian was able to tap into its abilities. Nevertheless, even he was only able to control 3 sempiternal realm advanced stage sand giants simultaneously. In other words, if he worked hand in hand with the Berserk Yellows and Wood, they would only be able to control 5 sempiternal realm advanced stage sand giants simultaneously. That was not enough to form an army. Nevertheless, as his cultivation rose, his ability to control sand giants would only grow stronger and stronger. It might become a powerful weapon to deal against the otherworldly demonic tribe in the future. As for the Berserk Yellows and Wood itself, it was no exaggeration to say that it could be more powerful than the 5 monarchs if he used it well. After all, its ability allowed it to turn anyone whose cultivation did not exceed it into yellow sand as long as certain conditions were met. There was no doubt that this was an extremely frightening ability that would strike horror into the heart of any cultivator. At the same time, while the prowess of sand giants was severely discounted due to their low intelligence, they were unafraid of sustaining injuries or death. As long as one could keep it constantly enchanted, it would never die. It would definitely be a headache for anyone to deal with. I could give the Berserk Yellows and Wood to Wang Ying. He did not have much of a need for the artifact, especially since he already had plenty of trump cards in his possession. However, if he gave it to Wang Ying, the latter's fighting prowess would surely rise significantly. In fact, if she could use it well, she might even be able to overpower Xianxia. Thinking of it, it was likely that Xianxia and Wang Ying, as the respective heads of the Combat Master Hall and Spirit Awakener Guild, had entered the Temple of Confucius as well. It was just that he did not know which dimension they had been teleported to. Suppressing these miscellaneous thoughts in his mind, he glanced at the Berserk Yellows and Wood and asked, "There should be an exit out of this dimension. Where is it located?" Xianxia had only realized it after taming the Berserk Yellows and Wood, but the latter actually did not kill too many cultivators. In fact, most of the sand giants that went after them earlier were simply corpses that it had reanimated. If the Berserk Yellows and Wood had truly wanted to go on a massacre, many would have been dead by now. Thinking about it, if the Berserk Yellows and Wood was truly an uncontrollable force that craved the lives of others, Kong Shi would not have allowed it to continue living on this world. The exit is located at the bottom of the massive tree. As it spoke, the Berserk Yellows and Wood moved a little. Hong Long. The earth quaked intensely as all of the sand suddenly seemed to fall back into the earth, as if devoured by some powerful force. Following which, where the massive tree had existed previously, a seal reminiscent of a door appeared. The entire desert was indeed under your control. It's no wonder your roots were able to reach everywhere in the desert, Xianxia remarked. He stowed his beasts and artifacts back into his storage ring before turning to face the crowd behind him. "I'm intending to enter the next dimension. If you wish to follow me, come along with me. Otherwise, you can simply cultivate here. Without the yellow sand, you should be able to advance your cultivation much faster here than anywhere else." With the vanishing of the yellow sand, the environment was no longer as arid as before. Spiritual energy swiftly gushed into the dimension, reaching a level of concentration similar to the forest dimension before. At the same time, teachers' milieu began suffusing the area as well. If the crowd was unwilling to brave any more danger, they would be able to make massive advancements in their cultivation just by cultivating there. Just from this alone, their expedition would not have been wasted. "Elder, I wish to follow you. I think I'll stay behind here. It's simply too dangerous. Even with plenty of treasures lying around, I won't be able to enjoy them if I lose my life." It did not take long before the group of 18 was divided into 2 teams, the Remain and the Leave factions. "I'll leave it to you to decide what you want to do. Think it through carefully. In any case, the exit is right here, and you can make your decision anytime you want. I'll be going on ahead." Without saying too much, Xianxia walked right into the spatial seal and vanished. These cultivators that he had just met could only be considered acquaintances. There was no reason for him to get too deeply involved with them. He might have saved them once, but he could not continue taking care of them along the way, and he did not have the ability to guarantee their safety. If they wanted to acquire as much as they could from this ancient domain, they could only depend on themselves. Besides, he had to look for Luo Ruoxin. Furthermore, he was certain that Zhao Ye, Yuan Tao, and Wei Ruyan, who had been captured a while back, would definitely be here. As such, he did not have the time or inclination to be merrymaking with a group of adventurers and enjoy the expedition. A short moment after Xianxia's departure, an intuitive impulse realm cultivator suddenly shook his head and remarked, "If we were a bit more decisive in choosing to follow behind that elder, we might have been able to reap great gains. It's unfortunate, but it seems like the window of opportunity has already slipped by." The man earlier might have been young, but he was discerning and rational. Even with the great dangers that lay throughout the ancient domain, it felt like the young man would be able to overcome them with ease. If they could follow such a leader, it was likely that they would be able to meet with their own fortuitous encounter as well. Of course, the young man had no reason to share the treasures that he had collected with them, but even the scraps and morsels that he left behind would allow their cultivation to surge swiftly. At the very least, they would be faring way better than they were at the moment. However, they had already missed this opportunity. Oblivious to the regrets lingering in the group that he had just departed from, the space around Xianxia distorted once more. Before he knew it, he was standing on an icy plain. With 2 prior experiences, he did not panic in the least. Instead, he flew as high as he could to survey the surroundings. Just like in the forest, the higher he flew, the greater the pressure on him. With his current cultivation realm, 30 meters was already the limit. The environment here is even colder than the glacier plain court. The entire world seemed to be cloaked with a thick layer of snow, and the gale that blew through the snowfield from time to time brought bone-chilling shivers to anyone brave enough to stand in the open in such weather. Even Aureate body realm cultivators would feel an urge to cover themselves beneath multiple thick layers. It still isn't the Temple of Confucius yet. I guess I'll have to find another exit in this snowfield. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He had thought that he would be able to find the Temple of Confucius swiftly after the ancient domain opened, but it seemed like he had underestimated the trials that Kong Shi had put in place. This was already the 3rd dimension that he had entered, and who knew how many more awaited for him. There are the 5 monarchs in the forest, the berserk yellows, and wood in the desert. There should be something that forms the crux of this snowfield too. As long as I can find out what it is, I should be able to find the exit easily. He spun the Dragonbone Divine Spear to decide on a direction before advancing forward. The first thing that he had to do was find other lifeforms, be it the indigenous beings that lived in the snowfield or the experts from the Master-Teacher continent who had entered this world. Through them, he would be able to acquire critical intelligence and successfully identify the location of the exit. After flying for an hour, Xianxia caught sight of a group of people trudging through the snow. Xianxia was just about to approach them to seek out more information when his eyes suddenly widened, and he halted his footsteps. Otherworldly demons. There were around 20 people in the group, but the person who led the group at the forefront and the other 2 who followed at the very back were extraordinarily tall. Coupled with the intense killing intent they were emanating, it was apparent that they were otherworldly demons. Judging from the intensity of their auras, it seemed like they had reached the sempiternal realm. Even though they were no Wushu or Bei Xian, they could certainly be considered experts among the cultivators who had entered the ancient domain. As for the remaining members of the group sandwiched between them, they were all humans. However, it seemed like they had been curbed by the otherworldly demons through certain means. With deadpan looks on their faces, they trudged through the snow lifelessly under the otherworldly demon's lead. "Hurry up!" The otherworldly demon at the forefront bellowed impatiently. "It seems like an artifact that controls their souls," Xianxia thought with a frown. Through his eye of insight, he could see that the captured humans were led by a very thin thread, and there was not the slightest hint of emotion on their faces. There was only one possibility for a situation like this. The souls of the humans were being controlled by the otherworldly demons through some means. Otherwise, there was no way that they would have followed them so obediently. Sighing deeply, Xianxia took a closer look at the crowd, and he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. "Wait a moment, Hu Yaoyao." Of the 20 cultivators controlled by the otherworldly demons, there was a young lady who boasted a seductive figure. Even though she was in a slightly unkempt state, she still commanded a charm that made it difficult for one to tear away one's eyes from her. She was a student that Xianxia had taken in back at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the head of the bewitching devil faction, Hu Yaoyao. Back then, Hu Yaoyao had been taken to the headquarters of the Terpsichore Guild and inherited the highest heritage of the predecessors. Within a short span of a few months, she had astonishingly managed to raise her cultivation up to St. Nindan Pinnacle, just a step away from reaching the introspective convalescence realm. Of course, part of it could be credited to Xianxia's guidance back then, but more than that, her diligence and talent had definitely played a huge role as well. At the same time, it seemed like the Terpsichore Guild headquarters had held back no resources at all in grooming her. Her current strength was already more than enough to make her an authoritative figure within a major power, but in this ancient domain, which was filled with the top-notch experts, her strength was rather lacking. As the cold wind blew from the horizon, she trembled under the frost. Her face had turned rather flushed under the effects of the coldness, but it seemed like she was still coping for the time being. There were no visible injuries on her, but her spirit seemed to be a little withered. The cultivation of those around her was not too high either. Over 10 of them were only at St. Nindan, and the rest were at the introspective convalescence realm. Given so, it was no wonder that they were helpless before the prowess of 3 sempiternal realm otherworldly demons. Even though Xianxia had seen a familiar face, he did not rush into making a move. Instead, he sealed the space around him and discreetly followed behind the group. 3 sempiternal realm primary stage otherworldly demons did not pose a threat to him at all. He could easily kill them whenever he wanted to. However, he felt that it was more important for him to uncover the intentions of the otherworldly demons. After traveling for around 10 minutes, a glistening frosted layer of ice came into sight. "Hurry up!" Following which, he saw several other groups of humans being led over as well. All in all, there were around 100 humans gathered in the area, and they were all from different occupations. At the very center of the ice field was a circular altar with all sorts of formation flags erected around it. An otherworldly demon dressed in black armor stood by the altar as he ordered 3 otherworldly demons to inscribe formation marks on the ground. "Bring the hostages here," he commanded with a grand wave of his hand. The otherworldly demons hurriedly positioned the human hostages in a circle around the altar. At the same time, Xianxia noticed a thin thread wrapped around the wrists of the human hostages, completely sealing their cultivation. Are they intending to tribute these human hostages to that god of theirs? Xianxia thought as his face darkened. He had seen this altar many times in the past. The kings of the Qingtian lineage had used it several times to offer tribute to the spirit god in exchange for power. However, treasures had been used as tributes back then. For them to kidnap these humans, were they planning to use these live humans as sacrifices? However, what did they hope to obtain by sacrificing these humans to that god of theirs? Were they intending to use these tributes to find the exit in this snow dimension? But if it's just to find the exit, there's no need for them to go to such lengths. Xianxia swiftly refuted that hypothesis with a deep frown. Having cleared the forest dimension and desert dimension, he already had some experience with looking for the exits. As long as one traveled to the crux of the dimension, it was not too difficult to find the exit. There was no reason for them to tribute the lives of so many people in order to find the exit. The main purpose of the otherworldly demons entering the ancient domain was to acquire the great codex of spring and autumn. Considering how they had not even confirmed the location of the Temple of Confucius yet, it did not seem wise for them to conduct such slaughter at this point in time. It could very well draw the hostility of all parties within the ancient domain onto them prematurely. No matter what the purpose of the otherworldly demons is, saving that group should be my first move. Since Xianxia had witnessed such a sight, he could not possibly allow them to die before his eyes. Furthermore, his student Hu Yaoyao was among the crowd. Scanning the fighting prowess of the otherworldly demonic tribe gathered in the area swiftly, there were 13 of them in the sempiternal realm, 20 at the intuitive impulse realm, and the rest were in the aurate body and introspective convalescence realms. All in all, they numbered less than 50 people. Such a force posed no threat to Xianxia at all. He could easily slaughter all of them with ease. Even the strongest individual among them, the black-armored otherworldly demon, was only at sempiternal realm advanced stage, a long way off from matching him. The thin thread that is used to seal the crowd's cultivation is likely a great sage artifact. If I launch an attack recklessly, the otherworldly demons might trigger the great sage artifact out of rage and kill Hu Yaoyao and the others on the spot. Xianxia thought, furrowing his brows. Even without relying on the prowess of the 5 monarchs, he would still be able to defeat them with ease given his current fighting prowess. However, if he pushed the otherworldly demons too far, there was a chance that the otherworldly demons might choose to kill all of the hostages out of desperation. In order to prevent such a tragedy from happening, he had to first devise a flawless plan. Breaking the spatial barrier demands a heavy price, so we can't afford to make the slightest mistake. Ensure that every artifact is placed in their exact location. The black-armored otherworldly demon continued to issue commands. The otherworldly demons swiftly moved artifacts one after another onto the altar. Taking a swift look, there were rare spirit stones, the blood essence of great sage beasts, unique formation scripts, all sorts of miraculous medicine. In any case, the sheer number of treasures that were being heaped onto the altar was so great that it could nearly match a tenth of his entire wealth. Breaking the spatial barrier? Could it be that they are intending to teleport straight into the Temple of Confucius? The black-armored otherworldly demon had spoken in the native tongue of the otherworldly demonic tribe, but Xianxia was able to understand it. Even for the otherworldly demonic tribe, this pile of resources was not something that they could afford to squander away. Instead of finding the exit, they were setting up an altar. It was apparent that their motive was not as simple as just moving on to the next world. Regardless of what they are trying to do, I should focus on saving the hostages first. If he wanted to stop the otherworldly demons, a battle was inevitable. However, in order to do so, he had to ensure the safety of the hostages. After a moment of hesitation, he altered his appearance and headed behind a block of ice before undoing the spatial seal concealing his figure. With a flick of his wrist, he equipped himself with a Saint Pinnacle sword. If he dashed right in, there was no way that he would be able to save anyone. At the same time, he would not be able to uncover the secrets behind the altar and deduce the motives of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As such, the best move that he could make at the moment was actually to be captured like Hu Yaoyao and the others. He could make use of this opportunity to undo the seal placed upon the crowd. Once the safety of the hostages was confirmed, he would finally be able to let loose. Let's do it then. The black-armored otherworldly demon was facing away from Xianxia as he supervised the setting up of the altar. Knowing that this was an ideal moment for him to strike, he dashed forward furiously. Warping into a streak of lightning, he formed a straight line together with his sword as he pierced straight for the heart of the black-armored otherworldly demon. At the same time, he drove his prowess as an aureate body realm cultivator, invoking a golden sheen to envelop his body. At this moment, it felt as if he was the incarnation of a Buddha. This assault might have seemed flawless, but the truth was that Xianxia had suppressed his strength to the level of an ordinary aureate body realm cultivator. At the same time, he did not utilize his spatial quintessence and time quintessence. As a result, despite the swift speed that he was moving at, it was hardly enough to phase a sempiternal realm expert. It seems like a fish has escaped from our net. Aureate body realm consummation? No wonder. Sensing the assault of an enemy, the black-armored otherworldly demon harumphed coldly. Without turning around, he bent his finger backward and flicked it powerfully. Ding! A formidable aura collided with the tip of Xianxia's sword. Despite being enveloped in a thick layer of sword qi, his sword still produced a metallic clang upon contact with the aura. It was as if it had struck a thick metal wall. No matter how he pushed his sword forward, it simply would not move at all. Break! With a desperate look on his face, Xianxia released a deafening roar as he brought his sword upward and hacked it down. Tzzzzzz. Dozens of surges of sword qi converged together, forming a single line as it descended upon the aura barrier, impeding his advancement. Voila! The aura was swiftly sliced into two, and Xianxia continued his furious charge. It seems like you do have some ability. The black-armored, otherworldly demon was slightly startled to see that the young man was actually able to overcome his casual finger flick. He turned around to face the young man, and with a swift maneuver, he grabbed the sword pointed right at him between his fingers. To be able to avoid our lines of sight and make a decent assassination attempt on me, I must admit that you are quite an outstanding individual. You would have grown into a formidable expert with sufficient time if you had chosen to escape. However, since you have chosen to make me your enemy, I'm afraid that you won't have a future. With a derisive chuckle, the black-armored otherworldly demon crushed his palm down upon Xianxia. Hula! That palm felt as if it had come from the heavens themselves. Even the surrounding space trembled a little in the face of its might. How can you be so powerful? Xianxia's face warped in horror as he cast aside his sword and retreated in a fluster. His current fighting prowess was only that of an aureate body realm consummation cultivator. As long as the enemy did not feel threatened by his existence, they would not make a move on the hostages. Seeing how the young man had decisively chosen to escape as soon as his assassination failed, the black-armored otherworldly demon harumphed coldly. Do you honestly think that you still stand a chance at escaping? The next moment, the force of his palm strike intensified. Immense pressure gushed over in waves, leaving Xianxia feeling as if he was standing before a giant. Break! Xianxia roared with a hint of panic in his voice. Hong Long, the Saint Pinnacle sword, which the black-armored otherworldly demon was still holding onto, shattered in the air, producing a shockwave comparable to the force of a Saint Nine Dan cultivator imploding their dantian. The immense force caused the black-armored otherworldly demon's attack to waver, thus buying time for Xianxia to escape. Using this precious time that he had bought by sacrificing his beloved weapon, he immediately flitted away as quickly as he could. Hold it right there, Walala. Seeing that the assassin was going to get away, the surrounding otherworldly demons immediately drew their weapons as they prepared to make a move. Lay down your arms. That fellow interests me. Leave him to me. The black-armored otherworldly demon chuckled softly as he took a step forward and thrust his palm downward. The explosion of a Saint Pinnacle weapon was plenty formidable, but it was simply too weak to phase a sempiternal realm cultivator. Hula! Another massive palm appeared in the air above Xianxia. At the same time, the space around him seemed to have frozen, rendering him unable to move at all. Damn it! Xianxia cursed with a savage look on his face. The next moment, blood spurted from his mouth. As if he had ignited his bloodline ability, his aura suddenly surged by twofold. With his newfound strength, he attempted to break free of the frozen space around him. You are powerful for an aureate body realm cultivator, but the gap between the aureate body realm and sempiternal realm is not something that one can bridge with just talent and wits. Get down here. Walla! The black-armored otherworldly demon placed his hands together, and sonic booms suddenly echoed relentlessly in the air. Xianxia was still unable to break free of the spatial restraints around him. As if a tightly bound crab, no matter how he struggled, he was unable to get away at all. Come here. The black-armored otherworldly demon beckoned with his hand, and Xianxia floated helplessly toward him. At this moment, Xianxia's face was completely pale. It seemed as if he had been drained of all his strength due to the ignition of his bloodline. Knowing that his fate was sealed, Xianxia spat a mouthful of saliva at the black-armored otherworldly demon as he bellowed furiously. Kill me if you will, but I, Xianzhong, will never submit to you. Kill you? Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I'll allow you to live a little longer. The more formidable a master teacher is, the purer their Jinchi would be. You are the perfect tribute to our god. I was still worried that we might not have enough tributes here, but now that you are here, my worries are allayed. With a light chuckle, the black-armored otherworldly demon tossed Xianxia over to Hu Yaoyao and the others. Shackle him. He shall be used as one of our tributes. Yes, Commander. Two otherworldly demons rushed up to Xianxia, and with a light grasp of their hands, a narrow thread wrapped itself around his wrist, sealing his cultivation. In such a state, he would not be able to exert his Jinqi at all. After that was done, the otherworldly demons swiftly returned to preparing the altar. With everything working out as he had planned, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was able to study the narrow thread wrapped around his pulse, he suddenly heard a sigh in his ears. "You shouldn't have come here. You are sacrificing yourself for nothing." The one who had spoken was an introspective convalescence realm elder not too far away from him. "Elder, do you know why they have prepared this altar?" Xianxia asked. He was slightly surprised to see that the other party was completely awake, unlike the lifeless looks on the other cultivators around him. However, he swiftly attributed the matter to the elder's higher cultivation. Perhaps the great sage artifact did not work as well on him. "They are intending to tribute us to break open space to construct a bridge that leads straight into the Temple of Confucius," the elder said with a suppressed voice. As his cultivation had been sealed, he was unable to use Jinqi telepathy. "Break open space? Construct a bridge that leads straight into the Temple of Confucius." Xianxia was slightly taken aback. "Isn't there an exit in this snow dimension? As long as they find the exit, they should be able to reach the Temple of Confucius. Is there a need for them to go through so much trouble for this?" "Exit." Hearing that, a bitter smile appeared on the elder's face. "There's indeed an exit here, but it's impossible to enter the Temple of Confucius through these exits." "Impossible?" Xianxia frowned doubtfully. Having traveled from one dimension to another, he had deduced that the ancient domain had a structure similar to a dungeon. As long as he went deep enough, he would eventually reach the Temple of Confucius. The Temple of Confucius has 6 subordinate halls and 1 prime hall. The subordinate halls should correspond to each of the dimensions. The exits and entrances of these dimensions are connected to one another, so if we progressed from one exit to the other, we would only be traveling among the 6 dimensions. "It's impossible to reach the Temple of Confucius in such a manner," the elder said. "Take this snow dimension for example. If we continued moving from one exit to another, after passing through 5 dimensions, we would only return here." "Ah, is that the case?" Xianxia was taken aback. He had thought that as long as he traveled through all of the dimensions, he would eventually arrive at the Temple of Confucius. Who could have thought that the dimensions actually formed a closed loop? Did that not mean that he was traveling in circles? But this is a secret that even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters isn't aware of. "How do you know about it?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. Despite all of the positions that he had, he was unaware of such critical intelligence. If Pavilion Master Ren of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters knew of this matter, he would have told him. It did not make sense for the elder before him to know of this matter. "I happen to be fairly proficient in the tongue of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and I heard them discussing the matter earlier. It seems like the only way to enter the Temple of Confucius is to break open the space of one of the dimensions and enter its corresponding subordinate hall," the elder said. "Enter the corresponding subordinate hall? If I'm not mistaken, only those who possess the celestial amulet of legacy are able to enter the subordinate halls, right? If everyone could enter the subordinate halls just by breaking open the space in the ancient domain, what would be the point of distributing the celestial amulets of legacy in the first place? Similarly, there would be no need for the world to vie over them. It's indeed impossible to enter the subordinate hall without the celestial amulet of legacy, but they will still be able to reach the exterior of the subordinate hall. That's the true outer perimeter of the Temple of Confucius, and the spiritual energy is much more concentrated there. Those who cultivate there will be able to raise their cultivation swiftly. Furthermore, even if one is unable to enter the subordinate hall, one will still be able to camp at the exterior and snatch the loot of those who manage to get in. As such, most experts have chosen to camp at the exteriors, and it's said that there are ancient sages among them, the elder explained. Ancient sages? They are camping at the exteriors, too. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in horror. Indeed, due to the restrictions placed on the Temple of Confucius, they won't be able to enter the subordinate halls or the prime hall. Nevertheless, they will still be able to camp in the area and snatch the possessions of those leaving the area. After all, those who enter the Temple of Confucius will eventually have to leave the area. In fact, that's probably where the true danger lies. Ordinary cultivators like us can only be content with roaming around the dimensions. If we really reach the exterior, we will probably lose our lives before we know it, the elder said bitterly. Forget it, there's no point talking about it now. We'll become tributes very soon anyway, so it's not as if those things have anything to do with us. I guess so, Xianxia replied perfunctorily, while he processed the massive load of information that he had just received. He had thought that ancient sages would not be able to enter even the dimensions that they were in, but they were actually able to reach the very exterior of the Temple of Confucius. A thought emerged in Xianxia's mind. If the otherworldly demons are aware of such information, does it mean that they have already finished scouting all 6 dimensions? Or could it be that one of their experts have already reached the exterior of a subordinate hall? He had already traveled through 3 dimensions so far, but Xiaoya, Wei Ruyan, and the others were nowhere to be seen. At the same time, he did not see the 100 schools of philosophers, and even Luo Ruoxin and the others were nowhere to be found. Was there a chance that they had already reached the exteriors of the subordinate halls? From the looks of it, it seems like I'm lagging behind the others. I'll have to hurry up. He had already wasted almost 10 hours traveling through the 3 worlds. If someone managed to make their way into the subordinate hall during this period of time, the treasures inside would likely have been emptied out already. He really had to make haste. He could not continue wasting time on searching for exits. Turning his gaze to the otherworldly demons, he noted that they were almost done arranging their artifacts on the altar in a specific manner. Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, he placed his finger on the thread sealing his pulse. Wang! With a jolt, a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Placing his finger on it, the content within the book swiftly flowed into his head. Soul Theft Shackle, a great sage artifact capable of sealing an individual's soul and jinqi. It's forged out of the tendons of the sempiternal realm consummation beast, prim origin Acheron fish. Even sempiternal realm consummation cultivators have trouble escaping from it. Flaws. Reading through the content, Xianxia nodded in realization. Just as he had guessed, the artifact that had trapped the crowd was a great sage artifact. If he had chosen to really assassinate the black-armored otherworldly demon instead of letting himself be captured, Hu Yaoyao and the others would have been killed with just a thought from the latter. I have to deal with this thing first. Xianxia took a deep breath before activating his Eye of Insight. Knowing the flaws of the thread, he swiftly devised a feasible way to discreetly snap the thread. Voila! With a thought, his primordial spirit flicked the thread lightly. His jinqi immediately broke free of the great sage artifact and flowed smoothly through his body once more. However, he did not let it show. Instead, he turned to the elder and sent him a telepathic message. Elder, do you want to kill these otherworldly demons? The elder was taken aback. The fact that the other party was able to send a telepathic message to him meant that his cultivation had not been sealed. Fearing that the elder would speak and alert the otherworldly demons, Xianxia hurriedly continued. Don't talk and just follow my orders. I have a surge of jinqi here. I want you to follow my orders and channel it toward the thread wrapped around your wrist. Knowing that it was of paramount importance not to alarm the otherworldly demons, the elder nodded discreetly. In order to break free of the thread binding us, we'll need 10 people to cooperate with us. So, I need you to help pass the jinqi on over to the next person, Xianxia added, and he infused several surges of jinqi into the elder's body. The best way to deal with this great sage artifact was for him to tame it and use it for himself. The way to tame it was to strike 10 of its flaws simultaneously. However, the crowd was trapped at the moment, and he did not dare to move too much for fear of alarming the otherworldly demons. Thus, he could only borrow their hands to exert his own jinqi. The elder nodded silently as he mouthed, "All right." Using his body as a bridge, he passed the jinqi onto the person ahead of him. The person who had received the jinqi was first stunned for a moment, but he swiftly received Xianxia's telepathic message. The cycle continued on and on. Knowing that this was their only shot at survival, all of them followed the instructions strictly without saying a word. The surge of Jinqi swiftly went half a circle before reaching Hu Yaoyao. "It's you." Upon hearing the Jinqi telepathy and sensing the Jinqi flowing into her body, the image of a certain young man immediately surfaced in Hu Yaoyao's mind. Her body jolted, and she quickly turned her gaze over. "Xianzhang, Zhang Xian. It's indeed that fellow." She could not help but smile a little when she heard the name reported by the other party. If that fellow was truly there, they were in safe hands. Even though she had gone to the Terpsichore Guild headquarters shortly after leaving the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, news about him had continued echoing in her ears. In just a few short months, he had gained great prestige and standing on the Master Teacher continent. With him making a move, there was no way that anything would happen to them. Oblivious to the fact that someone had already seen through his disguise, Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message to everyone. "All right, let's make a move on my command. Make sure to exert the Jinqi at the coordinates that I have given you. There mustn't be any mistake." The next moment, all of those who had received his Jinqi placed their fingers on the thread wrapped around their wrists. "Begin, Wang." The thread shuddered a little, following which, Zhang Xian felt a consciousness seeping into his mind. The great sage artifact had submitted to him. Protect the crowd. If any of the otherworldly demons intend them harm, stop them at any cost. Zhang Xian relayed his orders to the thread before turning his gaze toward the otherworldly demons once more. They continued setting up the altar, and roughly 10 minutes later, they finally came to a halt. Even though they looked extremely exhausted, there was an excited gleam that could be seen in their eyes. One of the otherworldly demons clasped his fist and reported, "Commander, we have finished setting up the altar. It's ready to be activated at any moment." "Very well. Tell the men to prepare themselves." The black-armored otherworldly demon nodded in approval. Flicking his wrist, an icy-cold crystal surfaced in his grasp. He placed it at the very center of the altar. "Wang." A faint light slowly enveloped the entire altar, and an imposing surge of energy seemed to slowly diffuse into the surroundings. "Is that crystal the core artifact that guards the snow dimension?" Zhang Xian wondered. The guardian of the forest dimension was the 5 monarchs, and for the desert dimension it was the berserk yellows and wood. The icy-cold crystal was in perfect harmony with the snowy environment, such that it seemed as if it would be able to tap into the power of the dimension itself. From that alone, it was likely a similar existence to the 5 monarchs or the berserk yellows and wood. Since it was possible for the guardian to be beasts or a plant, there was no reason that it could not be an or. Wang Wang Wang. As the altar activated, the energy from the icy cold or seemed to grow stronger and stronger. A brilliant pillar of light burst into the sky, threatening to tear a dimension rift in the space above. It seemed like the dimensions had a spatial seal limiting the movements of those within it to 30 meters and below. As a result, the pillar of light halted upon reaching 30 meters. It struggled frantically, but it was unable to overcome this limitation at all. "Ignite!" With a grim look on his face, the black-armored otherworldly demon tapped the altar, and the altar began to revolve. As if ice cubes placed in a burning cauldron, the artifacts placed on the altar began to melt, bestowing the pillar of light with greater power. Under the augmentation from the ignition of the artifacts, the pillar of light finally broke through the restriction, and with a deafening roar, it surged up into the sky. With the assault of the pillar of light, countless glaring dark lacerations appeared in the space around. The snow dimension trembled non-stop, as if someone was trying to tear it apart. Are they trying to forcefully destroy a spatial law of this dimension? Zhang Xian jolted in astonishment. He had been thinking about how one could break open the space in the dimension to reach the Temple of Confucius. He never would have thought that the trick was actually this. It turned out that the greater stabilization of space in the ancient domain was actually the result of a higher-order spatial law at work. As long as one ripped apart this higher-order spatial law, it would be possible to rip open a dimension rift and arrive at the Temple of Confucius. Voila! As more artifacts on the altar were consumed, the pillar of light rose higher and higher. Soon it had already reached over 50 meters high. 60 meters. 70 meters. 80 meters. 99 meters. It seemed like this was the very limit of the sky. As the pillar of light struck this point, a faint seal came into sight. Ripples diffused on it with a brilliant shimmer of light. No matter how the pillar of light knocked on the seal, it was unable to break through it. A massive temple could vaguely be seen beyond. It seemed to be hiding on the other side of the seal. "It's the Temple of Confucius," Xianxia exclaimed as he turned his gaze back to the altar. At this moment, all of the artifacts had already been depleted. The might of the pillar of light was starting to diminish. As if having expected such a situation to arise, the black-armored, otherworldly demon harumphed coldly. "Prepare yourselves. We'll be releasing the Xianxia of those tributes to pay respects to the spirit god." Walala! A tall, otherworldly demon walked to the back of the crowd before and whipped out a bizarre artifact, which floated quietly in the air. This artifact resembled a jade compass, yet it could have been a jade tortoiseshell. As soon as it came into contact with the narrow thread that connected everyone, the crowd felt a numbing sensation coursing through their body. The next moment, their Xianxia began gushing out through the thread uncontrollably. "They don't intend to kill the hostages?" Xianxia's initial intention was to use the soul theft shackle to counterattack and kill the otherworldly demons. Contrary to his expectations, however, instead of killing the 100 human hostages that they had to tribute them to their god, the otherworldly demon had only sapped their Xianxia. Since that was the case, he did not think that he needed to make a move right now. To be honest, he wanted to see what the otherworldly demons had to do in order to get into the Temple of Confucius. Given that there was no danger for the time being, he acted as if he had been controlled as well and allowed his Xianxia to flow through the soul theft shackle as well, just like the other human hostages. Soon, the flow of their Xianxia formed a circular loop. Wang! A striking light shone from the soul theft shackle and harmonized with the inscriptions on the ground. Hong Long! The pillar of light above the altar immediately expanded several-fold. Augmented by the energy of the crowd, it gushed toward the heavens with far greater might than before. Walala! Under the intense assault of the pillar of light, the sound of flowing water echoed from the seal above. However, it still refused to break open. Seeing such a sight, the black-armored, otherworldly demon narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a saber and slit his palm softly. Fresh blood gushed out from his hand and dribbled onto the altar. In an instant, the pillar of light grew even brighter than before. This descendant of the spirit tribe, Bei Hong, offers his blood as a tribute to the spirit god. I humbly beseech the spirit god to bestow upon us the strength to break the spatial seal. The black-armored, otherworldly demon spoke in a tribal voice reminiscent of a curse. The light above the altar grew even more blinding, following which, a massive door appeared before everyone's sight. This door emanated an astoundingly oppressive aura. It felt as if even someone of Xianxia's ability was nothing more than an ant before this aura. He's summoning the spirit god? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The Skyleaf King had used this ability before. His cultivation had still been low back then, but he did not think that he would still be utterly helpless even against the will that lay on the other side of the door in his current state. Who? The door slowly appeared, and a vague silhouette came into sight. Along with the presence of the silhouette came a crushing pressure on his soul. Even with his soul depth of 29.9, he could not help but feel his state of mind falling into an unstable state. Given how even its silhouette was powerful enough to cause such a sensation within him, if the figure turned around, it was likely that everyone's will would collapse and die on the spot before any tribute could be offered. Formidable! Xianxia's body stiffened as his face paled. He had encountered an ancient sage in the past, but it was apparent that the spirit god was way stronger than the ancient sages. In fact, it was doubtful whether Vicious would have been able to compete with her at his peak. In fact, it felt like if the spirit god simply walked through the door, the entire master-teacher continent would disintegrate under the sheer pressure that she exerted upon the world. But why does the spirit god's silhouette look a little familiar to me? While being astonished by the might wielded by the spirit god, a sensation similar to what he had felt previously struck him. Back when he was still in the Qiu Wu Palace, When he caught sight of the spirit god summoned by the Skyleaf King, he had also felt the sensation of familiarity as well. If he had to describe this feeling, it would be something akin to déjà vu, as if he had seen the other party somewhere before. At this moment, such a feeling arose in his heart as well. Not only was he unable to shake off such a feeling, it also seemed to be growing stronger by the moment. Yet, when he attempted to grasp at the feeling, he found his memories blurring and his consciousness blanking out, preventing his thoughts from running. It was as if some compelling force was intentionally keeping him from thinking deeper into this matter. If it was something that was beyond what Xianxia could do at the moment, he would not waste his time on it. Thus, he shook off the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind and focused his attention on the silhouette above. With the appearance of the spirit god, the depletion of Xianxia grew even faster. In just a short instant, everyone's face had already turned pale. "I beseech the spirit god to bestow upon us a passageway into the temple of Confucius," the black-armored otherworldly demon named Bei Hong uttered with a deep voice as he allowed his blood to continue flowing into the altar. Due to the profuse loss of blood, his body had already begun trembling uncontrollably. It seemed as if he would reach his limit very soon. Hula! Shortly after those words were spoken, a ray of light burst through the door, and the spatial seal that the altar was unable to destroy began to slowly melt like the winter frost encountering the spring sun. Soon enough, a passageway appeared above. The spirit god had answered Bei Hong's prayers and made a move. "Thank you, spirit god." Bei Hong kneeled onto the ground and bowed earnestly. "Who?" Following which, the silhouette vanished, and the door slowly dissipated. Bei Hong struggled to his feet and turned to the otherworldly demons around him, saying, "This passageway will only last 30 breaths. Hurry up and make a move. Commander, these humans have seen us paying tribute to the spirit god. Should we?" One of the otherworldly demons gestured to kill the human hostages. "Sovereign Chen Yong has ordered us not to harm the master teachers for the time being. Their Xianxia has been depleted, so they won't be able to pull off anything anyway. Let's not cause any unnecessary complications and quickly leave the area." Bei Hong harumphed as he darted toward the open spatial seal. "Where do you think you are going?" Seeing that Bei Hong was going to leave the area, how could Xianxia allow him to do as he pleased? Without hiding his cultivation any longer, he reached out, grabbed Bei Hong and pulled him down. Voila! The two of them were nearly 100 meters apart, but Xianxia's movement was not bound by the limitations of space. His fingers wrapped themselves around Bei Hong's ankles, and the latter's movement swiftly slowed to a halt. "You hid your true cultivation?" Bei Hong widened his eyes in horror as he felt his body plummeting to the ground. The strength that was being exerted through the hand wrapped around his ankle was actually even stronger than his. Alarmed, he quickly whipped out his saber to sever the hand on his ankle. Hula! Despite Bei Hong's aggression, he did not utilize his full strength as he expected the young man to retract his hand. Contrary to his expectations, the young man's hand continued to grip his leg firmly. A grim look appeared on his face as he drove his strength further. Ding! The saber struck the young man's sword, causing sparks to fly around the place. Yet, the saber failed to leave even the slightest print on the young man's hand. How is this possible? Bei Hong narrowed his eyes in disbelief. His saber was a half-great sage artifact. Putting aside Aureate body realm cultivators, a slash from his blade would lop off even the heads of the sempiternal realm cultivators. But such a saber actually failed to leave any mark on the young man at all. Just how powerful was the young man? Kill him! In that instant, Bei Hong realized that he was severely overpowered. He knew that it would be impossible for him to defeat the young man with his saber, so he immediately turned his gaze to the soul theft shackle instead. He had not tamed the soul theft shackle yet, but he was still able to command it to do his bidding. With this artifact in his possession, he would not fear the young man no matter how powerful the other party's defense was. He commanded the soul theft shackle through his mind, but even after waiting for a while, there was still no response. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the soul theft shackle, only to see that it was swaying leisurely in the young man's hand. "You Tamed my artifact? At that instant, Bei Hong felt as if his head was exploding apart. In order to enter the Temple of Confucius, Sovereign Qinyong had lent him this artifact to use. Even he had been unable to tame the soul theft shackle, so why would it end up submitting to the young man all of a sudden? Heh! With a cold sneer, the young man tapped on the soul theft shackle lightly. Hula! The soul theft shackle immediately darted upward and bound Bei Hong as if he was a rice dumpling. Given how the young man had even successfully tamed the soul theft shackle, Bei Hong immediately realized that there was no way that they would stand a chance against the young man even if they put their might together. Thus, he quickly turned to his subordinates and bellowed anxiously, "Everyone, run away!" But barely after the shout escaped from his mouth, he realized that 5 powerful sempiternal realm consummation beasts had appeared on the ice field and slaughtered all of his tribesmen. There was not a single survivor. Pooh! There was no doubt that this was the doing of the young man. Unable to take it any longer, Bei Hong spurted a mouthful of blood. Seal! Knowing that he would still be able to wangle more information from Bei Hong, Xianxia flicked his wrist and threw the latter into the myriad anthive nest. After this was done, he swiftly stowed the altar and the icy crystal on top of it into his storage ring. Following that, he turned to the crowd and said, "The exterior around the Temple of Confucius is too dangerous. It'll be much safer for you to remain here." After saying those words, he leaped up and headed right into the spatial passageway.